answer more questions correct than the LCS analysts. So the way this show is going to work, they will try to buzz in and get the correct answer after hearing the question. If they buzz first, they have to answer it alone. If they do not know the answer, it goes to the entire enemy team to try and answer together. If they don't get it, it will go back and forth until eventually one team gets it correct. Then go into the final round where they will be able to bet their points on a difficult final question.
Esports betting.
All right, sound
What
good?
do we get? What do we get?
There's absolutely no prize for this.
There's nothing for winning? What?
All right, first two contestants up to the podiums, please.
Sus? Oh, God.
Oh, that's why you wanted her to be on
I'm
the
ready
inside.
to sprint it. Okay.
All right, hands behind your back. Are you ready?
Sure.
What is Elise's move speed in spider form?
Can I call Boogie?
No, you cannot call a friend.
I got this one.
No, but I can't help you.
I know, but just
Or
do
you
it.
can't help
I
me.
got it in my head.
I have a cheat answer.
I will say that this is supposed to be the easiest questions.
Is there an hourglass?
Yeah, we're out.
On the count of three, you can press it and your team will help.
Okay.
I'll make up a new rule here. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, Emily wins.
All right,
Team.
Go.
I don't think that's
340?
Wrong. To steal.
Can we guess 350?
Yeah, I want to see what
You guess 350?
All right, I'll start helping. Too low.
Oh my god.
Really? 355.
You got it.
We're so smart!
Let's go!
All right, next two up. All right, this one is even easier.
Even easier.
What? Turtle, hands behind your back. Chief.
Oh, I didn't know. It was part of the game.
What is the cost of Bloodthirster?
3,100?
That's wrong.
Jat to steal?
They just dropped it down. I think it's 33.
I think 34.
You think it's 32?
I think it's 33.
I'm going 3,200 gold.
Correct!
Yes.
Point.
Yeah.
You're an 80 carry!
I know. I'm sad.
Yeah! I don't think I've bought that item in 6 years.
I just bought that item today.
What is the Raptor Camp respawn timer?
Oh, respawn?
You didn't press it, I guess. There you go. All right, go ahead.
215.
You got it right.
Let's go! All right.
That's 3-0.
Now I'm ready for the support question.
Okay, these next ones are worth 2 points each. Category is current season LCS stats.
Okay.
What is the highest presence champion in the LCS?
Sejuani.
Wrong.
What?
I know what it is!
I just
Don't
looked
say
it
it.
up
Oh, I will
before
say,
this.
I sorry, this is my bad. This is from start of day.
I can talk to my team,
You
right?
can talk to your
Yeah.
team.
No!
I'm thinking it's maybe Vi.
Wait,
does that include
the
Dan?
picked and ban.
Yeah, highest.
It's gotta be Ash.
What about Elise?
No, at least
No,
wasn't
Elise
that
wasn't
popular.
popular
Ash
this
is.
week.
Let's go.
Yeah,
We're gonna go Ash.
Yeah, Ash.
It is Ash.
1-3 now, right?
It's 3-2, yes.
No, that was 2 points.
All right, next two up again. I think it's Turtle.
Think about it, Turtle. If they ask you what Gale Force's cost
I will
is.
say, Turtle keeps lucking into questions that are good for him.
Oh no. That means it's not good for me.
All right. Who leads the LCS in kills?
Oh, we know this!
Prince.
Prince, correct.
Ah!
Carry. Sticks in.
I just got here.
See? The prep!
I would have.
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't thinking. All right, so it is now 5-2.
Can this one be worth 3?
Come on, maybe. We'll see if you need help. Who has the most solo kills this split?
Wait, do you know that? Come on, Kobe. You got it.
Solo kills. His name is Solo, right? Solo kills.
I will give a hint. It will be a roll. All right, hands behind your back again in case. The roll is top lane. You're trying to bait him to press it?
I think I know it. No, I don't.
Is it fudge?
No.
Tenacity.
It is tenacity.
Really?
Redemption.
Damn, he has that many solo kills. How many does he have?
Yeah, he has 8.
That's true. He did get a lot in that one game.
All right, we're back to League of Legends facts.
Okay.
Wait, what were the points? Point check.
The point check should be 7-2 if I'm not
But
mistaken.
what are these worth now?
This is worth 2 again.
This is worth 5 now?
2. Are you ready?
Yeah.
What are the 4 items Lost Chapter builds into?
Leandries.
Okay.
Ludens. Everfrost.
Come on.
I have time, right? Let me think.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
What?
10.
Yeah, he can't get too long.
9.
Can I give him a hit like this?
All right, yeah, you got it. You f***ing cheater. We'll let it slide because you need help.
This isn't charades.
All right,
about you?
get up. It's 4-7 now.
Okay.
All right, here we go. What is the highest AP ratio on a single ability in the game?
Oh, this is a tricky one.
Chat was on the balance team.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Is it like total AP ratio after all the seconds have been
Yes,
combined?
it's total across the single ability cast. This will have the highest ratio at the end, assuming it did.
Is it an
maximum
ulti or
damage.
like a Q ability?
It's an ulti.
I'm gonna guess Rumble.
Wrong.
Oh, we have a chance now. He thinks he knows.
I think the way they worded it, it's just GPR, no?
This is assuming single target, assuming this is just hitting one person.
That must not be that.
I really think. Wait, why is it not
Yeah,
right?
give me an answer. It's probably gonna be wrong.
Oh no. Okay, let me re-guess it. Syndra.
Wrong.
Okay, cool, go.
Back to the analyst.
Okay, we'll go with Victor.
Wrong. Was a champion that was played in your game that just happened.
Oh my god,
wait,
it's
okay.
Vel'Koz.
Is it? No, wait. Who was armor laner? Annie?
Who was I?
You're Caleb. She has a sick AP ratio, right?
It's gotta be Vel'Koz.
Vel'Koz, wrong.
Annie.
Correct.
What? You guys suck.
Yeah.
All right.
Kobe, you're up.
Yep.
Can it be for all the marbles then?
No, this is not the super hard one. This is the last of the round. But then you bet at the
like
end.
Jeopardy.
So it's what is it? 9-4, I think.
You're the scorekeeper.
What is the one stat that Hand of Baron buffs on melee, caster, and siege minions?
What?
What does that even mean?
One stat?
There's one stat that it buffs a lot of stats, but this is the stat that's shared across all three that gets buffed by this.
It's their size.
You know, it's actually not the worst guess. It's 2 out of 3.
Wait, can we say that? That's technically right now.
I'll reset you. You didn't do that. I baited you.
It makes them purple.
No, goes to you guys.
Oh, I think it's MS. No.
No, it's not.
No, that's like fake.
It might be like HP. I don't know. No.
It does make them purple.
That's not a stat in the game.
Okay, armor.
No.
Consult Kobe.
What do you think?
I'll give a hint.
Reduced area of effect damage.
I mean, that's not a stat. That's an effect, though.
Okay.
I'll give a hint after they get it.
Because you're right. But
Yeah.
oh,
We'll just go magic resist.
Wrong.
How would you go magic resist when you went armor? No way that's correct.
All right, here's a hint. The new champion, Melio, also buffs this stat.
Oh, it is range. It is range.
It's range?
Yes, it's range.
What? I knew it.
Why do you always give them the hints?
because they're losing, Kobe. He's trying to keep it close.
Okay.
Catch up, XP.
All right, this is the final question. For this question, you will have 5 minutes to answer.
5 minutes.
So this is final round with betting.
Before I give you the question, it'll be open book in a sense. You can do whatever you want on the internet to answer. How much would you like to wager? It's 9-6 currently. You have to bet something.
How about like
We do this, and then on the next page we do this, and then we get it right or wrong.
No. We should go 4 because if we go 4 more 6, then we pass that.
Okay,
And
sure.
they go all in.
Okay, cool. Sure. He's watched Jeopardy.
Yeah.
If they're actually min-maxing it, they're going to bet 4. But even if they bet 4,
They're not. They're just gonna. They're not
gonna bet all of it.
They're not. Yeah, they're not gonna bring back.
So let's just bet. That's enough.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, analysts go first. You guys are in the lead. What did you bet?
We've locked in our bet.
What is your bet?
2.999.
It had to be whole numbers. I'm rounding up to 3. Whole numbers only, can't be 0.
Well, now that we know theirs,
like-
we would like change
Well, no, they've already.
Yeah, you already wrote yours down.
No, wait, show me what you wrote.
Well, we have options.
multiple options.
Wait, all right, that's your option. That's the first one I saw.
If we get it wrong, we would like to go with this.
No, I saw 4. You're betting 4.
That's what they're betting for.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah.
You guys
I
ready?
wasn't
So
giving
we're up
them
2.
enough
We bet
credit.
2.
All right.
Okay.
All right, you guys ready to hear? You'll have
Yeah.
5 minutes to answer this question. There are 2 screenshots that you can pull up on these laptops. The question is, how much damage will this Ezreal Q do to a Maokai?
Give me the exact amount.
And you can pull
Oh,
up internet to look up
God.
the damage ratios.
You son of a.
All right, we're starting the timer. 5 minutes.
He's not even telling us what the armor is, so we have to math out the armor.
Oh my God. Okay.
And then you also have to math out all of
We
Ezreal's
just
stats.
no, because we just even know his base armor.
You can use the internet. It's open book. You can do whatever you want.
Oh,
for
we
math.
can look Maokai's base armor. I'll just give you the stats, okay?
I can go off feeling, you know, like.
Turtle's just gonna feel the damage.
If you guys get it wrong and they get it wrong, whoever's closer gets the points.
Okay.
Does these have internet?
Can you guys hush down a little bit?
That's so hard to actually do all the math.
You used to be able to do it by level, but you can't
Yeah.
anymore.
I mean, if these have internet, we can go on the practice tool.
But then you can't level up that fast.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you can go to practice tool, get the items on Ezreal, know what his base armor is, and then just hit the dummy.
Yeah, set it to that.
Do it.
Yeah.
You can look up calculators. Trust me, they're not very helpful.
Because you said that, I think we just go based off my feeling again.
We got 2 minutes left. So 9. We're doing rough math.
What's 15 in?
1580, yeah.
You know what's so funny? We're gonna do all this, and then at the very end, Charles gonna be like, it's gonna be like 255, and then we'll make that our answer. We'll get it right.
90 seconds.
What? We haven't even thought about Maokai yet.
Bone plating will do 45. Just like we're gonna have to guess anyway. So just put minus 45 damage.
1 minute.
Okay, his armor. 39 plus 5.2 times 9, right? He was level 9? Yeah.
Just look up LoL Wiki
Wait, what was
Ezreal.
the...
130% AD.
30 seconds.
Can we get in game real quick?
Yeah, actually,
Wait, is League on
we could have
this PC?
downloaded League of Legends and done this.
10 seconds. 9, 8,
I think
7, 6,
We're just gonna bolt.
5,
What do you want?
What's your feel?
4,
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay, write down an answer and you'll have to show it. On the count of 3, I want you to hold them up to your cameras and then say what you
Let's see if their feelings closer than ours.
All right. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. 200, 245. The answer is 118.
No!
I knew it!
We're not even close.
Yeah, no.
The Maokai had bone plating.
Bone plating reduces 45.
yeah.
He's got a good amount of armor.
We barely got Maokai's armor.
All right, handshakes all around. Final score is 12-6 to the LCS analysts in what is the most ridiculous game show ever made. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.
Spica pops the ultimate. Nami wave in as well. Closer getting low. Does get the resurrect, as you mentioned. Plays in so well with Xin Zhao, but he does still go down to the damage of Vhagar. That's first blood for FlyQuest. 2 now as well, as it all begins to fall apart for 100 Thieves.
The Scion could still be a viable target here. They are going to focus him and look to take him down, but the dead body's going to come back to life and look to get something back. Busio is killed, and Bjergsen falls back. He doesn't use the ultimate. He's still got it ready to go. Closer's here on the front line. Now he's going to be resurrected by Bjergsen, but it means double-lift has no way out. A double kill on Vikla. It's 3 dead bodies wearing 100 Thieves colors.
It looked like FlyQuest wants to give up this turret as the engage comes in from Impact. Teleport behind the 100 Thieves members. It's Vikla on the back line. He says hello and goodbye to double-lift. Bjergsen goes down as well. He will have the ultimate, but that does not matter. Closer trying to just get out the lantern to safety. Tenacity now stuck in the cage as well. Oh, it looks like it's all but over right now. As also there's one more. Ultimate has to be used by Bjergsen. They're going to march right on down. This looks like it's going to be game number 1 for FlyQuest. Let's talk about a miracle. 1 versus 5 for double-lift. It don't matter how many playoffs he's been in. He's not stopping that. FlyQuest with the ace, and it's going to be FlyQuest striking first here in our best of 5.
Closer's here in the middle, as Impact wants to tank up in the front. Spica's ready to follow it up here with a Cyclone. Closer's taking low, but he ain't gonna be taken down. Finally falls over. Spica taking a lot of damage. Where's Prince at? Massive shockwave coming out of Bjergsen. A double kill back on a double lift. And 100 Thieves just got 3. FlyQuest is ready to go. Spica wants the flank, but this time he's gonna be flayed back. He looks for double lift. Cyclone 2 hits him, but a nice death sentence from Busio. He's hitting these all over the place. In game number 2, Busio sets him up for double lift to knock him down. But it's already secured by the side of 100 Thieves. Spica jumps over the wall. Cyclone onto 4. But where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? It's nowhere to be found just yet. Oh, Impacto's in. He shuts down double lift, and Prince gets back on the wall. Closer wants to finish him off. Both AD carries are dead as Vikla and Ayla try to survive the Xin Zhao, but it will not be done. 100 Thieves has the money, and they'll beat FlyQuest to death with it. Vikla rides the wall, but he doesn't get a whole lot done with it. Double it now, popping the stasis. Beautifully done to drop some of the aggro, but he's still gonna be caught and killed. Vikla grabbing the credit now, as Closer again looks for Prince. The shutdown on Bjergsen. 100 Thieves are dropping like flies. Tenacity tries to survive, and Closer's gonna lose his Guardian Angel. A double kill back over to Impact, as Tenacity's dead body will be no more than just that. Closer goes right back in. It's a 5-for-0 ace. Impact gonna be played back into the team. He's trying to survive. Vikla comes around from the side, and now Dylan's gonna be jumped on yet again. He's already dead, and Bjergsen dies beside him. 100 Thieves drove the car for so long in this game, but it has crashed, and it's all FlyQuest ready to take this one all the way home. They're gonna look for more. Ayla has no summoner spells. Vikla just had to pop his second one. FlyQuest is absolutely screwing around, and 100 Thieves is not gonna let him do it. Speaker's ready to chase, and 100 Thieves are on the run. double-elimination is still alive. They knock him out of the way of the Dark Matter, and Ayla's gonna be killed before anything. Prince jumps over the wall, but now he's gonna be a target. FlyQuest have screwed this up, and 100 Thieves are fighting back beautifully. Nice shutdown on Prince. Prince is coming in over the wall. They're seeing if they might be able to do a little bit more. His closer's going to be polymorphed. He's in a little bit of danger. His Impact and Prince want to deal with everybody else, but double-elimination's got the shutdown, and now he's trying to deal with Prince. Dickless coming in to back him up. Prince is killed. What in the world is he doing? double-elimination trying to get back away as Spica looks for something else.
I have a cage now. I have a cage.
I have a good angle too. Just chunk. Wukong want.
Yeah.
They are TP.
Slowly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in one shot.
Yes.
Maybe not.
Don't know.
No, we can. I have a cash.
Okay.
Oh, Jinx.
Jinx.
I cannot go Jinx right now.
Yeah, we keep going. Kill.
Jinx no flash. Slowly. Go Nash.
The burst is coming out. They fire the Spire plan over the wall, but Closer's not able to close any distance. Flash Charm coming out from Bjerg, but it only finds Ayla. It's not going to do enough. Impact off to the side, but Vikla goes after double-elimination, and he finds the shutdown. It's 2 kills over to FlyQuest, and they ain't done yet. Prince leads the charge. Everybody dies on 100 Thieves. It's a 5-0 ace, and it will end this game and end this series. FlyQuest may have stumbled at the end of Spring Split, but they're back in form, they're locked and loaded, and they make an example out of 100 Thieves.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and bring Prince and Impact in now.
Get on in here.
Horizon post-game interview with these two guys after dominating that series.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. So how does it feel now that you got your first playoff win as a team? Were you guys nervous at all?
I'm not nervous. What about you?
I didn't too, but our support a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Also, when we come stadium, I sing music very loudly.
Yeah.
That sounds like confidence. Did you guys expect to come in this strongly? Like a 3-0 finish to me, especially with how 100 Thieves is ramping in the playoffs, I was shocked by that.
I mean, to me, kind of 100 is overrated about like
Yeah.
lane sub situation. They keep using Jinx, they line push and keep lanes up. So if you don't know what to do, then you're gonna lose more, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think second game is good example. We lost too much. Then, I mean, but they're one trick about that. So, and we won, and we think if they do again, just keep doing that. Anyway, I think we're gonna win. So, because we are player is better.
Yeah. Prince, how did it feel to beat double-elimination? Did you feel bad because you're his son of double-elimination, like, but you kill him in playoffs?
Before match, some reviewers said, "Oh, take picture with Prince," but he said no. So, he's very serious. I think he's very serious today. But after match, after three game, and he just smiled to me. And I said, "Oh, I wish you see you again."
Nice.
Oh, nice.
That's really nice.
So I have to bring up predictions from the start of the day.
Bring it up.
Raz,
Bring it
One
up.
of us didn't believe in you.
believe in you.
Oh God, guys.
Do you have anything to say to Raz?
Are you playing League of Legends?
So I will say the fans, it was like even voting.
Yeah.
Because 100 Thieves did very good. You guys, people thought end of season you were struggling more. Did you still have confidence going to postseason? Like, do you still think your title contenders, favorites to win, maybe?
Oh, I'm not sure. I think we need to play against C9 first next week. Oh shit.
Oh,
that's yeah. Okay. It's high chance.
CLG, what are you saying?
Okay. High chance C9 come. So I just guessed that C9 come. Then I can say that I get confident. But against 100, I mean, I get feel confident because the top liner is like kind of rookie and doesn't know matchup. I mean, today, especially when he plays Cho'Gath and the Gragas, he go Comet, and I think, nah, this is, I'm not getting nervous because I saw Rune. I just click tab and I'm not getting nervous, of course, because too easy matchup. Anyway, I think we have a confidence to ourselves, and we just need to more learn about detail. Because I think today's game was kind of good or kind of bad, half-half.
Early game bad.
Yeah. When I'm the third game, when we lose direct fight, I got shocked. It was like, guys, is this game free? If we just get header from ranked prior and just play through, we win, and we say, we should win. And like, okay, it's fine, just move on. But yeah, we need to fix that kind of problem. Then I think we get pretty confident and be ready to against winner.
C9.
Yeah.
No.
Especially in game 2, it was super important, but you also took it in game 3. I forget about game 1. I want to ask you about Anathema's change and kind of your role as a top laner, knowing how 100 Thieves play, knowing that they're going to keep double lift on the Jinx or a hyper carry. How did you approach knowing that, like, at all costs, you're going to go in and kill double lift?
That's only hope. We keep saying that we should kill Jinx, but how? I'm thinking, okay, I need a Q flash, or just we need to go in somehow to kill Jinx. And we just keep talking about how we can flank and how we can look angry, because we have a chance to win that game, because they, what's that, the team comp? Thresh, Jinx, Sion, what's the jungle? Jinzhao, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that top side is weak later. Sion doesn't have that protect teammate.
Yeah.
And Jinzhao doesn't help. I can help with it, I guess, but I think Clutch doesn't think that way to ulti to push the team Wukong or then K'Sante. So I'm thinking, we can win that, you know? And yeah, and somehow we got it to end Baron side. And like, wow, actually we can win. And Speaker exciting too much. And I remember he go alone to go, when the enemy hit poster, he exciting to go, he go alone and he die. I said, please go together, or we're gonna lose. And he said, oh, maybe. But yeah, that's how we won that, I think. We just talk about how we can flank or how we can look at the back line more.
That makes sense. And a question that I have is mostly just like on the improvements that you guys have made from like later on in the split. I know you guys were saying that you guys felt like you guys were playing worse in comparison to the beginning of this split, right? But then from that point till now, just it feels like stomping 100 Thieves in a 3-0 finish. What do you guys, like both of you guys, feel that really like felt that? What was the biggest improvement?
From what? Like
from like regular season when you guys were starting to lose a little bit more. Like, is it discipline? Because you guys were talking a lot about like scrims not looking good.
I think meta change is big too.
Yeah.
It's kind of like AD jungle meta. I mean, we played Maokai, but still like AD jungle kind of meta. Like before was like Maokai, Sejuani, so it's kind of easy to tracking enemy jungle and play to bot side, you know? If you 3 level doesn't come bottom is like, and it's over, right?
Yeah.
Jerry Lucian meta.
Yeah.
So that's why we can play the bot side and play too easy, because Prince is pretty good about that.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, but after that, now after jungle change, you have so many options. Now mid is strong. I'm not sure actually top is strong, but still, you can choose that like Jax or Gwen, this kind of champ to steer. So you have more options. That's why I think we getting confused to watch our look. You know, example like our bottom doesn't know when jungle going to top side, mid side before, but now they play safe and they know limit. That's why I think now looks better than before.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Prince, with this win, you're going to North Carolina for finals weekend, maybe third, fourth, maybe finals. Are you excited to play in front of North American crowd, the whole fans, like in a big stadium? Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I didn't play with big stadium and too many fans, so many players say if you go Worlds or World Series, when you play, too many people shouting to you.
Yeah,
you
the stadium shakes and
really awesome experience. So I wanna feel that.
All right, cool.
Good.
I'm excited because if you're a fan, you can go buy your tickets now to see Prince in person. Everyone can go try and get a picture, autograph.
Who do you guys think is going to be player of the series from your team? Who do you guys think deserves it?
Everybody some point int. So I was no clue, because last game I think big club flavor.
Yes.
But second game I think me and
Monkey.
Yeah, no. Speaker flavor.
Yes.
I think.
Yes.
That's the plank. And first game.
So it's the Monkey that wins.
Oh my God. He int. That's right.
Hey, you said everyone inted.
Yeah, but the first. Actually, I don't remember first game.
He was Wukong again.
Yeah, you did that Sion level.
No, that's Sion gap. That's
you?
No, that invade gap and make the change the jungle cannot play game.
Yeah.
But okay, I understand.
Prince, do you agree with this player of the series? Do you think he deserves it? Oh, sure. There you go. That's a thumbs up.
Yeah, Spica had a pretty good game. I thought a lot of bans in the jungle was interesting, forcing.
Oh, because I think Closer want Oris make play to early game wise.
Yeah.
That's how they started, can make them time for 30-minute, 40-minute game.
Yeah.
So that's why we just banned that, because if we ban that, they cannot make their longer game, They can close the game early.
And I would like to say, because he played really well, but I think you guys as a team played really well in being able to. You mentioned how Closer wasn't using Xin Zhao to basically defend you guys flanking, but you guys did that a lot. So I know that Spica ended up getting the win here, but I felt like your team fights were just really good this series. Do you guys think that this is the team fight you guys see in scrims? Is this a team fight that we haven't really seen on stage, or you guys feel like you guys improved at that?
We just surrender people to anyway.
You guys are FF team?
Yeah. No. Actually,
run mid and FF.
But it's not like this long game normally. People. Yeah, not like this, but I don't know. Our team play well. They're in serious.
Yeah.
But they understand their job. If you understand what you can do in the team fight, that's if 5 people need understand, then should be good team fighter.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Cool, thank you. So let's go ahead and pull up the bracket now to take a look at the rest of playoffs. FlyQuest moving on to the winners match. Even if they lose that game, they'll be playing in the winners finals. That's why they are in Raleigh locked in. So if you want to see them, go ahead and buy those tickets. Otherwise, we have C9 CLG tomorrow. Definitely a close match, as Impact has said.
Yeah.
Close match.
Yeah, no one know.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is going to move down to play Golden Guardians on Saturday. The loser of C9 and CLG will play on Sunday versus Evil Geniuses. That does it for us. Tomorrow, Jensen will be joining the broadcast for C9 versus CLG at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. Impact, Prince, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck the rest of the playoffs.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Bye.
Are kicking off some best of 5 action here today with FlyQuest and 100 Thieves going head to head. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe, and we are joined for this best of 5 bout by Courage himself, ready to join us for the TriCast.
Spica pops the ultimate. Nami wave in as well. Closer getting low. Does get the resurrect, as you mentioned. Plays in so well with Xin Zhao, but he does still go down to the damage of Vagar. That's first blood for FlyQuest. 2 now as well, as it all begins to fall apart for 100 Thieves.
Busio is killed, and Bjergsen falls back. He doesn't use the ultimate. He's still got it ready to go. Closer's here on the front line. Now he's going to be resurrected by Bjergsen, but it means double him. Has no way out. A double kill on Vikla. It's 3 dead bodies wearing 100 Thieves colors.
And it's going to be FlyQuest striking first here in our best of 5.
Closer's here in the middle, as Impact wants to tank up in the front. Spica's ready to follow it up here with a Cyclone. Closer's taking low, but he ain't going to be taken down. Finally falls over. Spica taking a lot of damage. Where's Prince at? Massive shockwave coming out of Bjergsen. A double kill, that going to double lift. And 100 Thieves just got 3. Vikla rides the wall, but he doesn't get a whole lot done with it. Double it now, popping the stasis. Beautifully done to drop some of the aggro, but he's still going to be caught and killed. Vikla grabbing the credit now, as Closer again looks for Prince. The shutdown on Bjergsen. 100 Thieves are dropping like flies. Impact going to be played back into the team. He's trying to survive. Vikla comes around from the side, and now Dylan's going to be jumped on yet again. He's already dead, and Bjergsen dies beside him. And it's all FlyQuest, ready to take this one all the way home.
Forget about my 100 Thieves allegiances. I just want more games of League of Legends, okay? So, come on, 100 Thieves! Give me something here to cheer for, please!
Spica's ready to chase, and 100 Thieves are on the run. Doublelift is still alive. They knock him out of the way of the Dark Ladder, and Ayla's going to be killed before anything. Prince jumps over the wall, but now he's going to be a target. FlyQuest have screwed this up, and 100 Thieves are fighting back beautifully. Nice shutdown on Prince. Flash charm coming out from Bjerg, but it only finds Ayla. It's not going to do enough. Impact off to the side, but Vikla goes after Doublelift, and he finds the shutdown. It's 2 kills over to FlyQuest, and they ain't done yet. Prince leads the charge. Everybody dies on 100 Thieves. It's a 5-0 ace, and it will end this game and end this series.
What is the highest AP ratio on a single ability in the game? What is the one stat that Hand of Baron buffs on melee, caster, and siege minions?
What?
It makes them purple!
The question is, how much damage will this Ezreal Q do to a Maokai?
You son of a...
Hello and welcome to Are You Smarter Than an LCS Analyst, an absolutely pointless game show where TSM will attempt to answer more questions correct than the LCS analysts. So the way this show is going to work, they will try to buzz in and get the correct answer after hearing the question. If they buzz first, they have to answer it alone. If they do not know the answer, it goes to the entire enemy team to try and answer together. If they don't get it, it will go back and forth until eventually one team gets it correct. Then go into the final round where they will be able to bet their points on a difficult final question.
Esports betting.
All right, sound
What
good?
do we get? What do we get?
There's absolutely no prize for this.
There's nothing for winning?
What? All right, first two contestants up to the podiums, please.
Sus? Oh, God.
Oh, that's why you wanted her to be on
I'm
the
ready
inside.
to sprint it. Okay.
All right, hands behind your back. Are you ready?
Sure.
What is Elise's move speed in spider form?
Can I call Boogie?
No, you cannot call a friend.
I got this one.
No, but I can't help you.
I know, but just
Or
do
you
it.
can't help
I got it in my head.
I have a cheat answer.
I will say that this is supposed to be the easiest questions.
Is there an hourglass?
Yeah, we're out.
On the count of three, you can press it and your team will help. I'll make up a new rule here. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, Emily wins.
All right,
team.
Go, go.
I don't think that's
340?
Wrong. To steal.
Can we guess 350?
Yeah, I want to see what you guess.
350?
All right, I'll start helping. Too low.
Oh my god.
Really?
355.
You got it!
We're so smart!
Let's go!
All right, next two up. All right, this one is even easier.
Even easier.
What? Turtle, hands behind your back. Cheater.
Oh, I didn't know. It was part of the game.
What is the cost of Bloodthirster?
3,100?
That's wrong.
Jat to steal?
They just dropped it down. I think it's 33.
I think 34.
You think it's 32?
I think it's 33.
I'm going 3,200 gold.
Correct!
Yes.
Point for You're an 80 carry!
I know. I'm sad.
Yeah! I don't think I've bought that item in 6 years.
I just bought that item today.
What is the Raptor Camp respawn timer?
Oh! Respawn?
You didn't press it, I guess. There you go. All right, go ahead.
215.
You got it right.
Let's go! All right.
That's 3-0.
Now I'm ready for the support question.
Okay, these next ones are worth 2 points each. Category is current season LCS stats.
Okay.
What is the highest presence champion in the LCS?
Sejuani.
Wrong.
What?
I know what it is!
I just
Don't
looked
say
it
it.
up
Oh, I will
before
say,
this.
sorry, this is my bad. This is from start of day.
I can talk to my team,
You
right?
can talk to your
Yeah.
team.
No!
I'm thinking it's maybe Vi. Wait, does
It's
that
like
include
with
ban?
the picked and banned.
Yeah, highest.
It's gotta be Ash.
What about Elise?
No, at least
At least wasn't
popular.
Ash.
Okay,
Let's go.
We're gonna go Ash.
Yeah, Ash.
It is Ash.
1 to 3 now, right?
It's 3-2, yes.
No, that was 2 points.
All right, next two up again. I think it's Turtle.
Think about it, Turtle. If they ask you what Gale Forces cost.
I will say, Turtle keeps lucking into questions that are good for him.
Oh no. That means it's not good for me.
All right. Who leads the LCS in kills?
Oh, we know this!
Prince.
Prince, correct.
Carry.
Sticks
I just got here.
See, the prep!
I would have
Yeah, that's true. I wasn't thinking. All right, so it is now 5-2.
Can this one be worth 3?
Come on, maybe. We'll see if you need help. Who has the most solo kills this split?
Wait, do you know that? Come on, Kobe. You got it.
Solo kills. His name is Solo, right? Solo kills.
I will give a hint. It will be a roll. All right, hands behind your back again in case. The roll is top lane. You're trying to bait him to press it?
I think I know it.
No, I don't. Is it Fudge?
No.
Tenacity.
It is Tenacity.
Really?
Redemption.
Damn, he has that many solo kills. How many does he have?
Yeah, he has 8.
That's true. He did get a lot in that one game.
All right, we're back to League of Legends facts.
Okay.
Wait, what are the points? Point check.
The point check should be 7-2 if I'm not
But
mistaken.
what are these worth now?
This is worth 2 again.
Oh, okay.
This is worth 5 now?
2. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What are the 4 items Lost Chapter builds into?
Leandries.
Okay.
Ludens. Everfrost.
Come on.
I have time, right? Let me think.
I'll give you 10 seconds.
What?
10.
Yeah, he can't get too long.
9.
Can I give him a hint like this?
All right, yeah, you got it. You cheater. We'll let it slide because you need help.
This isn't charades.
All right, get up, get up.
God.
It's 4 to 7 now.
Okay.
All right, here we go. What is the highest AP ratio on a single ability in the game?
Oh, this is a tricky one.
Ooh.
Chat was on the balance team.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Is it like total AP ratio after all the seconds have been combined?
Yes, it's total across the single ability cast. This will have the highest ratio at the end, assuming it did.
Is it an
maximum
ulti or
amount.
like a Q ability?
It's an ulti.
I'm gonna guess Rumble.
Wrong.
Oh, we have a chance on.
Oh,
He thinks he knows.
I think the way they worded it, it's just GPR, no?
This is assuming single target, assuming this is just hitting one person.
That must not be that.
Wait. I really think. Wait, why is it not biased?
Yeah, give me an answer. It's probably gonna be wrong.
Oh no. Okay, let me re-guess it. Syndra.
Wrong.
Okay, cool, go.
Back to the analyst.
Okay, we'll go with Victor.
Wrong. Was a champion that was played in your game that just happened.
Oh my God,
wait,
it's
okay.
Vel'Koz.
Is it? No, wait. Who was armor laner? Annie?
Who was I?
You're Caleb. She has a sick AP ratio, right?
It's gotta be Vel'Koz.
Vel'Koz, wrong.
Annie.
Correct.
What? You guys suck.
Yeah.
All right.
Kobe, you're up.
Yep.
Can it be for all the marbles then?
No, this is not the super hard one. This is the last of the rounds. But then you bet at the
like
end.
Jeopardy.
So it's what is it? 9 to 4, I think.
You're the scorekeeper.
What is the one stat that Hand of Baron buffs on melee, caster, and siege minions?
What?
What does that even mean?
One stat?
There's one stat that it buffs a lot of stats, but this is the stat that's shared across all 3 that gets buffed by this.
It's their size.
You know, it's actually not the worst guess. 2 out of 3.
Wait, can we say that? That's technically right now.
No, I'll be sorry. You didn't do that. I baited you.
It makes them purple.
No, goes to you guys.
Oh, no, I think it's MS. No.
No, it's not.
No, that's like fake.
It might be like HP. I don't know. No.
It does make them purple.
That's not a stat in the game.
Okay, armor.
No.
Consult Kobe.
What do you think?
I'll give a hint.
Reduced area of effect damage.
I mean, that's not a stat. That's an effect, though.
Okay. I'll give a hint after they get it.
Because you're right. But
Yeah.
oh,
We'll just go magic resist.
Wrong.
How would you go magic resist when you went armor? No way that's correct.
All right, here's a hint. The new champion, Melio, also buffs this stat.
Oh, it is range. It is range.
It's range?
Yes, it's range.
What? I knew it.
Why do you always give them the hint?
because they're losing, Kobe. He's trying to keep it close.
Okay.
Catch up XP.
All right, this is the final question. For this question, you will have 5 minutes to answer.
5 minutes.
So this is final round with betting.
Before I give you the question, it'll be open book in a sense. You can do whatever you want on the internet to answer. How much would you like to wager? It's 9 to 6 currently. You have to bet something.
How about like
We do this, and then on the next page we do this, and then we get it right or wrong.
No. We should go 4 because if we go 4 more 6, then we get past that.
Okay,
And
sure.
they go all in.
Okay, cool. Sure. He's watched Jeopardy.
Yeah.
If they're actually min-maxing it, they're going to bet 4. But even if they bet 4,
They're not. They're just gonna. They're not
gonna bet all of it.
They're not gonna bring back.
So let's just bet. That's enough.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, analysts go first. You guys are in the lead. What did you bet?
We've locked in our bet.
What is your bet?
2.999.
You had me whole numbers. I'm rounding up to 3. Whole numbers only, can't be 0.
Well, now that we know theirs,
like-
we would change
Well,
it.
no, they've already.
Yeah, you already wrote yours down.
No, wait. Show me what you wrote.
Well, we have options.
Wait, all right, that's your option. That's the first one I saw.
If we get it wrong, we would like to go with this.
No, I saw 4. You're betting 4.
That's what they're betting for.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah.
You guys
I
ready?
wasn't
So
giving
we're up
them
2.
enough
We bet 2.
credit.
Okay.
All right, you guys ready to hear? You'll have
Yeah.
5 minutes to answer this question. There are 2 screenshots that you can pull up on these laptops. The question is, how much damage will this Ezreal Q do to a Maokai?
Can you get the exact amount?
And you can pull up internet to look up
God.
the damage ratios.
You son of a.
All right, we're starting the timer. 5 minutes.
He's not even telling us what the armor is, so we have to math out the armor.
Oh my God. Okay.
And then you also have to math out all of
We
Ezreal's
just
stats.
because we just even know his base armor.
You can use the internet. It's open book. You can do whatever you want.
Oh,
for
we
math.
can look Maokai's base armor.
I'll just give you the stats, okay?
I can go off feeling, like.
Turtle's just gonna feel the damage.
If you guys get it wrong and they get it wrong, whoever's closer gets the points.
Okay.
Do these have internet?
Can you guys hush down a little bit?
That's so hard to actually do all the math.
You used to be able to do it by level, but you can't
Yeah.
anymore.
I mean, if these have internet, we can go in the practice tool.
But then you can't level up that fast.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you can go to practice tool, get the items on Ezreal, know what his base armor is, and then just hit the dummy.
Yeah, set it to that.
Do it.
Yeah.
You can look up calculators. Trust me, they're not very helpful.
Because you said that, I think we just go based off my feeling again.
We got 2 minutes left. So 9. We're doing rough math.
Yeah.
What's 15 in?
1580, yeah.
You know what's so funny? We're gonna do all this, and then at the very end, Charles is gonna be like, it's gonna be like 255, and then we'll make that our answer. We'll get it right.
90 seconds.
What? We haven't even thought about Maokai yet.
Bone plating will do 45. Just like we're gonna have to guess anyway. So just put minus 45 damage.
It's 1 minute.
Okay, his armor. 39 plus 5.2 times 9, right? He was level 9?
Yeah.
Just look up Law Wiki Ezreal.
130% AD.
30 seconds.
Can we get in game real quick?
Yeah, actually,
Wait, is League on
we could have
this PC?
downloaded League of Legends and done this.
10 seconds. 9, 8,
I think
7,
we do-
6,
We're just gonna bowl.
5,
What do you want?
What's your feel
What do you
like?
feel like?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay, write down an answer and you'll have to show it. On the count of 3, I want you to hold them up to your cameras and then say what you
Let's see if their feelings closer than ours.
All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. 200, 245. The answer is 118.
No!
I knew it! Yeah!
We're not even close.
Yeah, no.
The Maokai had bone plating.
Bone plating reduces 45.
Yeah.
He's got a good amount of armor.
We barely got Maokai's armor.
All right, handshakes all around. Final score is 12-6 to the LCS analysts in what is the most ridiculous game show ever made. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you next time.
Spica pops the ultimate. Nami wave in as well. Closer getting low. Does get the resurrect, as you mentioned. Plays in so well with Xin Zhao, but he does still go down to the damage of Veigar. That's first blood for FlyQuest. 2 now as well, as it all begins to fall apart for 100 Thieves.
The Scion could still be a viable target here. They are going to focus them and look to take him down, but the dead body's going to come back to life and look to get something back. Busio is killed, and Bjergsen falls back. He doesn't use the ultimate. He's still got it ready to go. Closer's here on the front line. Now he's going to be resurrected by Bjergsen, but it means double-lift has no way out. A double kill on Vikla. It's 3 dead bodies wearing 100 Thieves colors.
It looked like FlyQuest wants to give up this turret as the engage comes in from Impact. Teleport behind the 100 Thieves members. It's Vikla on the back find. He says hello and goodbye to double-lift. Bjergsen goes down as well. He will have the ultimate, but that does not matter. Closer trying to just get out the lantern to safety. Tenacity now stuck in the cage as well. Oh, it looks like it's all but over right now. As also, there's one more. Ultimate has to be used by Bjergsen. They're going to march right on down. This looks like it's going to be game number 1 for FlyQuest. Let's talk about a miracle. 1 versus 5 for double-lift. It don't matter how many playoffs he's been in. He's not stopping that. FlyQuest with the ace, and it's going to be FlyQuest striking first here in our best of 5.
Closer's here in the middle, as Impact wants to tank up in the front. Spica's ready to follow it up here with a Cyclone. Closer's taking low, but he ain't gonna be taken down. Finally falls over. Spica taking a lot of damage. Where's Prince at? Massive shockwave coming out of Bjergsen. A double kill back on a double lift. And 100 Thieves just got 3. FlyQuest is ready to go. Spica wants the flank, but this time he's gonna be flayed back. He looks for double up. Cyclone 2 hits him, but a nice death sentence from Busio. He's hitting these all over the place. In game number 2, Busio sets him up for double up to knock him down. But it's already secured by the side of 100 Thieves. Spica jumps over the wall. Cyclone onto 4. But where's the follow-up? Where's the damage? It's nowhere to be found just yet. Oh, Impact in. He shuts down double up, and Prince gets back over the wall. Closer wants to finish him off. Both AD carries are dead. As Vikla and Ayla try to survive the Xin Zhao, but it will not be done. 100 Thieves has the money, and they'll beat FlyQuest to death with it. Vikla rides the wall, but he doesn't get a whole lot done with it. Double it now, popping the stasis. Beautifully done to drop some of the aggro, but he's still going to be caught and killed. Vikla grabbing the credit now. As Closer again looks for Prince. The shutdown on Bjergsen. 100 Thieves are dropping like flies. Tenacity tries to survive, and Closer's gonna lose his Guardian Angel. A double kill back over to Impact, as Tenacity's dead body will be no more than just that. Closer goes right back in. It's a 5-for-0 ace. Impact gonna be played back into the team. He's trying to survive. Vikla comes around from the side, and now Dylan's gonna be jumped on yet again. He's already dead, and Bjergsen dies beside him. 100 Thieves drove the car for so long in this game, but it has crashed, and it's all FlyQuest ready to take this one all the way home. They're gonna look for more. Ayla has no summoner spells. Vikla just had to pop his second one. FlyQuest is absolutely screwing around. and 100 Thieves is not going to let him do it. Speaker's ready to chase, and 100 Thieves are on the run. Double-Lift is still alive. They knock him out of the way of the Dark Ladder, and Ayla's going to be killed before anything. Prince jumps over the wall, but now he's going to be a target. FlyQuest have screwed this up, and 100 Thieves are fighting back beautifully. Nice shutdown on Prince. Prince is coming in over the wall. They're seeing if they might be able to do a little bit more. His closer's going to be polymorphed. He's in a little bit of danger. His Impact and Prince want to deal with everybody else, but Double-Lift's got this shut down, and now he's trying to deal with Prince. Dickless coming in to back him up. Prince is killed. What in the world is he doing? Double-Lift trying to get back away as Spica looks for something else.
I have a cage now. I have a cage.
I have a good angle too. Just chunk. Wukong want. Yeah. They are TP.
Slowly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's in one shot.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Don't know.
No, we can. I have a cash.
Okay.
Oh, Jinx. Jinx. I cannot go Jinx right now.
Yeah, we keep going. Keep going.
Jinx no flash. Slowly. Go Nash.
The burst is coming out. They fire the Spire plant over the wall, but Closer's not able to close any distance. Flash charm coming out from Bjerg, but it only finds Ayla. It's not going to do enough. Impact off to the side, but Vikla goes after Double-Lift, and he finds the shutdown. It's 2 kills over to FlyQuest, and they ain't done yet. Prince leads the charge. Everybody dies on 100 Thieves. It's a 5-0 ace, and it will end this game and end this series. FlyQuest may have stumbled at the end of Spring Split, but they're back in form, they're locked and loaded, and they make an example out of 100 Thieves.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and bring Prince and Impact in now.
Get on in here.
Verizon post-game interview with these two guys after dominating that series.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you. So how does it feel now that you got your first playoff win as a team? Were you guys nervous at all?
I'm not nervous. What about you?
I didn't too, but our support a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Also, when we come stadium, I sing music very loudly.
That sounds like confidence. Did you guys expect to come in this strongly? Like a 3-0 finish to me, especially with how 100 Thieves is ramping in the playoffs, I was shocked by that.
I mean, to me, kind of 100 is overrated about like lane sub situation. They keep using Jinx, they lane push and keep lane sub. So if you don't know what to do, then you're gonna lose more, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think second game is good example. We lost too much. Then, I mean, but they're one trick about that. So, and we won, and we think if they do again, just keep doing that. Anyway, I think we're gonna win. So, because we are player is better.
Yeah. Prince, how did it feel to beat Double-Lift? Did you feel bad because you're his son of Double-Lift, but you kill him in playoffs?
Before match, some reviewers said, "Oh, take picture with Prince," but he said no. So, he's very serious. I think he's very serious today. But after match, after three game, and he just smiled to me, and I said, "Oh, I wish you see you again."
Nice.
Oh, nice.
That's really nice.
So I have to bring up predictions from the start of the day.
Bring it up.
Raz,
Bring it
One
up.
of us didn't believe in you.
Oh, God, guys.
Do you have anything to say to Raz?
Are you playing League of Legends?
So I will say the fans, it was like even voting.
Yeah.
Because 100 Thieves did very good. You guys, people thought end of season you were struggling more. Did you still have confidence going to postseason? Like, do you still think your title contenders, favorites to win, maybe?
I'm not sure. I think we need to play against C9 first next week. Oh shit. Yeah. Okay.
CLG, what do you say?
Okay. High chance C9 come. So I just guessed that C9 come. Then I can say that I get confident. But against 100T, I mean, I get feel confident because the top liner is like kind of rookie and doesn't know matchup. I mean, today, especially when he plays Cho'Gath and the Gragas, he go Comet, and I think, nah, this is, I'm not getting nervous because I saw Rune. I just click tab and I'm not getting nervous, of course, because too easy matchup. Anyway, I think we have a confidence to ourselves, and we just need to more learn about detail, wise, because I think today's game was kind of good or kind of bad, half-half.
Early game bad.
Yeah. When I'm the third game, when we lose direct fight, I got shocked Guys, is this game free? If we just get header from ranked prior and just play through, we win, and we say, we should win. And like, okay, it's fine, just move on. But yeah, when you pick that kind of problem, then I think we get pretty confident and be led to against winner.
C9.
Yeah.
No.
Especially in game 2, it was super important, but you also took it in game 3. I forget about game 1. I want to ask you about Anathema's change and kind of your role as a top laner, knowing how 100 Thieves play, knowing that they're going to keep double lift on the Jinx or hyper carry. How did you approach knowing that, like, at all costs, you're going to go in and kill double lift?
That's only hope. The second game, we keep saying that we should kill Jinx, but how? I'm thinking, okay, I need a Q flash, or just we need to go in somehow to kill Jinx. And we just keep talking about how we can flank and how we can look angry, because we have a chance to win that game because they, what's that team called? Thresh, Jinx, Sion, what's the jungle? Jinzhao, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking the top side is weak later. Sion doesn't have that protect teammate.
Yeah.
And Jinzhao doesn't help. I can help with it, I guess, but I think CLG doesn't think it that way to ulti to push the team Wukong or then K'Sante. So I'm thinking, we can win that, you know? And yeah, and somehow we got it to end Baron side. And like, wow, actually we can win. And Speaker exciting too much. And I remember he go alone to go, when the enemy hit poster, he exciting he go alone and he die. I said, please go together or we're gonna lose. And he said, oh, maybe. But yeah, that's how we won there, I think. We just talk about how we can flank or how we can look at the back line more.
That makes sense. And a question that I have is mostly just like on the improvements that you guys have made from like later on in the split. I know you guys were saying that you guys felt like you guys were playing worse in comparison to the beginning of this split, right? But then from that point till now, just it feels like stomping 100 Thieves in a 3-0 finish. What do you guys, like both of you guys, feel that really like felt that? What was the biggest improvement?
From what? Like
from like regular season when you guys were starting to lose a little bit more. Like, is it discipline? Because you guys were talking a lot about like scrims not looking good.
I think meta change is big too.
Yeah.
It's now it's kind of like AD jungle meta. I mean, we played Maokai, but still like AD jungle kind of matter. Like before was like Maokai, Sejuani, so it's kind of easy to tracking enemy jungle and play to bot side, you know? If your city level doesn't come bottom is like, and it's over, right?
Yeah.
Jerry Lucian matter.
Yeah.
So that's why we can play the bot side and play too easy because Prince is pretty good about that.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, but after that, now after jungle change, you have so many options. Now mid is strong. I'm not sure actually top is strong, but still, you can choose that like Jax or Gwen this kind of champ to steer. So you have more options. That's why I think we getting confused to watch our look. You know, example like our bottom doesn't know when jungle going to top side mid side before, but now they play safe and they know limit. That's why I think now looks better than before.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Prince, with this win, you're going to North Carolina for finals weekend, maybe third, fourth, maybe finals. Are you excited to play in front of North American crowd, the whole fans, like in a big stadium? Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I didn't play with big stadium and too many fans, so many players say if you go Worlds or World Series, when you play, too many people shouting to you.
Yeah,
really,
the stadium shakes and
really awesome experience. So I wanna feel that.
All right, cool. Good. I'm excited because if you're a fan, you can go buy your tickets now to see Prince in person. Everyone can go try and get a picture, autograph.
Who do you guys think is going to be player of the series from your team? Who do you guys think deserves it?
Everybody some point int. So I was no clue because last game I think big club flavor.
Yes.
But second game I think me and
Monkey.
Yeah, no. Speaker flavor. I think.
Yeah.
That's the plank. And first game.
So it's the monkey that wins.
Oh my God. He int. That's right.
Hey, you said everyone inted.
Yeah, but the first. Actually, I don't remember first game.
He was Wukong again.
Yeah, you did that Sion level.
No, that's Sion gap.
That's you?
No, that invade gap and make the change the jungle cannot play game.
Yeah.
But Okay, I understand.
Prince, do you agree with this player of the series? Do you think he deserves it?
Oh, sure.
There you go. That's a thumbs up.
Yeah, Spica had a pretty good game. I thought a lot of bans in the jungle was interesting, forcing.
Oh, because I think Closer want Oris Mac play to early game much.
Yeah.
That's how they started, can make them time for 30-minute, 40-minute game.
Yeah.
So that's why we just banned that, because if we ban that, they cannot make their longer game, They can close the game early.
And I would like to say, because he played really well, but I think you guys as a team played really well in being able to. You mentioned how Closer wasn't using Xin Zhao to basically defend you guys flanking, but you guys did that a lot. So I know that Spica ended up getting the win here, but I felt like your team fights were just really good this series. Do you guys think that this is the team fight you guys see in scrims? Is this a team fight that we haven't really seen on stage, or you guys feel like you guys improved at that?
We just surrender people to anyway.
You guys are FF team?
Yeah. No. Actually,
run mid and FF.
But it's not like this long game normally. People. Yeah, not like this, but I don't know. Our team play well. They're in serious.
Yeah.
But they understand their job. If you understand what you can do in the team fight, that's if by people need understand, then should be good team fighter.
Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Cool, thank you. So let's go ahead and pull up the bracket now to take a look at the rest of playoffs. FlyQuest moving on to the winners match. Even if they lose that game, they'll be playing in the winners finals. That's why they are in Raleigh locked in. So if you want to see them, go ahead and buy those tickets. Otherwise, we have C9 CLG tomorrow. Definitely a close match, as Impact has said.
Yeah.
Close match.
Yeah, no one know.
Yeah, 100 Thieves is going to move down to play Golden Guardians on Saturday. The loser of C9 and CLG will play on Sunday versus Evil Geniuses. That does it for us. Tomorrow, Jensen will be joining the broadcast for C9 versus CLG at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. Impact, Prince, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck with the rest of the playoffs.
Thanks so much.
All right.
Bye.
Are kicking off some best-of-5 action here today with FlyQuest and 100 Thieves going head-to-head. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe, and we are joined for this best-of-5 bout by Courage himself, ready to join us for the TriCast.
Spica pops the ultimate. Nami wave in as well. Closer getting low. Does get the resurrect, as you mentioned. Plays in so well with Xin Zhao, but he does still go down to the damage of Vhagar. That's first blood for FlyQuest. 2 now as well, as it all begins to fall apart for 100 Thieves.
Fusio is killed, and Bjergsen falls back. He doesn't use the ultimate. He's still got it ready to go. Closer's here on the front line. Now he's going to be resurrected by Bjergsen, but it means double him. Has no way out. A double kill on Vikla. It's 3 dead bodies wearing 100 Thieves colors.
And it's going to be FlyQuest striking first here in our best-of-5.
Closer's here in the middle, as Impact wants to tank up in the front. Spica's ready to follow it up here with a Cyclone. Closer's taking low, but he ain't going to be taken down. Finally falls over. Spica taking a lot of damage. Where's Prince at? Massive shockwave coming out of Bjergsen. A double kill, that going to double lift. And 100 Thieves just got 3. Vikla rides the wall, but he doesn't get a whole lot done with it. Double it now, hopping the stasis. Beautifully done to drop some of the aggro, but he's still going to be caught and killed. Vikla grabbing the credit now, as Closer again looks for Prince. The shutdown on Bjergsen. 100 Thieves are dropping like flies. Impact going to be played back into the team. He's trying to survive. Vikla comes around from the side, and now Dylan's going to be jumped on yet again. He's already dead, and Bjergsen dies beside him. And it's all FlyQuest ready to take this one all the way home.
Forget about my 100 Thieves allegiances. I just want more games of League of Legends, okay? So, come on, 100 Thieves! Give me something here to cheer for, please!
Spica's ready to chase, and 100 Thieves are on the run. Doublelift is still alive. They knock him out of the way of the Dark Ladder, and Ayla's going to be killed before anything. Prince jumps over the wall, but now he's going to be a target. FlyQuest have screwed this up, and 100 Thieves are fighting back beautifully. Nice shutdown on Prince. Flash charm coming out from Bjerg, but it only finds Ayla. It's not going to do enough. Impact off to the side, but Vikla goes after Doublelift, and he finds the shutdown. It's 2 kills over to FlyQuest, and they ain't done yet. Prince leads the charge. Everybody dies on 100 Thieves. It's a 5-0 ace, and it will end this game and end this series.
LCS waiting room and stylings by Raz. Did those go out?
Stylings by Raz.
Yeah,
The-
Raz
the
was singing up a storm.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
He is always singing or making some sort of noise before the camera comes on.
Yes, maybe a little bit. If there's a lot of talking happening, I'm just gonna start screaming.
We will be joined by Jensen shortly, but first, let's talk about yesterday.
Ooh.
Some surprises, some not so surprised.
Yeah.
Jet, you were the only one that predicted the Fly 3-0.
Yeah.
I thought Fly would win, but I thought it'd be a lot messier, a lot more like what the entirety of Game 2 looked like.
Yeah, and to be fair, Game 2 did look like it should have been a 100 Thieves win if
Yes.
if FlyQuest wasn't able to just consistently find perfect flanks on a double if really fed Jinx. But it definitely felt like that 100 Thieves in all 3 games really just wanted double lift to carry, and then in all 3 games, Impact really wanted to just buy Anathemas.
Yep.
And that solved that, and so FlyQuest win all 3 games.
Every fight, I know this was the first fight where it kind of felt like it was happening, but like there was a Wukong in the back line, so congratulations for Speaker for the player of the series for that moment, multiple moments. And then there was, yes, you're right, his Cassante that was kind of constantly doing it. Vikla was a constant as well in finding flanks. And the funniest one was there was a Rift Herald fight where then you see Prince going in on the flank as Zeri. So I was like, okay, so the back line is just never protected.
Yeah, I mean, Impact even said, he's like, we knew going in, they play this one style, they need double lift to carry. And yeah, like you said, Jet, his response was Anathemas. They made sure that they could get on top of him in a lot of these team fights. And I've been pretty critical of FlyQuest's team fighting, not in the execution necessarily, but in their setups and when they choose to fight. And I thought that did look a lot better in this series.
Yeah, the Prince double lift tweet. Yes, I'm winning.
It's just a return to form too. I know asking a lot of players about who they expected to move on. A lot of people were starting to say 100 Thieves because of the huge upswing that they were having at the end of the regular season, and that FlyQuest was starting to falter. And it feels like every time playoffs rolls through, something changes. And it feels like FlyQuest specifically are a team that suddenly you have to fully respect going into the next round. So I'm excited to see who meets them.
Yeah, and if you are excited, did you know that we're officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina, April 8th and 9th. So if you, like Raz, are super excited about FlyQuest win yesterday, they have already locked in their trip to Finals weekend. And if you are a fan, you can head over to Ticketmaster.com right now to get your tickets to Finals before they are all gone.
True.
So we have a little bet that happened between us and a member of the community, LCS superfan Numi. She's also a member of the NA Men podcast.
Oh, yes.
That CLG would finish 3rd overall. Now, if you remember, this was my 10%.
3rd.
In my 90-50-10.
Yeah.
But it was just for the first half of the split. She bet that it was going to be for the entirety of the split. So let's cue up that little clip to see what she has to do.
She's a big, like, active community member and, like, does the NA Men podcast and stuff like that. She should put her own money where her mouth is and do a hot pepper bet that they're top 3.
True.
I'll be on the far side if anyone wants to join me.
I'll take it.
Jat and I will eat a hot pepper if you're right, Numi. And if you're wrong, you do it. You can guess on the analyst.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Top 3!
Close.
Honestly, I made this bet I made a very similar bet last split, and I just decided if I could do it again for spring and see what happens.
Did you win that bet?
I unfortunately did not. However, I was very close.
Okay.
A risk taker. We like it. Well, here is Mark out to bring...
Mark will be casting today, which is why he
Yeah.
hasn't been on the waiting room.
Pick whichever you like.
The smallest one, preferably.
Yeah, you take one.
I don't know, the smallest ones pack the biggest punch.
You never know, actually. If it's
Yeah,
bigger,
you
then it's less
actually
costly.
really
There's
don't
milk
know.
here if you need
Okay,
it, and there's
sweet.
more off-site if
Will do.
Raz can grab that one.
So, Mark, it was just you and me that were on the line. Raz and Emily didn't even...
I would
do
have
the hot
eaten
pepper.
one.
Oh, you
I ate one last time.
If I wasn't casting, I'd eat one right now, too.
Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Just to
nice
get it on.
excuse.
Well, you're a coward. You
I mean, you're not casting for 24 minutes, Mark.
Why should I do it?
Raz was one of
go for
you.
it.
Where's Buffalo's left?
Okay, let's see.
Oh, this is going to be painful. I already
Yeah.
have the milk ready for you.
Yeah, so tell me, how is CLG going to perform in today's series?
You caught me mid-swallow, unfortunately. No.
Water too.
Actually, I will take a sip of this first, actually.
Okay.
Okay. Is it hitting already?
Oh, that's a fast one.
Raz, I have to say she's handling this a lot better than you.
Oh, look, there was an initial like 10 seconds where I thought I was in the clear. All right, I'm just putting this out there. It hits a little later than you think.
So what are CLG's biggest strengths?
I really like how scrappy they are as a team. I usually think that when
Your face is starting to red.
Yeah, well. I think that they're usually one of the first few teams that jump ahead on the meta. So last split with this roster, they jumped ahead on Enchanter bot lane, which I thought was really interesting during week 1 and week 2. And specifically for this split, they also jumped on Asol after the rework as well. So I think one of their strengths is definitely like playing to the meta or being ahead of the meta as opposed to other teams. And honestly, like we've been talking about, they're kind of a really scrappy team. I like how they take a lot of risks, specifically contracts. Did a really good job in the last game.
Yeah.
Like honestly, that C9 like CLG game, contracts just killed it, right? So I think one of their strengths is what they're going to do today's game is honestly just beat C9 at their own game, right? They know what they're doing and they're confident and they're willing to move forward.
This is impressive.
You
Your
are
voice
crushing it.
is staying the
Raz,
same, but I can see your eyes just getting more and more watery, so it's hitting.
Oh yeah, I'm struggling now. I'm not really good with spicy things. I'm struggling, but
No, you're handling it like a pro, honestly.
That's insane.
Yeah,
What the
congratulations.
hell? What do they put in those things? Can I have a pepper? Can you throw me one?
I would like to
Raz,
challenge
they're
you.
right there if you want.
Oh, okay, I didn't see them.
Go
Look,
for
if
it.
it's just that easy.
I took a smaller one,
God,
so.
no.
If it's just that easy, do the whole thing.
Yeah, if it's just that easy.
Just throw it
God,
back.
maybe I need.
All right.
I'm a little sweaty now.
Just go for it.
Oh
my God.
So bad with the
Wow.
last time.
Oh God, this is gonna be interesting. Well,
Oh, milk.
thank you
Me
so
and Barry
much.
the milk, I'd appreciate it. Somebody.
Thank you so much, Yumi, for joining us and delivering on the bet. All the best to CLG against C9 today. And both teams know that a win guarantees them a spot in Raleigh for the spring final. So let's listen to their take on it.
Feeling good about playoffs. I think we really made a resurgence in the last couple of weeks to get to top 4 at the end. So feeling confident and playing in the stadium is my goal. So win one best of 5 and we're already there. So I'm really excited for that.
My first time playoffs, and I'm wondering of semi-final and final because I heard there are like 10K crowds. So yeah, because of that, I'm pretty excited to play playoffs.
Why did I even do
And now-
this?
Yo, why did you do this, Raz?
I'm like shaking.
Raz won the bet and did this to himself. We are now joined by Jensen.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. How have you been?
You want a pepper? I'm not here. You can bring it over.
I think I'm good for now, but I think I'm as good as someone who couldn't make playoffs.
Well, you made it here.
Raz is just dead.
Yeah, I know. I'm.
So it's just
I'm
the
a
three of
little
us.
concerned.
It's just the 3 of us?
Yeah, you guys got this.
You have tears rolling.
What the hell? What did we give her?
I don't know. She crushed it, and you are struggling a little bit. While we wait
I love milk.
for Raz, Numi did talk a little bit about contracts and what a good game he had. So in that single game that they did win against C9, because I think we all know this is going to be a pretty, or in my opinion, it's going to be an uphill battle for CLG, right?
Yep.
So I did want to go over
We can see.
some of the. This is not the clip I need here.
Clip selector.
Let's see. All right. So we're going to go through Contract's first initial early path. You see that he gets spotted out by the Ashe here. And I wanted to reiterate just how strong of an early game he did manage to have. He clears his entire bot side camps and then actually takes this path here. Right here, it's actually crucial to note that M&S does not actually see him as he's pathing up here. And he comes up to top lane. It was really interesting to hear him talk about this because basically he said a lot of people make the assumption that you can't gank top if it's like a tank v tank matchup or if it's a little bit more boring. He actually said he remembers hearing so many times like, oh no, you can actually take these matchups, sets Dokla ahead, and then he's gonna go through the rest of his camps here.
Saw him that time.
Yeah, they did. But he's gonna be up here while, if you notice, Blabber is, oh, that was
big
way
circle.
too big, yeah.
whole
But is down in the brush, so they basically trade birds, and Blabber is gonna come in here first. Palafox flashes out, but Contrax is right here to respond because they did trade, so it's a good response from Blabber, but another counter response from Contrax. So he ends up getting those 2 kills right off the bat. Is then gonna go through, I think, the other really important, he's gonna go through his top side of the map now. The other really important thing here to note is that C9's lanes are pushing really hard. So obviously they have bot side control. Blabber is gonna start up Drake. They're gonna have mid, and then the only lane that CLG has is that top side, and that's actually gonna become really important when Sion makes a roam down. C9 has a perfect setup on Drake, and Contrax ends up stealing it, which is very lucky because C9 actually has Drake stacking here. And then this is what I was talking about with the lane prio in response. After Sion is able to push that up, he actually roams down to join Palafox to get this second kill onto M&S. I just thought it was a really good, well-coordinated game, obviously set up by Contrax initially, but if you're going to be going up against C9, the best early game team in the league, I do think you need to have some sort of strategy like this where you are, you know, skipping camps to kind of cheese gang top like that, or setting up a lot of things early, because C9 is just so formidable in the early stages of the game. And even there, we could see Blabber did have actually a really good response around his lanes to what was happening.
Yeah, and I know, Jensen, you were actually talking about that exact game earlier in the day. What was your read on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Contrax as a player is very interesting to watch. He's a big coin flipper, I would say. Some games he gets off to a really hot start, other times quite the opposite. And I think this is exactly what CLG needs to be able to beat C9 today. You know, Contrax works really well in the early game if he gets off on the right foot, which I hope he does, so we can have a good series on our hand. But yeah, it's been fun to watch him.
Yeah, and one other thing I wanted to ask you, this is a little bit more general, but you obviously won the whole split with Cloud9 last year.
Yeah.
And they're now the first place team. So it's yet to be seen, actually, if you don't need to comment if they're better or worse last year or this year, but how
they're worse.
How different are they? Like, what do you see anything that they're doing differently than they were doing when you were on the team?
Yeah, I think the 4 other players are playing a lot better now than they did last year. No, but on a serious note, I think M&S plays a lot more aggressive mid lane than I did. He takes a lot more risks. So I think the way they're playing is a bit more around mid lane now. As you saw in the last clip, M&S dies quite a bit sometimes. So I think they have to play around him a bit more than they did with me, where I think I'm more flexible in the sense that, like, I'm okay with like playing some losing matchups here and there, where M&S, he likes to play in the enemy mid laner's face. So I think their style is much more pressure mid lane now than it was last year.
All right, thanks for that. I also had a little bit of research I did on Cloud9 and CLG, and this was more of a point about how consistently good C9 has actually been all the way since 2013. So if you look at this graph over there, Cloud9's the blue one, CLG is the white, and it's basically their standings from 1 to 10 at the end of the regular season. So you can see there's only that one dip where C9 actually still managed to make it into the World Championship through the gauntlet.
Oh, I remember that!
Yeah,
Really?
so is Jensen.
2018 summer hits, they're always towards the top. And then I just think it's interesting to look at because you see CLG was so strong for so many years and has really only recently recovered from that, you know, horrendous 2020 to 2021 stretch.
Yeah, and I mean, it just took, because initially last spring, they weren't doing so hot either. It kind of took bringing Doka in to the top lane to kind of round out that roster and have this two-pronged attack between their solo laners and then a solid carry and Luger in the bot lane.
And it just feels so good to have that brand of CLG back successful again. Because me, when I started watching the league, I was actually just a CLG fan. Like, a lot of it was based off of like, oh, Hotshot GG, like Chowster, like Double-Lift, or like they had a lot of top laners, obviously.
How are you doing with the spice, by the way? I'm
much better now. Obviously, everything is still burning, but I can talk. So that's good. Wow. So it's nice to have that brand back so you can actually now dip into the history of the team when they're back successful again. And you kind of feel the gravitas of their successes. Like the players kind of know the value, or at least like how strong the brand is, where in the past when they've been losing a lot, you know, there's not much to really talk about. So I think it does a lot of good. It's nice to see new faces, strong coaching staff, a lot of it that's brought them to where they are now with consistent rosters. So I love the comparison between C9 and CLG for that reason.
All right. I also have jazz stats.
Okay,
But
I like
yesterday,
this.
Mark flamed me for not having an intro, so I've spiced up the intro a little bit.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see it. What's in it for jazz stats? I have music and stuff. Come on.
This is awful.
Amazing. I can feel the effort that was put into this.
Yeah, that's it. That's the whole intro. It'll be better tomorrow. You need a place to grow. I can't go to 10 right away.
Nothing was better.
Yeah, it's going to improve. Okay, we have Jensen here. It's C9 versus CLG. All of these are going to be related to either C9 or CLG. So did you know that C9 has had 9 different mid laners start in their history?
Oh.
Okay.
Really?
9 different mid lane names. There's Incarnation, Jensen, Golden Glue, Niski, Perks, Fudge, Diplex, M&S, and High, obviously. So of these 9 mid laners, who has averaged the most kills per game in a C9 uniform?
Kills per game.
Over the course of a split, or
No, just in any time.
historically?
It's their total C9 average.
Okay, it has to be M&S.
The most?
You used a very specific kills per game?
Kills per game.
That's M&S.
Okay, Raz says M&S. Emily?
Small. I am also thinking you go into a small sample size.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember if Fudge had a lot of kills. It feels like he didn't because he was playing a lot more supportive mids. So it's probably Diplex or M&S. I'll go Diplex to split the difference. Just because
Jensen, what do
whenever you look at like super insane stats, the less time, the more ridiculous they are.
Okay.
I think this is a tough one. My heart says Jensen, but I feel like it's not going to be him.
Why wouldn't it be you?
I mean, you have a fair point. It should.
Is it Incarnation instead? Let's check this out. No one got it, actually, except for Jensen.
Huh?
The answer is Jensen.
Okay,
the
nice.
least is M&S. You know who's second place?
Incarnation.
Incarnation.
That's
They're
crazy.
the top 2 of every mid laner for C9.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, M&S is actually
Congrats.
the lowest. So that's part of it. He only has 26 kills in 10 games, so 2.6 kills per game.
All right.
Jensen, you're up at 4.5.
Wow.
Just so you know.
Not bad.
Next question, still about the C9 mid laner's history. We're talking about solo kills per game. Most and least.
Most and least.
Yeah.
Least, I think, is Fudge, because he's playing
Okay.
supportive, but also he's learning the role.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Same.
All right, most.
Solo kills, huh?
Most solo kills.
Per game.
Okay, I'm gonna say M&S again.
Okay.
One of these names has to
He
be
has the
M&S.
lowest kills, but you think he has the most solo kills?
I don't think M&S has the most.
You said
solo
per
kills.
game,
Per
too.
game. Yeah.
I think it's M&S as well.
There it is.
Really? Wow. Okay.
I mean, that's it. You need it is M&S, correct.
Wow.
Least is Golden Glue.
All right.
But second and third most least was Jensen and Incarnation.
Yeah.
So this is where the small sample
Scaling.
size comes in. Okay.
He doesn't kill people. You didn't kill people in lane, but you always kill people.
I'll outscale him.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah, he has a lot of kills to catch up. Okay, more towards the rest of the matchup. So who in the game today has the highest death percentage for their team? Do you know what death percentage is, Jensen? It's just percentage of your team's deaths.
I would say, yeah.
Oh my God, I know this
This has
one.
to be
I think-
M&S. Just because of last week.
Who has the highest death percentage?
It could be CLG or C9, right?
Whole
Yeah,
split?
it could. Yeah, whole split. In the games that they have played, obviously.
I'm gonna go Blabber. Because he's like, M&S just hasn't had that many
That's a good guess.
games.
Yeah.
Emily?
I'm gonna go Poom
Okay.
from CLG.
Really good answers.
Oh, God, I thought we were
Let's
still
reveal
talking
it.
about C9.
Let's reveal it. It could be CLG as well. Let's roll it.
Let's roll it.
Roll
I
the
messed up. I should have said CLG.
It is
M&S
M&S.
again.
Blabber was close.
Yeah.
Blabber was like 26, Joklo was like 25.
Okay.
So it was really close. It's crazy that over 50% of their deaths are Blabber and M&S. It's because Berserker never dies. He has like 18 deaths.
Yeah, I was gonna say
True.
Fudge doesn't die that often. Berserker
Okay.
doesn't die that often. Sven doesn't die that often.
Which player leads these two teams in damage percentage? The percentage of their team's damage.
Oh, this can't be a C9.
It's been an 80 carry meta, right? Mid
They
laners
have
do
too many
pump out
carries
damage
on that
though.
team.
You don't think it could be Berserker?
I was thinking about that, but it feels like
Potential MVP.
there are too many
Berserker.
carry players. It's either Jace Fiora top lane or M&S playing. I feel like there's too many
Damage percent.
players pumping damage on that team.
All
Because I feel like
I said
it's
these
not
reasons. I
Luger.
need to give you a hint. all of you guys
Yes.
think this player is better than the community thinks this player is.
Palafox.
Bam!
Yeah, that's it.
That would
Palafox.
maybe too good of a hint, but I would.
I was wondering if the
We had
ASOL
to get
damage
something.
would just skyrocket his damage share.
I
because
think that's what happened.
A lot of times, Luger has played like a Kalista or something, right? Not like a more
Yeah, the Seraphine
traditional
game
kind of
too.
hyper carry.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about the Seraphine game.
Anyway, congrats, Jensen, on having all those C9 records.
True.
Yeah.
I'm the real winner here.
Incarnation
True.
is a little slack.
Yeah,
but
actually, you won the game and you're the subject.
I did
matter of
find
the
it
game.
really interesting how, like, just the stats tool I had wasn't grouping Jensen and Incarnation together, how similar the stats were.
Yeah, it's almost like it's the same player.
It's the same person, but it was like 9 years ago, and it's like,
Yeah.
well, yeah, consistent. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
A lot should have changed, but maybe
Maybe it didn't.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about Palafox and how he's underrated by the community. It's really interesting to compare, because again, I think we're all coming into this thinking C9, obvious favorite,
Yeah.
not just because they're #1 team, but because of how dominant they've looked and because of how comparatively CLG kind of look a little bit inconsistent. The all-pro comparison between these two teams is none.
Snub. First team, second team, first team, second team.
Of this entire team,
Yeah.
they don't have anyone who's ever made an all-pro lineup.
Well, they've
ever? Or
No,
I feel like
it's just-
contracts.
just this-
Yeah,
Yeah.
contracts must have in the past, right?
Yeah, and so like one
Yeah,
name that's
okay.
popping out is Palafox, who
Yeah.
had a very consistent split in wins and losses, whereas it was just a really inconsistent split for a lot of mid laners. You go down the line, and a lot of players have had like really rough patches throughout the split, and it feels like even in the wins, Palafox did really well. So I actually was wondering, because I went through some of the votes, and I know that Palafox had won a lot of votes from the broadcast team, but you were one of the rare notes that had Palafox voted. So, like, what was your thought process on Palafox as a player and why you voted him as second team, I think it was?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, there was a lot of inconsistency in mid lane specifically.
Mhm.
And since I couldn't vote for myself,
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I mean, I thought he was one of the few players that stood out the most when it comes to individual performance. And yeah, I just thought he deserved to be up there. He doesn't make too many mistakes, and he's generally a pretty good laner and just a good player in general. So he has my vote.
There it is. We need the propaganda machine from
I know.
CLG. That's what needs to happen. I know.
They're trying. They're the only playoff team without anyone in All Pro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big chip for their shoulders.
Hashtag Palafox
Carry
was
around.
robbed.
I will say that I can understand the thought process of thinking that they are greater some of their parts where it's like as a team they're really they play the same style. They flex like Yone and all that, so it like makes it very easy. Last year they were flexing Akali, but obviously that's not relevant here. It's like as a team they mesh very well together, and team fights I think play quite well and have a greater understanding of how they want to play the game right from the start of the split, which makes sense since they remain together. So I think a lot of people just group them together and say, oh yes, they're just a great team, and I think they need to kind of shed that butt and really kind of shed a light on some of the players that are doing well. I know I mentioned Palafox. I think Doklo is on a few third All-Pro teams, and people really, I think he's a great performer too.
And it's good that you bring up they stuck together because these two rosters actually know each other really well. There's only one player who's different in M&S so here we see a familiar face.
Wait a minute.
2022 Cloud9 and 2022 CLG, and we'll flip them to the current one. Oh,
The
look,
colors
it's-
changed.
I know.
Of the jerseys.
Oh, what happened
9 of the 10 players are exactly the same. So not only are we talking about CLG, a team that stuck with their lineup and was like, okay, we're just going to continue to iterate on that because we feel like we haven't hit our ceiling. We also have C9 who only made one change with the other 4 players staying exactly the same.
Yeah, and I know that like I think for C9 there were some coaching changes, but just in general, like starting the split without really needing to go from the ground up has to feel like a breath of fresh air where you're like, okay, we just have to come in. Like, actually, you talk about that experience of like, because you've probably been a part of many lineups where you're like, oh, so it's just like a completely different roster.
Yeah, I mean, starting from scratch it can be a bit frustrating at times because there's always like things that happen in the game where you're like, oh, I guess we haven't really had this conversation before. Whereas like if you kind of like run back the same team or at least most of the same team, it's a lot easier because you all have the like same idea about what you think is the right or wrong way to play the game. So you kind of just have to fill one person in, and it's not that hard to just fill one person in. So I think C9 looks somehow more dominant than last year, which sucks to say, but yeah, it seems like they kind of have their identity figured out already. Didn't have to make too much of a change, obviously, but they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, and I think the identity that makes them look stronger is just their early game, right? And we also noticed like a big change when M&S came in. So we have some of C9's stats with M&S versus when they had Diplex, and even though they've lost 2 games with both, the individual mid lane was much more aggressive for them, and I believe these are team stats, even though the mid laners have changed. So they've spent 41% of their games with a major lead versus 30%. Their first tower percentage has almost doubled, their gold lead has increased, and they're getting a faster paced game with more combined kills per minute. So basically everything for Cloud9 has sped up with M&S in there instead of Diplex.
Yeah, and I will say, like, the differences that I saw within the draft and how they played the game was Diplex, it looked like, was willing to take more losing matchups for the team and was scaling a little bit more for the team and was actually making more active plays. Like if they were looking for a top lane dive, he was there, even if he was losing experience for that. Like that happened a lot. And now resources are going mid, and also M&S is obviously like playing better within the lane. That's always going to be the case. But it seems like the style in which they play the game is now influenced around mid jungle, which is actually a lot more comfortable for C9 in the past, where they've had Perks working with Blabber, and even Fudge, when he was learning the role, working with Blabber was still really easy because he's been on that team with them for so long at that time. So it was like, okay, it made sense that mid jungle worked really well, and it seems like they're back on that train.
And I brought this up in my Telestrator clip when we were looking at contracts and kind of their early game against C9 in the game that they did win last week. But I think that has to happen again, right? Like if CLG are going to touch C9 in this matchup because C9 are that dominant, because they get out to these early game leads, it's absolutely going to have to happen. I mean, primarily from jungle, but also mid jungle from CLG as well.
Yeah, and I really do think this is an interesting matchup because CLG should have a massive chip on their shoulder, and if they want to get the widespread recognition as a top team, they need to be able to break through and actually beat C9. Last year in playoffs, they were the only team to take C9 to 5 games.
True.
Yeah.
This year in the regular season, they beat C9. Jez is like cracking up a little bit, but it's true, right? There's a reason people do not consider them a top team. That's why they had 0 people in All Pro. That's why I believe all of us are going to be predicting C9 to predict the take the series.
We have fly predictions at any time.
You're
I'm pretty
assuming
sure we're,
too much.
We're
year would
unified.
mean so much for CLG, I think.
You're assuming a lot here.
I mean, I talked to Palafox. Yep. Whoa.
There's a 1 in there.
Raz is a 3-1. Okay. Raz is the most CLG favored person on this desk.
Mostly for the points that we mentioned, where they're kind of forced to be a little bit more creative in finding wins. Like when they played against C9 last, this is why people are probably gonna be a little pissed, because it's like, wait a minute, they beat C9 in a crazy way, basically. We've talked about how Contracts was ganking rapidly. One thing I wanted to make note of is actually Dokla, where we saw him using Sion ulti mid. He found a timer bot lane. Like, unexpected ways is how it's gonna be done. Even the fans don't believe it.
Yeah, 83% of fans to 17% of fans. Shout out to the small 17% that are hanging out there.
The believers.
So obviously, those are our predictions. And as we get ready for game 1, Dokla has a message for all of us who apparently don't believe in CLG.
I mean, they're the #1 seed, right? It's obviously going to be tough, but that's just more for us to prove. And whenever we're doubted, we just end up winning. So keep doubting us.
LCS, it is time to get into our second playoff match of the split. We got Cloud9, we got CLG, we got Mark here too, and a little bit of extra me.
Yeah, I wonder if that went out to broadcast. That was a little surprising. But hello, everyone. I'm excited to bring C9 CLG. It's been a very interesting road to get here for both of these teams. For C9, obviously the roster swap, and CLG, this late season surge, makes it a very interesting matchup to me.
Yeah, despite a lot of the pieces being the same of last year, still a lot of new energy coming into this matchup. Before we do get into the action with the teams going into Champion Select, here's a look at CLG's comms from their charge of the standings last week.
At CLG, Mark and I have him at 7th, and Kobe has him at 6th.
How could you?
Twitter has him at 7th. We're right.
True.
TSM, baby. CLG is not making it in.
CLG, I think, is actually in the roughest spot, just because I think they have a pretty.
They have the
tough
hardest
record.
schedule.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Yep.
No flash.
So even if the cleanse is gone, they still have another get out of jail free card, and M&S goes right back.
Yeah, can we Nash my wall? We need to go here. We need to go. Hit Nash. I'm gonna wall them off.
Can Sedgel too.
Yes. And then we turn on Sedgel, okay?
Finds the kill on M&S again. And now they're actually going to start the Baron. Are they going to look for another turn here? Fledge is in the area.
They also have Palafox ready to ride the
Looking.
Gragas.
Go, Gragas. Yeah, looking Cho. Yeah, looking Cho. No flash. Do Nash after this?
Yeah, go Baron.
Yeah, we can.
Don't matter. They'll kill them both. And CLG makes their move.
I like the beginning to that video. I feel like this is my retribution for doubting them all split long. They give me their first playoff series to cast. We'll see if CLG can do it, dropping hot into the draft here. You see a lot of jungle focus in yesterday's series, excuse me. It's continuing a little bit here. The Sejuani banned out, the Vi banned out, the Taliyah as well. Those were some of the champions that CLG was using in that run that they went on. Contracts absolutely crushed Cloud9 with Sejuani just last week.
The jungle position for both of these teams has been at the forefront of a lot of the storytelling, not just because Blabber on the Cloud9 side is already such a formidable jungler here in NA, but Contracts being a leader and making such a difference in the early game when he is completely unlocked. But Cloud9 definitely trying to shut that down a bit with the way they were taking those bans, and now getting into lock-in of the draft. It's a Varus first for C9.
Like this pick for C9, they've made their name kind of on aggressive bot lanes. They've had the Kallistas, the Varuses. You saw in that kind of last week with the tiebreaker game, breaking out the Draven. Absolutely disgusting performance out of Berserker. They can flex this Varus pick between both Sven and Berserker to see exactly what the matchup's going to be. And it's something that makes C9's bot lane so dangerous. Berserker was #1 in CSD, of course, across the entire split for bot lane.
And even when looking at this past All-Pro, right, and Berserker maintaining that #1 spot, there were not necessarily doubters of him, but those that were hyping up some of the opposition within the league with all of the, Prince talk. But
it was a very close battle between the two of them. I think a lot of people's minds were swayed with that final game. I will admit that worked for me. You watch a 10-kill Draven, whatever it ended up being, you're like, all right, he's pretty good. But it was a very interesting battle between the two of them. And they clinched that one out, and now it'll be on Berserker to kind of continue that domination against Luger and Puma. Have quietly had a very good split themselves. I think a lot of the CLG guys went under the radar for the majority of the split. You heard us kind of talking about there because they just look so doomed, and it was a very close finish, but they ripped off 3 in a row to finish in the top half of the bracket out of nowhere.
And multiple CLG members acknowledging across several interviews that they recognize that sweetness, not just with them, but the rest of the squad. We're getting kind of a two-faced pick here.
The Jace pick for C9 fans. You don't know if you love it or hate it. There was some games in the middle of the split where M&S was absolutely crushing on the Jace picks. They've also flexed it up to the top side for Fudge, who has had great performances. But just last weekend, M&S set the single game death record on Jace. To be fair, some of those were kind of worthless at the end where he was charging out of Fountain and willing to die again. I appreciate that he's not a KDA player, but he did not have great Jace games at the end of last week. Palafox also had an incredible Jace game, so I do think it's a situation where it's both a pick for C9 that does work well when they're playing well, but also is a takeaway from CLG.
And instead, with that takeaway happening on the side of Cloud9, CLG bringing in a classic for Palafox in the mid lane with Sylas.
Sylas is interesting. It's fallen out of the meta a little bit, but with the Maokai locked away, people always talk about Sylas's win rate when playing against Maokai, getting one of the strongest teamfight ultimates in the game to be able to seal that one away. But it is something that can struggle a little bit in the mid lane. We'll have to see if that Jace stays mid, how Palafox can actually pilot against it.
both of these squads reverting to picks that have played well for them, particularly in the early stages of the split, and now kind of bringing it full circle with that response to the Maokai being locked in for Cloud9. But bans coming through for the final moments of the ban portion of the draft, and of course we're still looking for a support on the side of Cloud9, as well as some additional bot lane action for Luger and Poom.
Yeah, slightly mismatched where CLG have grabbed their soul lanes early. C9 have a lot of flexibility other than the Maokai, which technically can be flexed around, but that's really the only thing that you know for sure is this jungle matchup. The Maokai taken into the Wukong to help lock him down when he tries to go in. Very annoying for Wukong to get on top of the back line, which is what he's so good at usually. And yeah, not surprised to see the Cho'Gath counterpick banned away from the Scion, something that's been very powerful this split.
And that was a pick that even before some of the changes came through in patches, you saw in the NACL, for instance, that counter pick being picked up and then some additional strength offered to Cho'Gath to offset that Scion. So now banned away, so Cloud9 cannot bring that into this matchup. And Dokla being serviced with that tank pick from the top lane that has worked well for the teams that have made it into playoffs.
Yeah, I think the top lane matchup is one that we haven't touched on too much, but both Fudge and Dokla are players with enough flexibility, it feels like, to be two of the premier carry players in the LCS. I think people like Impact and Someday tend to lean a little bit more on the tank and weak side portion of their play. But for Fudge and Dokla, they're both willing to slam down those carries, the Fioras, the Aurelias, these kinds of things that will make this a interesting matchup to see how it evolves. Right now, it's leaning towards the tank side, and we'll see if that's something where CLG has some extra wrinkles in their game plan because they are going all in on the Luger train, which has been quite good for them at times this split.
When we're talking collectively about CLG, a lot of it is on contracts or when you have those big standout games from Dokla when he does take those carries up top. But for the longest time, since bringing Luger and Poom into the CLG fold, they have been a focus, building upon the synergy they established when they were under the 100 Thieves banner, and now in the playoff contention that they're offering against Cloud9.
Yep, I saw them hovering it. Actually going to go for the Yone here, the counter pick coming in. We'll have to see where they end up putting that one. I assume that's going into the top lane, but we'll see if it's actually mid battle for him. And of course, they were hovering the Renata for Sven. That would very much align with their pushing bot lane identity, double range, a lot of early power combined with the Varus, but instead it's the Heimerdinger coming back in. We've seen it resurge a little bit at the end of the season, and this is one of those extremely annoying bot laners who just gets prio the entire time, shoves you in, harasses you out, and gives Blabber the space to make plays around the bot lane.
As soon as Heimerdinger started coming back into the meta, you saw him popping up on that ban block, very reminiscent of the peaks during the previous season. But Cloud9 and CLG, when looking at the draft in its entirety, I think will have a very intriguing journey going from draft to draft because they are very different in the ways that they can put their win conditions. What do you think of the way they've indexed in this particular game?
I love both these drafts. They're both a little crazy, but in a good way. Like for C9, obviously, they have been playing with Prio all split long. Looks like the Jace is actually going to Fudge's hands here, and we'll get the melee versus melee skill matchup in the mid lane. But I think it's something where they obviously love playing with Prio to buy space for Blabber to go make the place he wants to be in, look for counter ganks, look for invades, these kinds of things. CLG has way more of a scaling identity, both with the Scion Infinite scaling, Zeri as well. Silas scales extremely well, and so it's about withstanding this kind of brutal early game that C9 has dominated the second round robin, and it's why they have surged up in everyone's power rankings, everyone's expectations. It wasn't just that they were 7-2, but those wins looked incredibly dominant.
And that's why that underlying level of analysis in this particular draft is that much more important. It's not just about going into scaling, it's having something to lean on if Cloud9 do run away with the early game, as they have done so often thus far this year. But Cloud9 and CLG getting into it on the Rift. So this game number one, Mark, is very much going to set a tone, I feel like, for what kind of day we are in for. Whether it's Cloud9 saying, we are the top seed, we won the tiebreaker, we love running over the early game, or if it's Cloud9 proving that scrappiness that they have executed upon in the past.
I think it's super interesting, like you're saying, both because CLG has been a very inconsistent team over the course of the split, and that might come through here where I think there's some games where they might steamroll, get steamrolled, and the next game's totally different. Who can say exactly? But I also think on a strategic level, like you're saying, this is that early game that you see out of C9 going up against the late game of CLG, and CLG does have the ability, if this game falls flat in its face, to later flip that script. And so I like this approach in a game 1 of a 5-game series, coming out with a very specific draft identity, but knowing that you have other things you can do depending on how this one goes.
And kind of on that note of CLG, what they're going to be bringing to the table and indexing into these tools that can flip things on later. I loved hearing from different players in certain interviews going into this, which I will dive into in a bit. For now, though, we got some live primetime action with the coaches standing by.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Mithy, head coach of Cloud9. How do you feel about the draft for game 1?
I think it should be good. Have pry on most lanes and good AP/AD spread, good damage against tanks, and they're running into us, and we have good champions when they run into us. So
yeah, the biggest question we had when we were watching the draft was the Jace and whether that was going to be going top or mid. How was that conversation panning out? Did it depend on the 4-5 bans?
Yeah, I mean, of course, like it's just a flex pick. It's a pretty strong champion these days, so we just kind of decide and build around what they do. So yeah, I think this game, Gore Drinker Jace is pretty strong. So
what does winning look like for this draft? How many lanes have to win for you to actually feel like you're comfortable in the game?
I think the only real way things get out of control is if we don't really have vision and then they just come from all angles, or they're like the Sion is really far ahead or something. But I feel like I don't really see the issue, really. I think we have enough like vision control with saplings and towers and stuff that shouldn't really happen.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck in the rest of the series.
Thank you.
Very interesting little tidbit there. Tilting his hand on what the Jace is expected to build instead of going the Eclipse, going for a potentially Gore Drinker. It's the second most built mythic on him, and in a very engaged, heavy short-range team from CLG, it could actually be a good pickup, but he's getting targeted early.
Has to flash out of the vicinity, but sees multiple members of CLG on his tail. Fudge waiting for the last hits. Blubber here to try and offer some assistance with some lockdown thrown on saplings going in. The charge up from Dokla cannot connect with Fudge, and M&S looking for the angle, looking to collapse. The root onto one from Blabber. M&S slinging on in there, hitting away with the Q, and what it do? First blood for Fudge.
Cloud9 showing that they are a little bit more coordinated as a team. Eminez with the early prio that he has against Silas, able to move up to the top lane and collapse on that long play. I thought when Fudge flashed forward, that was a disaster waiting to happen, but he held his hammer form E until he got back on the right side here. This was so well played by him. Flash out of the queue. Initially, I'm like, okay, this looks doomed. I don't know why you flashed in that direction. Even with Blabber coming in from the river, I didn't think it would be enough, but had that E there to knock him back after Contracts flashed in, buys him the time to be able to get back on top of them. Blabber gets the slow knock back, and then because MNS, this play was so slow developing, he had time to move all the way from the mid lane up here and get this kill onto Dokla.
When talking about how Cloud9 has strength in this top side because of what Fudge can do as a player on aggressive picks, on more team-oriented picks, part of that conversation is the way Blabber and the rest of the teams respond. Oh, Fudge right across mid-side, though, running into some danger once again. The kill thrown back to CLG.
God, this is going to be a good series. I feel it already, that both teams so proactive here. I was about to comment on the fact that C9, with these flexible lanes and the flexibility of their players, the fact that Fudge actually played mid last split, that he was going to stay mid on the Jace here. I thought that was really intelligent, but CLG, no. Hey, he has no flash. They're trying to hide the flashless Jace from the long lane topside, and so they put him mid, and CLG instantly goes, we don't care if it's a shorter lane, we're still going to attack and kill you.
Just the scrap that we're getting right off the top, Mark. Definitely looking forward to how this evolves throughout the game. I mean, one thing to consider is Cloud9 very much wanting to index into some of that early pressure, so CLG are able to offset that with some action of their own right across mid as Palafox falling low. Then that's where the pressure lies on them, to be able to uphold a good stance against the aggression. Poom getting marked down. It's all across the map.
Yeah, just scrapping everywhere, very hard to keep pace, but it is a situation where Palafox with his TP advantage that MNS had to use that after roaming top, can kind of sustain some of these trades, just sit under his turret. This is how Silas usually plays the melee versus melee matchups early on. He doesn't actually have the power to usually win 1v1s, and so you're focused more on surviving. Luger, able to get out there. But yeah, I really like how CLG has kind of attacked this, because even though Fudge got that first blood, he actually fell behind in CS because he then went mid, then got killed again. He was out of lane for a little bit of time. He is catching it up now as Dokla does take his first recall. So he's going to be A-okay, but it is a gold lead that was very easily closed back out. You know, C9 is expected to get a gold lead with this comp. It's a question of how much do you need when you start hitting the 15-20 minute mark and team fights start coming in that you can actually still beat CLG.
Because they know how to swing that gold lead around once they do establish it. So good on CLG to try and offset some of that momentum building for the side of Cloud9. But as we expect, having that melee across mid lane, so getting some bow count back and forth here. Then on the Heimerdinger will be executing as much as possible along Berserker to keep the pressure up on Poom and Luger. Poom very much indexing into a pick that will offer a lot in that CC later on in the game.
That's just one of those horribly annoying lanes to play against. There's just projectiles flying at your head every second. There's turrets being thrown down. Varus E and Q, the Heimerdinger E and W, just always having to dodge out, keep your footwork good, and it's a matchup where if you can actually dodge out a lot of that damage, you can survive it and keep that CS up. They're down about 10 right now on this area. Wouldn't be surprised to see them fall down a little bit more, but you should have the scaling advantage in theory.
Yeah, because in the end, no major gold lead is established thus far, just at the 250 mark for Cloud9. This prio over on the bot side, though, does mean some pressure on the Dragon right now for Blabber as Ven and Berserker keep up the poke.
Not a surprise at all to see them transition this early bot pressure into the Dragon, like we're kind of calling out. It's something that C9 has been very good about doing. You know, even if they're not getting all the kills that they want or the lanes aren't getting solo kills, the fact that they draft this high tempo style allows them to then go start snowballing neutral objectives. And Blabber has been one of the least proactive junglers in the LCS. He's been a little bit better in the second half of the season playing with MNS, but the team does use his efficient style to focus more on clearing camps, and with the changes to the counter jungle, that's a buff to Blabber's style, and it's very much about getting these kinds of leads and him being at the right place at the right time to counter gank rather than blow leads open.
Exactly, Fudge MVP, I thought it was good. On that point, something that you were all discussing on the dive, and I know that Jat was saying specifically how part of Blabber's efficiency comes from the threat that he offers as jungler, someone who is always able to keep up that pressure in the enemy jungle, in the lanes, where CLG are forced to respond to the looming threat that he constantly poses.
Exactly. I mean, look at this vision line that you have from the side of C9 here. There's no idea exactly where Blabber could be in the entire bot side of the map. You can see assist me pings because they're not exactly sure where he is. It's very hard to get advanced vision to spot Blabber out when you're playing with this much prio in every lane like C9 likes to do. And that speaks to Jat's point about, like, well, Blabber could be anywhere and you just assume he's always there because he's so smart.
Which means because of that pressure just through sheer vision, they're able to offer on that bot side after taking that Dragon. Blabber can be here on the top side to try to make the pay. Palafox going in onto it on Blabber, though, stunned away. And a double knock-up. MNS over the wall. He goes. Multiple ults utilized. Contract burn on down. Palafox soon to follow. Ends up flashing out of it. Fudge getting a channel over here onto Dopa, who wants to escape, but it's a split up of the fight. Multiple lives lost. A 2-for-1 trade as CLG go on the retreat.
Dangerous to try and fight C9 early at these neutral objectives with the power of their comp. It was a cool idea to try and hop on Blabber and kind of cut the play by getting a 2-on-1 on him before the rest of C9 showed up, but it was just a little too slow to finish off Blabber. You can see here he's kind of caught in the river, and they're saying we can get a pincer on him, especially with stealing the Maokai ultimate, but it takes a little bit too long to lock him down. That gives time for MNS to get in range. Sven is also already on the move. The fact that they were not quite able to finish him off quickly, and I like that C9 kind of played this slow, both Blabber and MNS trading off who was being focused down at different points in time until Sven could finally show up. Poom shows up as well, but just a little too late, because also during this time, Fudge was kind of winning that trade in the river against Dokla and forced him back, so, you know, there was no chance for CLG to realistically win that fight after they committed.
The responsiveness of the members of Cloud9 are so dangerous in those moments. That bit of a delay in the potential lockdown on Blabber, enough time for the rest of Cloud9 to respond, and now this grabbing the Rift Herald as a result of that previous 1-for-2 skirmish, and 1.1k gold lead for Cloud9 as they approach 10 minutes. Boom, right here with Blabber has Luger over the side to make the escape.
He was trying to bait the Blabber W on top of him and then E back over the wall to pull him over, maybe deeper than Blabber wanted to go. Blabber too smart to fall for that play, though. A cute little move, but already bot laners moving into the mid lane. Both teams have very good 1-3-1 options, and kind of going into that at 10 minutes into the game, potentially trying to set up a good angle for a roam with the prio that they should get mid lane down to one of these side lanes. You drop a Rift Herald. It's kind of the same way you would often try and get mid prio and then make that play happen when your bot lanes are actually bot lane, but a little bit easier to make happen potentially with how strong Varus Heimer is. See, they can just always clear these waves instantly.
And looking at some of the potential strength on the other side, one of the members in the most danger, Palafox right now, is the one holding 2 kills, is the one building in to be a threat later, but sees that Cloud9 are ready to collapse upon him if necessary.
Yeah, I think they're calling this one out because they lost sight of Poom, and Dokla does have his teleport back available. It's something that could easily turn to a very scrappy fight, but that's exactly the play that I was highlighting, that C9er is going to threaten over and over and over again, and eventually you hope that you can get enough advanced warning to know that there's an actual strong side of the map for you there. They backed off there, but they still get a blue buff seal out of it, so a very successful usage of this tempo that they have. It's really, really good stuff to see. It's somewhat bread and butter in competitive League of Legends to be able to use your mid prio to take over a side of the map, but a lot of teams still struggle with syncing up all their players, and C9 have been so in sync this entire split.
Very much leans into the idea that junglers and mid laners need to be on the same page on a team, so there's so much more emphasis when Blabber was specifically calling for M&S to join this squad and be able to execute that pressure and throw it across the map.
It's his preferred playstyle. We all know that Blabber, at his best, is playing Udyrs, Hekarims, Olafs. He's running in your face. He's murdering you over and over again. And that's hard to do if you don't have pressure in the mid lane, or at least someone who's willing to scrap out with you. And M&S definitely brings that more aggressive playstyle. It's what I'm sure attracted him to M&S when they had that kind of conversation about what's gone on. They're both pretty blunt people. It sounds like they just, Blabber just asked straight up, what's up with the rumors around your toxicity, and they just hashed it out and realized that this was someone that saw the game the same way. And you can see that has helped transform the team in how they approach with this super high tempo style.
Yeah, there's so many pieces of content where M&S has been asked exactly that, but still maintains a lot of levity and good synergy both on the Rift and off of it with the rest of Cloud9 as they drop this Rift Herald across mid. Very great place and very standard to be able to drop it, especially ahead of this dragon as the fight starts to flake out. Contracts going in, and Maokai throwing the ultimate in response. A charm onto one, and the laser coming through for Sven, so he has to flash out of it. And all from the side, Berserkers get the damage down. One hail to get the kill onto Poom, and Contracts has way too many blue lines on the pursuit of his own body, separating him from the fight. It's the one for double trade again, but Cloud9 executing well.
Cloud9 able to survive that initial engage by CLG. The fact that Palafox with the stolen Yone ultimate means that there was not quite enough damage to insta-kill Blabber yet again. The second time they tried to target him out early, Blabber does end up dropping, which slows this dragon takedown. So we'll see if both teams end up resetting. Contracts will be up soon, and they might fight again. They did get a lot of chip damage with that Rift Herald charge. They tried to drop that early to get, this kind of inward path from mid lane to the river, and they had it, but Blabber was a little bit ahead of the rest of the team here, and if he can actually land that with a very nice W untargetability onto the Rift Scuttle Crab to get out of Palafox's engage there, meant that Blabber lived long enough that it gave C9 time to turn around. They blow Poom up, and Contracts does finish the kill off, but he's isolated from the rest of his team to make that play happen.
And in the end, it was enough of a scrap to end the play around Dragon, whichever team that ends up falling better for when the engage comes around the next time. About to get past that 14-minute mark. So Cloud9 previously at 2K, now to 1.5. Got some decent plates off of mid with that drop from the plates before they fall. And now get a little bit of a reset.
Yeah, you can see it's interesting that they went back for lane assignments actually instead of just rushing straight back down to the dragon. I thought it was going to be an instant reset. Instead, they try and get the wave shoving again before they do it, but Palafox in some trouble here.
Wanted to find a moment to push this up, but now flashing in response to M&S going in with the ultimate, but Blabber again here to lock him down. The lock with the golden, but Palafox can't get to Poom quick enough until the final blow comes from M&S, and Poom, the sacrifice to follow for Cloud9. Getting the victory in that engage.
Oh, Palafox just stepping a little bit too far forward in lane. C9 with the inside trap from River, cut him off. That's 2 kills. Luger wants something though.
Trying to get something here. M&S falling pretty low to the lathering bolts of Luger, so a pick-up kill from CLG while Cloud9 take their second Drake of the game.
Good of them to find a cleanup kill there and stop the pressure from the bot side. Of course, Berserker will shove in mid lane, grab this first turret of the game. During this time, though, you saw Contracts focused up on this top side with Dokla forced Fudge out of the lane. They're going to trade a turret back. So a 2,000 gold lead right at 15 minutes for C9. Not a bad spot to be in for their comp, but they're not 100% out of the woods yet. Unfortunately, the Dragon stacking it is in their favor.
Dragon stacking and most gold into Berserker's pocket right now for Cloud9.
Shocker. Always seems to be ahead, yeah. We see an Anathema's Chains pick up by Blabber here. This was something that, watching last series and always watching Inspired as an Anathema Chains enthusiast, I was just amazed at how strong this item is, watching double-lift try and play through it. And it's something where I expect this item to be picked up a lot more as playoffs go on. And we're in these kinds of games where there's one major threat that you're most concerned about here. It's the Zarya. I assume that's who he's going to attach it onto. Yes, of course, there's other people that dive on, but if you can lock down the Zarya insta-killer at the start of fights, it's very hard for CLG to win. So I have been converted. I am very hot on Anathema's Chains.
Definitely gets more value when it comes to exactly what you were saying. A lot of these comps just having that single target that you really need to remove right off the bat for the most damage. Blabber getting caught right here in the line bush though, the responding rune, but ends up falling to the hand of Palafox. So CLG around this second Rift Herald should be able to pick it up.
They've tried 3 times around neutral objectives in a row to cut the play off, kill Blabber early. They finally execute on that play. Absolutely massive to get his kill there because it allows them to grab this Rift Herald. As we see, Palafox in some trouble.
The play made on the opposite side. Palafox's sacrifice for the rest of the team focusing that Rift Herald.
C9 are just so fast-paced. As soon as they realize that there's no way to fight this Rift Herald, they're instantly down on the other side of the map. Eminez had teleport to contest that Rift Herald if they needed to. Realizing that they can't do it, Berserker actually moves down to the bot lane to find an early kill on him. Very well done.
Pressure here across mid. The Herald pretty quickly dropped after grabbing it to get that charge across mid. They knew it would take a little bit of time for Cloud9 to potentially respond.
Yeah, feels like a bit of a mistake though. I think they thought that they had the numbers advantage mid to instantly take that turret down, but Jace, and Sven, and they were just able to get enough damage down to CLG that they actually couldn't push.
A lot of it is because of Cloud9's swiftness and not just responding to make that play down bot, but really be in tune with one another. Every time there's a VOD review, every time we get to hear that insight of how Cloud9 executes, it never feels like a mistake or an accident for them to be where they are. They're always thinking a few steps ahead, as was made clear in those moments. But CLG, even though they're dropping that down pretty quickly, they do still get the charge. They do still get some value from that Rift Herald.
Yeah, it's a little bit of value, but I think from their position down this gold, any way that you can get this injection would be huge to just keep you in punching distance of C9, and you don't realistically need chip damage, so it does feel like a little bit of a wasted opportunity there, but I think that just speaks to C9's defense being very good, and they're instantly back on the map making plays.
Oh, following over the wall onto Poom, who has to get out of there as quickly as possible towards the turret. Dokla now the subject of the gaze of Fudge and the rest of Cloud9, but enough of a wave and more. Poom getting out of there enough with the ultimate.
The rest of C9 is stacking in the brush though. CLG is bringing reinforcements, Palafox moving in. It'll be hard for them to fully defend this. Even if they can group up, it's still probably going to get knocked down by the range and chip damage of C9. See if Fudge and them try, or might actually have scared them off.
A lot of fight over vision there, and Cloud9 making sure to keep their controls at the ready so that Dokla and the rest of CLG have difficulty pushing up from that position. And also worth noting as we see these rotations across the map, M&S with a bit more freedom to do so with a teleport. Still a bit of time before Palafox's comes on through.
Yeah, Palafox has been getting picked on a little bit this game, but he's someone who has there's been a number of players on CLG who people have debated who should get the All-Pro nod. The fact that they got none, you heard talked about in the Analyst Desk, despite being the 4th place team in the LCS. It's like they really didn't have anyone who was top 3 in their role. And I think Palafox was one that a lot of people in the community had identified as someone who was very important in CLG's wins, maybe one of the more consistent members, as Poom is deep behind enemy lines. Doesn't know it yet.
Whoop, sees one enemy, sees another coming soon over the wall, and M&S coming through with the ultimate. A little too much red in his eyes as soon as he hops on over.
It was a cute idea, but ultimately not able to find the kill there. A little bit of pressure, but because he lost his ultimate and committed it there, I don't think CLG are too worried about this from here. And Palafox can keep trying to scale up. We talked about the scaling of Sylas being quite strong. It's just going to get better as they keep getting the ultimate stolen from Maokai. Now above level 11. Going to be very scary in this team fight coming up around the Chemtech Dragon.
Yeah, setting up for it 5 seconds to go before it spawns, and Cloud9 getting their sweepers and warding at the ready. Teleport in from CLG's side.
Oh boy.
To ensure that Dokla can engage if necessary.
A lot of flanks.
Cloud9 starting up onto the Dragon. They know that Poom is here, and M&S wants to zone him off. Fudge coming through as well. There's the ultimate from Blabber, the stun and more, and the knockback on onto Dokla and the squad. Berserker getting marked so low by Contracts, though. Contracts isolating the target very effectively. Cloud9, no one here to make their stand. CLG bullying him out of the pit.
Excellent flanks by CLG coming in from all different directions. There was no ultimate on Eminez, like I was saying. It made it a very difficult fight for C9 to actually look for. And CLG did a good job this game staying within punching distance. Like we said, it was never more than the 2,500 gold lead that allowed them to find this fight. They killed multiple members. Now they're on to Baron. We'll have to see if the poke from Fudge and Eminez now back with his ultimate, if he can TP in here, maybe stop this.
Needs to get some way of gaining sight over on this Baron play from CLG.
So
Eminez
slow.
here, stepping up to it. Fudge wanting to line, hits the Q back. Eminez goes in, knocks up multiple on the backside. Boom to fall, and Baron goes down, secured by CLG.
Pretty clean escape there by CLG. Got very dicey with a fat ultimate from Eminez, but they only killed Poom. The smite was still alive for Contracts. Ice in his veins grabs that Baron, and they get out with 4 members alive. So very nicely played there by CLG.
Still a lot of purple for them to work with. It's not just about securing the Baron. It is on the way they were able to exit. So CLG now starting to whittle even more into that gold lead. 1.2K for Cloud9. What are you feeling about where these two teams are standing at this mark?
I think if I'm CLG, I'm feeling great with so many turrets left on the map to get some gold with. Here's that flank that we're talking about. They do such a good job of isolating them right here. Palafox hops the wall, the chain CC. Contracts doesn't get focused down on the rest of the team. He actually makes sure he gets onto Berserker and finishes him off. Meanwhile, Eminence and Fudge were just not grouped up and didn't have a way to contribute to that team fight. So just very split focus there.
Oh, and coming back into it.
Oh, Sven immediately jumped on again.
Was going through the jungle, and too many of CLG there to punish. So Cloud9 currently at the loss of their support, but CLG really stepping into the driver's seat on this one and still have over a minute and a half to work with this Baron buff to start picking up some of that standing gold on the map.
Yeah, nice pick off there onto Sven, trying to get some vision out. It's very difficult to play Heimerdinger from behind. You have to have very good footwork to avoid just getting blown up because you are so squishy. They are able to grab some of this objective down, but I think C9 did an okay job splitting the map. You saw Eminez forced Dokla up there to grab that, but here we go, getting some gold back in their pocket. Gold lead close even with a scaling advantage in CLG's pocket. The Dragon stacking also has been stopped. The fact that they were able to get that Chem Tech is huge because otherwise you might be looking at Soul Point for C9. So CLG are feeling great. Obviously understand how their team wants to team fight from here.
I imagine this was a big turning point for them, being able to gain a lot of confidence in what this comp is supposed to bring to the table and preparing for the team fights ahead where things will feel much more even-keeled than some of their earlier engaged attempts by Cloud9.
And I think it's what makes CLG so impressive as a team is even when they take scaling options, that doesn't make them passive in the early game. We saw 3 straight objective fights. They tried to pick off Blabber at the start of them. It didn't always work. It was a little scary because that is giving a little extra gold. I think a lot of people see the risk-reward there and say, oh, well, if we just don't fight them, they can't get any kills at this neutral objective. But CLG is saying, well, if we kill them, it stops their stacking even faster. Their snowball gets shut off even faster. And so I appreciate that CLG, even when they have scaling in their favor, doesn't just let off the gas completely. And you can see finally they landed the fight that worked for them, and now they're in complete control of this game.
Looking to land another 5 Palafox, having the stolen ultimate from Berserker does not connect, but Cloud9 feeling more and more pressure, so they feel the need to turn this back onto Dokla, who uses the Unstoppable Onslaught to get the heck on out of there back into the Riverside. Fudge now isolated by Poom and Contract. Look how fast that burn down is getting easier and easier to kill off members like Fudge.
CLG looked like they were done making plays after the Palafox stolen Varus ultimate whiff. They forced Dokla back. Fudge is trying to rotate, but the extra distance from the Chem Tech blast cones gave Poom and Contracts the range they needed to find that kill. That also gives them pressure now to keep chipping down this mid turret.
After giving plenty of props to Cloud9 for their responsiveness across the map, got to give it to CLG as well. The reach there from M&S cannot prolong for long enough to get Dokla out of there, but yeah, CLG completely eliminating the gold lead that C9 had established.
Oh my god, M&S is relentless.
Again, yeah, says I'm gonna get this on take 2. Still slamming away onto Dokla, eventually slings some back.
I wonder if Dokla will try and recall in lane 10 feet away again. Looks like it.
I wonder.
My brother, please walk further back.
Will he?
Oh, okay, he's out.
Okay.
If Eminez just continued running forward, he would have caught him out there. A little cute interaction between the two of them. But yeah, CLG's still feeling good. I think the thing that really makes their team comp so good in the mid to late games is the stability of it. The fact that C9 has a lot of damage that actually continues to scale through the game. Obviously, Jace is no joke late game. Yone's no joke late game. Even Avaris can contribute quite a bit. And so if C9 can find a good angle where CLG fails and engage, they can still win these team fights. But the problem is there's so much engage, there's so many people who can get exploded on C9 side that just any one of these abilities lands, whether it's Poom or Contracts or Dokla or even Palafox with a stolen Maokai ultimate. There's so many ways to lock down the squishy members of C9. They're still going to take this fight.
We're starting to see inklings of it, and maybe CLG will throw down that lockdown in this fight over the Dragon. Already burned below 4, but going to get reset here. Cloud9 continue to hover around the river. They have to be worried about those flanks that CLG had executed on previously. Contracts looking for a similar angle, wants to find Berserker again, gets a knock up onto Berserker and Sven, but the rest of the team getting charmed and locked up around the Dragon side. It's Contracts this time that's the first to fall, so Cloud9 get the chance to wrap it around for another Dragon of their own.
C9 had such a better setup that time in the Dragon Pit. They had wards all over the wall. They had MNS hopping over walls to force Palafox back, and it ends up in a situation where only Contracts is alone on the back line. They did a good enough job stuffing the engage that C9 could focus him down, get the kill, and then grab the objective.
And it is those similar ideas as the previous fight, but those differences. A bit better warning for Cloud9 this time. Not as much support on the lockdown onto Berserker from Contracts and the rest of CLG, and this time going over in the blue side favor.
Yeah, I think this is what makes C9 a very scary team, is that they adapt in the game. They don't just try the same thing over and over again and hit their head against the wall. They learn from their mistakes. Last time we gave them way too many angles. We weren't grouped up. Here they did a really good job of getting everyone in the same position to actually fight kind of front to back. And it was so well fought, actually, that Berserker didn't even have to blow his flash. These are still up for the next time that they actually have to square off, because that's one of the huge cooldowns that CLG needs to be tracking, is if we can force the flashes out of the squishy members of their backline, it's a lot easier to finish them off.
We might be approaching another opportunity for these teams to come head-to-head on the Rift. And that's just going and getting some intel to sling on forward to see how many members of CLG are lurking. And those adaptations are so clear, because even when things did work out for Cloud9 in the earlier moments, a lot of times Blabber was the first executed. He gets out that Nature's Grasp right before falling, and it's just enough. And then now being positioned in a way where CLG's focus on taking down the jungler around these objectives isn't as much as a viable opportunity. Can't capitalize on the burn down on Berserker quick enough, and things are still close.
Yeah, things are very close. The fact that they got that Dragon does turn the option for Soul Point back in their favor to keep kind of the scaling closer between the two teams. And C9 grabbed the Goldie back as well. The fact that they never broke that mid turret with a Baron feels pretty bad on the side of CLG. They are a very short-range comp, so it is hard to actually siege down. And they do a good job finding picks in jungles, but they really need to actually start finding ways to grab objectives. Palafox starting to hurt.
Yeah, getting a decent chunk out of Blabber there, but since it was only a couple members of CLG, they don't want to commit to anything there just yet. Kind of see that Cloud9 are continuing to establish their vision around this mid side. Contract's a bit worried about who might be lurking beyond that bush.
Still forces the ultimate out. He saw the Soul untethered and knew where the snap pack was going to go to, so he just stealths up on top of him. You know, Eminez doesn't know exactly how many people are around, has to burn the ultimate defensively, relieve some pressure from CLG here as C9 is starting to set up their Baron control.
And for Cloud9, Fudge does have that teleport available down for everyone else, soon to come back up for Palafox, but he's already in the vicinity on this top side with Baron up. Next major objective to be fought over, but so much of it has been who finds the better flank angles, and it's difficult from the current positioning.
I think this is mostly just posturing from the side of C9. They realistically don't want to start Baron 5v5 alive with how squishy they are, the flank concerns like you're talking about. This is mostly to corral CLG, posture enough to make them have to respect it. If they misstep, maybe you land some poke and you can actually get a kill, but it's mostly about controlling the next 2 minutes of the game until the Dragon spawns, and then you can actually go for that win condition, because it's a lot easier and lower risk to push onto that as opposed to onto the Baron.
Yep, exactly right. There's nothing currently pulling to the opposite side of the map and having those neutrals up. When you are the team for Cloud9 on Soul Point, there's much more of a threat that you offer when trying to go for that Dragon in a minute and a half or so into the future. But CLG also posturing up on their own mark, pushing the waves back across mid, made sure to be moving as units throughout the jungle so they didn't get locked down by Blabber or any of Cloud9 members. You still have to be worried about the sapling setups and the like around these objectives.
Yeah, it's a very annoying comp to kind of face check into, both the poke from Varus, the saplings, like you said, the poke from Jace, even Heimerdinger dropping turrets, and you have to kind of face check and clear them. It is a team where if C9 gets set up first, there's a lot of work that CLG has to do to get into position. It's also why flanks are so powerful, because you don't have to just face check through all of that. But C9 has done a very good job of kind of wrestling control back after that initial Baron attempt. They're again a minute ahead of time, flipping that control from the Baron side to the Dragon side, getting their wards down, getting these turrets down, and making it so that CLG is going to have to fight through a couple different choke points to actually make it happen. CLG saying, screw that, we're going to flip you for Baron potentially, and that's another valuable option that you can have is, you know, is your scaling good enough that you can give them soul point or a Baron and just get some more gold back in your pocket? C9 are kind of respecting it.
And draw out the teleport from M&S to get here quickly. In case CLG do want to go for this posturing around Baron or try to get a collapse play upon Cloud9. Still going for that fight over vision here, as everyone from CLG are ready to find the angle, get a decent little poke onto Blabber, but nobody overstepping just yet.
No one overstepping just yet. Dragon has not yet spawned. We'll see exactly how much C9 are going to react to this Baron threat. CLG deciding to finally start it. C9 walking into River.
And M&S zoning off Palafox, who's trying to find the angle through the jungle, but Cloud9, I think they're just looking at the way CLG is poking off on this. There's no true commitment just yet, looking on who's going to usher the start of this fight first. Palafox losing about 40% of his HP, same with Dokla, so they have to wrap around the pit.
This is huge for C9. The fact they poked CLG off, CLG was kind of spotted the entire way. They didn't have a good flank angle, and C9 leaked out M&S at the start of this to actually just take the soul by himself. Great macro out of Cloud9.
And now Cloud9, 4th dragon to their name, Chemtech Soul acquired. Much more pressure they can offer against CLG after really posturing so they could get that objective and just take it away.
This is such a cool game. The first 15 minutes was bloodshed, insanity, fighting all over the place. It slowed down a lot when C9 realized CLG were matching them beat for beat in the bloodshed angle, and so they go for a lot more control focus, and it's about getting these setups around these neutral objectives and just outwitting your opponent and having good lane assignments. And now they are monstrously ahead in terms of effective gold with the extra soul in their pocket, all the stacks, the fact that you also have just a gold lead on its own. Map control, C9 are looking good in game 1 right now.
A fighting game for the first half, and a bit more of a tactics game for the second half here.
Yeah, I'm not going to tip my hand too much which one I enjoy more, but if they wanted to get some more team fights, I wouldn't complain.
I wouldn't complain about, you know, some of that infused me with what coffee would do. Oh, going in. There's a match right there. Immediate burn down of Kroom. Let's see what Cloud9 could end up doing with this one. M&S going in. The channel from Dokla, if he did remain too long, but Cloud9 decide to start up this Baron. 3 members onto it. Look at that burn, baby, burn. CLG can't do nothing in the 4v5, so they give up the purple crown to Cloud9.
Nice pick off by C9 there. Poom has been looking for these angles all game long and had been a couple of close encounters, but finally C9 finds him and early enough kill him. And without that extra engage, CLG is just saying, we don't have enough tools to realistically win this fight, so they back off, they give the Baron away. But it's really scary against how poke-heavy this team comp is. The only real way to defend these turrets and stuff is going to be for CLG to find an angle to engage, because the range is so heavily in C9's favor here. Once Poom's back up, now that he's here, they're going to have to find a way to actually stop a push through an engage.
Got to be worried about the vulnerability of those melees on CLG as soon as Cloud9 comes and knocking. They've still got over 2 minutes to work with on this buff, so getting a chance to get back and then reset into these lanes to get some of these waves pushing up. You can see Fudge ushering over on that bot side. Some deeper wards from CLG that still have them somewhat covered, but you have to be wary of Berserker going along Blabber here throughout the jungle to change that.
Yeah, you can see CLG not even trying to cut through the jungle, knowing how much damage there is on the side of C9, sitting in lane and kind of waiting for them. That means that, of course, you're just going straight front to back. There's none of these flanks, so they're doing their best to clear these waves. C9 keeping the pressure up. M&S staying mid lane. He's alone in that lane right now, so while they'll defend this inner bot lane turret, they're going to lose an inhibitor for the sake of it.
And going for the lockdown from Blabber just to keep CLG here. Multiple knockdown going to the back. CLG blasting around. They take 2, make that 3. Coming in hot on the bot push.
C9 are split pushing, and Dokla baits them into thinking that they can actually go for that engage. Poom finds the monstrous 3-man engage, annihilates them. Fudge caught out a little bit here.
Whew. Contracts popping the watch. Fudge just wanting to buy time to get to safety. Doesn't have a turret here at the tier 2. Does blast down Contracts, though. Now Boom and Luger can't stand up to Fudge.
Fudge destroying Contracts, who in that chase down sequence, there's actually no armor bought by Contracts. He's just relying on his passive there, and so Fudge just absolutely annihilates him.
And M&S saying that Boom and Luger, you already lost out on that battle against Fudge. Do not come into my jungle. M&S picking up a buff here, but CLG, that was quite swingy, just making the play happen there with that massive engage. And then a little bit of a chase down after.
Yeah, really nice by CLG to stop that push. The gold lead hasn't changed very much. You can see the Baron buff power play is 150 only, but they did get more map control because during the sequence, M&S was pushing mid, but boom, the monstrous 3-man engage, everyone immediately following up. Dokla's ultimate, you saw the Zeri W coming in over the top, Contracts getting the knock up. A nice quick 3 kills, overextending a little bit for trying to finish off Fudge. Finally, Contracts has some armor. I think he just straight up bought GA off just stopwatch. So nice to get some more defenses for him there, knowing that there is a lot of physical damage on the side of C9.
And C9 definitely looking to throw that physical damage at these turrets. And more Palafox. Oh,
whoa.
That's that damage. That's that big boom that C9 are offering right now.
God, M&S is strong. 4-1-4, claps Palafox up, not even close, took almost no damage with the shield from the Bloodthirster coming in. And now without Palafox here, it's very difficult for CLG to survive. The Baron has timed out, fortunately for them, but C9 have complete control of the spot side of the map.
And they were able to get that inhibitor with M&S pushing on that mid side prior, and now finally taking down the tier 2. So as Super's coming along for the support across mid, and then the entirety of Cloud9 across bot, they don't look to give up this pressure. Another ultimate engage from Blabber, and it's just right now at the start, and M&S into the backline. Boom, activated the quickness, but is on the retreat towards the fountain. CLG, they don't have a mid laner. They don't have a stance against the taking of this second inhibitor.
M&S snapbacks have been breaking ankles all game long there, uses that as a chunk out tool, and then knowing that the enemy team's gonna try and punish him, instantly goes back to his original body's position, able to get out, but C9 want to punish.
Dokla trying to throw it back there and getting the teleport in as well. Decent damage onto M&S, who now is in the retreat scenario. Palafox getting the ultimate thrown down in the root, so Berserker has fallen. Cloud9 lacking some of their damage, and with no one to really stand in front of them, the rest of CLG just keep on backing.
Berserker's dead though, and Elder is spawning in 10 seconds. CLG are gonna brute force down. It's very fortunate for C9 that they were able to get out there without losing more people. They do have an ultimate advantage now in this standoff, so even though they don't have their AD carry, they might be able to fend off CLG, who have to also worry about the super creeps pushing in the mid lane.
And Dokla's gonna have to spend a little bit of time there just to be able to clear those out before he can join. The rest of CLG does have the teleport to do so. But Cloud9, waiting on M&S to be able to rejoin them. Boom was looking for the flank angle, has to get over the wall and flash away. M&S still looking, could not connect to get the collapse onto CLG's support, but it's CLG focusing onto the Elder. Another ultimate, this time thrown back by Palafox. Gets the root onto Blabber, but they're keeping their eyes on Dokla. M&S going in, he gets the chunk, but is the follow-up good from Cloud9? He's going in for the end of the game. That's one turret, that's two. Who cares about Elder when you got the Nexus in your sights for Cloud9? Cutting into the scrap of CLG. Palafox, can you make the stand against Fudge? What he's got coming for you in the Nexus? A stand from Cloud9, game one.
C9 through the back door play. The rest of them are giving their bodies up in the river to stop recall, so Fudge can end the game in an absolute barn burner first matchup of the series. It's looking like a good one because CLG were hanging in there throughout the entire first game.
Oh, what a way to end that game that, depending on when you were actually watching, did look for a moment, okay, Cloud9, they're doing their control.
They baited, that was so close, they baited the audio guy. He's like pressing the pop-off music. He's like, wait a minute, Palafox got back. It looked very, very close there for a second. C9, all business after that one. I think maybe a little closer than they wanted it to go. A lot of notes still, because I think they realize now that they're gonna be in for a scrappy series after how that first game went.
Yeah, this is very common with what you see on the faces of a team that's expecting to win just because they know how good they are, but it's not as dominating as they were hoping in that game one. But if you're CLG, it's very important to make note of what was going well. The fact that you were holding your own in that early game when Cloud9 was positioning themselves to dominate.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of missteps by both teams that they're going to be easily able to identify. C9, some of these team fights where they didn't get the flanks marked correctly, even though they had great objective setup after that. And for CLG, they didn't use the neutral objectives that they were able to win well enough. We talked about the Rift Herald that they were able to get, not really getting the mid turret broken down. Then their first Baron push, also not able to break that mid turret. There's some of these situations where if they could have just got a little bit more influx of gold, a little bit cleaner team fights, maybe they would have been able to win.
There's so much dancing around when we had the Baron and Dragon as possibilities, and how some of the earlier moments when Poon is able to get that great engage and the flanks work out expertly, CLG make the play happen. But when Cloud9 was on top of it and shut it down, then a bit more difficulty to bring it in. But CLG definitely have some tools that they can work with going into the rest of these series. For now, though, everyone remember, Viva la LCS. LCS in Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. So scan the QR code or just go to lolesports.com to learn more. Time for us to head on over to the LCS lounge, though, to break that one down.
Welcome back. That was a game.
Yeah, that was something.
A lot that we had already expected to be fair. So we can. I'm actually going to ping you on just like, did the draft at least hit the expectations that you had?
In a way, yes.
Yeah.
I think CLG went for kind of like a standard team comp, but then C9 went for like a. It looked kind of weird to me what they were doing. They had like a lot of poke into a Sion team comp, but I guess they were just able to like kind of ignore the Sion and just poke the other players down.
Yeah.
And at first I thought the Yone pick was a bit out of touch with what they wanted, but I mean, it worked out great.
Yeah, let's roll some of the fights. So
The game ender.
Yeah.
Right here.
I mean, this one, it actually looked for a second like CLG might finally have an angle, but you have to remember they have 2 inhibs down, and that's what Fudge remembered, so he just teleports in and ends the game.
And I think this is kind of a bit of the story, like back half story of what happened with these teams, because even when CLG was able to force C9 to kind of fight them, C9 had an opportunity from the way that they'd set up their side lane pressure or push pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, they had tempo pretty much the whole game, is what it felt like. This was the one close fight where it looked like, or no, this wasn't. This wasn't the fight. This is where Berserker actually dies. This was the good one for CLG. Then the Drake fight after that is the one where they were actually able to peel contracts. But this is where it looked like CLG might take the win.
Yeah, and there were some fights earlier on around Drake where C9 kind of failed in that respect. So like there was Jace coming in too late. He was like close enough where it's like, I don't want to just TP to the fight. But at the same time, C9 was like just pumping DPS on a Drake, and M&S was chasing down Rakan. I'm sure we'll see it later on, but it's like all that was happening. Great from M&S to at least get one pick, but still, CLG on this specific fight was able to get Baron, back away. And I was like, okay, even though C9 was ahead,
this fight,
CLG has a chance.
And with these kind of fights, right, like what CLG is doing is technically correct. You want to look for flanks on the poke composition after you have things set up. But then this is just executed very poorly.
Yeah, M&S and Blabber did a great job at holding any follow-up from happening. I thought the Maokai ulti and just basically being a shield for this team and just made Wukong just get popped, I thought was a great call from Blabber specifically to make that fight doable. And they had all 5 members there in comparison to the last fight. So I was like, C9, as the game got on, was playing fights a lot better. Already had control on side, so they were already annoying. So CLG really had to find the best fights. There was one fight earlier on that I thought that CLG was playing really well, but just were missing abilities onto the Maokai and just ended up being a 2-for-1 in favor of C9.
Yeah, and I think that this game kind of like, it felt like C9 was kind of just in the driver's seat the whole time. You know, like we were saying earlier, they were controlling the side waves and the tempo of the game, and it kind of goes in the way of the way they drafted as well. They're really good at playing side lane, and once they have the setup, they kind of just play in the setup with the poke, and it's really hard for CLG to find a response unless they get like the perfect flank like we saw a couple times.
Yeah.
So Jensen, we were talking before about how C9 generally just picks winning lanes, and then they use that to transition to victory, and that if CLG can actually do fine in the laning phase, that they should have an advantage in a standard game, but they still lost. So if you're CLG here, what do you think they're doing, or how would you try and prepare to pick up a win?
I mean, I'm hoping they'll do something a bit more crazy. We'll see Dokla off tanks. I like watching him play Yone because he's really good at creating the side lane pressure, and I think that's kind of what he excels at. So I think they need to try to change it up a bit. I know tank top is very meta, but I think CLG is a type of team that can play a different style than what you're used to. So I'm hoping they'll change it up a little bit and not play these standard front to back with a tank.
And then from this game specifically, I think in addition to that, the thing I would like to see from them is just better. Like, obviously, you know C9 are going to draft heavy prio, right? It's what they've been doing. It's what they did in this game to initially get those setups, to initially get onto side lanes well before CLG. So they do need something in their draft that gives them a little bit more prio so they're not always behind on a lot of these setups.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, I think another problem they had this game was they were just too weak in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
They had losing lanes everywhere, seemingly.
Yeah.
But like you said, that's kind of just the way C9 drafts. But they got to find somewhere to get prio, right? Or it's going to be very tough to deal with.
Yeah, I like the idea of the 3-camp early game top lane that came from contracts. It was just a really long gank because they just didn't have the damage for Jace in the end. So I was like, oh, that's tough. So I'm expecting more carries. I expect them probably to move away from the sign. We'll probably see. It's a blue side being selected from CLG.
Yep.
So I'm interested to see what the draft's going to be. But we'll end up seeing it. So we're going to be going to a break. So as we head to the break, before Game 2, Blabber started his prep for today's series a little earlier than usual. Take a look.
You're catching next game.
Oh. Hey.
Oh, 1 second, guys. I left my backpack inside. Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. Hello? Can anyone open this for me? Hello? Anybody here? Guess I'm alone in the LCS. I'm alone in the LCS. So, King Poro, just wanted to ask you who you think the best League of Legends player is right now. Yeah? Blabber? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good take.
Prove yourself and rise! Rise!
It's only been 30 minutes? What am I gonna do for the next 10 hours? I'm not sure I'm gonna make it. Just please let my teammates know that they're really boosted, especially Berserker.
Make them remember you rise!
Diet with caffeine.
Nailed it.
And then hiding in the brush was
Timo!
team issues, huh?
Non-stop. I hate them all.
That's rough.
Why is it so slow? What? No, click a button.
So with wax on, wax off, wax on first. And then what you want to do is you go ahead and you
You've had the keys the whole time?
Sometimes being lost and not knowing your way out is much better. It's not often two people have such a profound moment like we did tonight. These moments can't be lost. You really need to understand what they mean to you forever and ever.
Red Bull gives you wings. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
What it do, baby boos? We are back at the LCS for game number 2 of Cloud9 versus CLG, and we moved you from the lounge to here for casting game 2. What's up, Jensen?
Yeah, hello. I'm excited to cast this exciting match.
This is your first cast, right? Have you done any during the regular season?
I've actually never been here before.
Wow.
On the casting desk.
Yeah. I think you've been to the LCS a few times.
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah. So what did you think of game 1? It was a surprisingly close game, I think.
I think it was closer than I expected. I thought C9 would run over them, and I thought they had the better draft, but I think CLG made some creative plays, so the game got kind of close.
After they grabbed their first Baron, I was starting to be like, oh, CLG is just going to win this game. But then that didn't come through. What were some of the things that you think CLG needed to do from that position to actually like break mid-turret and find the plays they needed to win the game?
I mean, I think they kind of had the right idea. They had to look for flanks to be able to get on the back line. But the problem was in the process, they would just always get poked or they would make mistakes. So I think they have the right idea how to execute the comp. It was just too difficult for them.
Yeah, so you've been in a lot of playoff series. You are
a couple.
You're the most accomplished international mid laner of all time for the LCS, something like that. What would you be doing in CLG shoes? Because it was such a weird game, like you were saying. It's kind of hard to know. Sometimes when you just get crapped on, you're like, I know what to change for this game because it was clearly this thing that went wrong. Here, it's like, well, you were saying you thought that you didn't like their draft, but then they should have won from this position. Like, if you were in the room with CLG, what would you want changed heading into game 2?
I mean, I think they need to draft more priority lanes because that game they had 3 losing lanes and a weak jungle pick. Although Wukong is not that weak compared to Maokai early, so it's okay. I just hope they draft a bit more priority so they have a bit more playmaking in the early game. I think Contracts did a good job trying to make things happen in the early game, but it is very difficult when you have 3 losing lanes.
How difficult do you think it is for CLG to draft that way and keep that as a consideration, considering Cloud9, I mean, they've been going for prio in lanes and really been dominant early on?
I mean, I think CLG as a team has many different styles they can play. You know, Doka likes to play split pushing champions, and this time around they opted to pick Sign 1-2, so they're already like opting for a pretty like weak topside early game, and then once C9 went for the Varus first pick with Heimerdinger, it's really hard to get prior in the bot lane too. So I think they kind of like put themselves in that situation. Sign has been seeing a lot of prior lately, so it makes sense to pick it, but they just need to like find more impact in the early game. So maybe like a stronger mid pick is what I would have liked to see.
It's really hard to think about what C9 is going to do because they've been such a weird drafting team themselves this split. Like, they flex the Cassante mid. They're very willing to do things to find that prio that, like you're saying, you're kind of battling over in the draft. I think that's what makes C9 so scary is they are willing to go weirder than a lot of teams are to get the priority that they want. And that might mean champion picks or where they put them in the roles. And I think that's something that maybe CLG was trying to avoid in game 1 was like, all right, we'll go a little bit more standard because they always have the option to put that Jace wherever, who knows, put it in the jungle. They might do anything.
How much do you feel that when watching Cloud9 draft and knowing these players? Because from an audience perspective, we definitely notice, the flexibility they have in draft and what kind of pressure that puts on the opposition. Do you really think they are the most flexible threat when it comes to going through draft?
I don't know if they're like necessarily the most flexible. They can definitely play a lot of flex picks, but I think just the way they like to draft this, they always try to draft prior bot lane or a lot of fighting power around mid lane as well. So at least for me, when I play against C9, it's very hard to play against them because they always draft strong mid jungle as well. Even this game, they didn't necessarily do it, but generally they just try to draft a lot of winning lanes in the early game with a strong jungler. So you kind of know what they're gonna do. You just have to answer it. Yeah.
I think CLG's coaches in the back room are taking notes from Jensen, who played with 4 of the members of C9 last split. Like, yeah, that's what they like to do. Okay, we're gonna.
I will say though, we were very different last year than they are now. I think now they tend to play more aggressive picks than what we did.
Makes sense. You also, talking about your history a little bit, played CLG in playoffs last year. It was the only series that went to 5 games versus you guys.
Yeah.
What did they do well in a best of 5 series that pushed you that hard?
I mean, that series, they played a lot of flex picks and the Yone, Akali, and they drafted a lot of like strong top lane picks that was hard to deal with. And I think that's kind of like when I think of CLG, that's kind of what they do well, having Dokla on the split pushers or like fighting top lane picks. And I think that's when they really shine, at least in a best of 5. So I'm hoping we can get to see a bit more fighting power on the top side.
Well, that's something that I think they're trying to do, weirdly enough, with these bans, because Berserker and Sven love making the bot lane about them, and you actually see 3 bot lane-oriented bans from CLG, plus the Elise first pick does look like they're potentially setting up to put more of their in-game attention topside.
Yeah, so already right now, you can see CLG is already opting for the Elise, which is usually banned, and I think already right now, we're going to see a different CLG. We're going to have a lot more fighting in the early game, and I think Contracts as a player excels a lot in these kind of champions. He likes to make random stuff happening in the early game. Sometimes he ints, but usually it's pretty good, and that's what I like to see from him.
Do you think that's really important for CLG, considering the way that Blabber likes to play as well and wanting to make those early game action happen?
Yes, in a way, but when I think of Blabber, he's a very flexible player. I think he's fine with taking a bit of a backseat, but he just likes to be the guy to start the fights, but I'm sure he knows to not fight the Elise early game if he can.
All right, they grabbed the Lee Sin Elise, so very different jungle matchup from the Wukong Maokai game 1. Already looking pretty scrappy if they actually decide to break up the... Oh, they're not doing it. I thought for a second they were going to break up the Lucian Nami lane.
Yeah, it's always makes the draft interesting when you see that happen, but there's very few teams who do that. I think TL did it this season.
Yeah, they ran a Sona.
Yeah, not many teams like doing that.
What do you think of the fact that we're still continuing to see Lucian and then, the Lucian Nami combo? You just got so many standard bot 2v2s that are continuing to be prevalent within the way it's drafted.
I mean, personally, I hate playing as Lucian Nami because you just get one shot. But it is very strong in the meta, so I guess that's why we see it.
Bot lanes locked in for both CLG and Cloud9, supports as well, and jungle. So it's the solo lanes this time around that are left open. And Jensen, I feel like that's what you were calling for, right? With CLG trying to wait later into the draft to see what they can bring into the power for someone like Dokla.
Yeah, I'm curious. We see C9 already banned the Yone, so I'm afraid we might go back to tank top from CLG, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. But I think this game already, when C9 chose the Lee Sin, there's going to be a lot of fighting around mid. They're probably going to look to counter pick mid and pick like a... I guess they banned LeBlanc, so I'm expecting a Syndra from C9.
I was about to ask where you think you're going to go, because you have to protect one of your 2 lanes unless you draft a flex on 4 for both those lanes, and then you're going to get counterpicked somewhere against that. So if you were mid laner, you're like, give me the Syndra, I'll just play whatever matchup comes my way.
Oh, if I'm mid here, I'm saying give me last pick.
Yeah. If you're drafting for the player, you're giving him Syndra, but if you're the one in the chair, you're...
No. I think they're going to 5-pick Syndra, because it's not CLG's option, because you don't want to play Lee Syndra together, because it's too heavy AP. But combined with Lee Sin, I think having something like the Syndra is pretty good. I don't know. I'm curious to see what C9 decides to pick here on 4 with all these bans.
And another ban towards that mid position from CLG to whittle down the options we were just talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, Cassante, an option for Fudge, has played a lot. Oftentimes, people pick it more in reaction to tanks than doing it blind. So we'll see if this gives an option for Dokla to play a specific counter pick into it.
Yeah, here comes the Vayne top. Not really.
Yeah, that would be one to go for game 2 in a best of 5.
I'd respect it, but I feel like it's
you would not want your top laner doing that in a series.
Probably not, no.
We've seen a bit of it. Dokla, I know that he was playing a lot against Viper, for instance. That was bringing out the Vayne top a season or so ago, but probably not the look that we're seeing here today. CLG bringing out Jace as their 4th pick.
Yeah, and I think this Jace could go either mid or top. Probably mid, to be honest, unless they have something else cooking up. But usually with Elise, you want to play an 80 mid if possible.
I've seen a lot of just, Jace mid recently. Blind feels like one of the strongest laners that you can just kind of grab and be generally good in. Is that what attracts most mid laners to the Jace pick?
It's mostly just because when you have like Elise or Gragas, you just want them to be solo AP. And Jace as a pick is pretty strong on its own, and it scales pretty well. So it's just a safe pick to go for.
And now with Gwen getting locked in, then it does look likely to be having that Jace flex over towards the mid position.
We'll have to see what they want to pick into it. Eminez obviously has a preference for assassins, but Kennen mid. Here you go. Break down the
Kennen mid? Or is it Kennen top?
You think they're going to Cassante mid again? Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say Cassante against Jace. Kennen against Gwen. Sounds better to me.
All right. I mean, just let it soak in. Take it all in that Kennen's the last pick here. Jensen, what do you think about the adaptations that were made overall in this draft?
Ooh, I mean, this is kind of a strange draft. This is not something we usually see. I'm glad CLG went for a different type of style, like I was mentioning earlier. I think they play better with these kind of picks where Dokla can pressure the side lane more. I don't really know what to expect, honestly. Jace versus Cassante mid, you don't see it too often, but it seems like CLG has more prio this time around.
It is speaking to what we were talking about, though, where C9 is willing to do the weirder things to get prio in their lanes. We haven't seen Kennen in forever, it feels like. They busted out here to get that into the Gwen. They're willing to put the Cassante mid into what I assume to be a little bit of a tough matchup against the Jace. So, like, they are a team that's willing to do what they can to keep Fudge in these positions where they have prio for Blabber to go make plays in those lanes.
Very different looks from CLG and Cloud9 coming into game number 2. I think that one of the most intriguing aspects of that is the way that M&S and Fudge have been forming this pool collectively with one another, that they can really swing around. And now a best of series, first best of series for either of these teams of the year. Let's find out if Cloud9 can go ahead and pull ahead with a 2-0 lead, or a CLG even out the tables. Now on blue side, and a different level of power brought through. The entirety of Cloud9 making their way over towards top.
Not too uncommon to see some level 1 rushes to lane. C9 opting for top. CLG spreading out to kind of a point defense to get an early ward out to see where Blabber is going to go. I assume that's something that's pretty high priority when you're playing against Blabber, to figure out where he's starting his jungle clear. Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay. Over the wall, Dokla is followed, and that is a swift, clean exit from Dokla.
Blabber?
Cloud9 said, nope.
Yeah, I guess Blabber didn't want to kill him.
Started E, so he didn't have a Q for the follow, so once the ghost starts, he just doesn't want to keep going?
I feel like Blabber canceled an auto there, but I could be wrong.
That was one way to set things off. I wonder if the coaches have anything to say about it. We've got Jat standing on by.
Thank you. I'm here with CLG's coach, Croissant. A little bit of fireworks at level 1, but safe. 2 flashes for run, good. But I wanted to ask you overall how you felt like the draft played out.
I'm pretty happy with how the drafts have been going today so far. I think last game we obviously had a lot of options. There was a little bit of shakiness and we messed up some of our setups. But in this game, I think that we have seen all these champions that they played before, knew that they were going to take Lee Sin into our Elise, but it didn't, like, they didn't really handle the pressure of Elise the last time that we played it, or we've consistently had a lot of good results on it. So this game we just need to get advantages 2v2 through mid jungle or through bot lane, and definitely confident in Dokla's Gwen as well.
Yeah, and I just wanted a quick question about the Cassante flex pick. It is something they've done before, but it definitely threw us for a little bit of a loop when you see it locked in. Were you expecting the flex and you needed to draft with the Gwen and Jace knowing either could play Cassante?
Yeah, so we talked about certain ways that we could play against this Cassante specifically in the first couple of minutes of the game, but I watched a lot of M&S's stream, watched him play Cassante in addition to just what he played on stage, and so I think that it's not going to be an easy game for them to play out. I think he's a lot more comfortable on the Yone and other stuff. But yeah, just have to see. It's exciting drafts from C9 as usual. So.
All right, well, we'll see how it plays out. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Croissant recognizing the time spent watching M&S not just on stage, but at home when streaming. Jensen, what do you make of his debut here in the LCS and time on Cloud9 thus far?
I mean, his first game was obviously very rough, but I think he's shown why C9 chose to start him. I think he's very good mechanically, and he's a very aggressive player, so he's very fun to watch. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of him play.
So we see a gank coming in potentially for the Elise top side into Jace. Jace into Kennen is something that we've seen a little bit more often, and it can go pretty swingy either way if one team can get a massive lead.
Yeah, and I think another thing is C9 opted to, CLG opted to swap the Gwen mid, and I think it's because he doesn't want to lane against the Kennen early on, so I think CLG have more favorable matchups this way.
And CLG was opting into an attempt to dive there, had to flash away though, because Blabber also in the vicinity. M&S making his way towards the top side, but the first blood being drawn away by Fudge. Talking about the importance of pushing the advantage of this lane one direction or another, and it's kind of been cleared out now.
Oh boy, there was a nice idea by CLG there, but they had no idea that Blabber had wrapped around early, left his blue buff up, so they had the initial vision on him starting on red buff, so they think that there's no contest with this dive coming in. Even if M&S like TP's in, you can always match it. But there, it was just a really heads-up play by Blabber to know that that gank was coming in topside.
Yeah, I think, like you mentioned, Blabber kind of expected this to come, and he planned his jungle route around it, and yeah, well done to him.
The thing is, when you're looking at CLG, you want to see these early plays happening.
Yeah, I think this was just a bit of a doomed situation. Once Contracts is alone under the turret here, you just go spider form for the move speed to be like, oh god, I gotta run out from turret range. There's just no real way to fight it after they had to take that much damage just escaping. Plus, MNS has a small inside track to get up here faster.
So the quickness of the first blood dropping over towards the Cloud9 side of Fudge on this cannon, but we'll have to see how CLG end up responding. So much emphasis on how Contracts can make plays on this pick.
So this is one of those games where both solo lanes end up swapping all the time. Jensen, you've had a really long career. What do you make of these situations? Do you prefer to just lock into one of your lanes and try to just stay there and push as much as you can, or do you like chasing people around the map?
Oh man, I hate this.
I knew you would, man.
I mean, obviously, if you're the one hunting for a certain matchup, it feels better. But if you're playing like a bad matchup and there's this guy you have to keep avoiding, it's so painful. Because if they do it right, it's really hard to play around it because they're usually ahead in tempo as well. But sometimes you got to do it.
Oh, Blabber was coming in for the play, but Contract sees him out upon bush entry, flashes over the wall. Things were looking dangerous for Luger if that play were to continue, but the offset by the enemy jungler.
Nice play by Contracts, who forced Blabber back, kills his flash, but looks like we're getting a bit of a tri lane here.
Just a little bit, but doesn't everybody in their lane want their jungler with them at all times, Jensen?
Oh, of course. This is just, in NA, we like ARAM more, but for some reason they all went bot lane.
The bot lane's broken. They're always calling for their junglers the most, it feels like.
Always the bot lane is.
But off of that, CLG just wanting to usher the wave through as much as possible, using the pressure of Contracts' presence to offset Blabber as well.
Yep, so they are able to escort that wave in, get the reset for the Zeri Lulu early on. Not too bad for them. From here, what do you think is the most important lane for these junglers to try and influence? Because they're running all over the map. If you were like, this is the person I want to get head, obviously it's Zeri for CLG side, but for C9, what do you think their priority should be in the early game?
I think when you have Lucian and Nami, you typically want to make sure that they stay ahead of the curve against Zeri, because everyone knows when Zeri is ahead how much of a pain Zeri is, right?
Yeah.
So you want to make sure the Lucian is ahead and just try to stack their early objectives, drag and Herald as much as possible without letting this Zeri scale for free.
That's interesting, because with how much focus there is on these counter picks and running across the map and trying to get these assignments, it kind of pulls your attention away from the bot lane. But you're saying for both teams, it's actually maybe a little bit more about the bot lane?
Yeah, I mean, it's a mix, right? Because Lucian and Nami should win lane on their own right, so you just want to make sure you match the Elise as much as possible to not let her get advantages, because I think C9 is happy as long as their lanes can play 1v1 or 2v2. So Blabber's job is just to make sure that that happens and he doesn't let Elise like snowball one of the lanes.
Now Contracts at risk of running into Blabber and Eminez in the river side, so Blabber continuing to keep up that ideology that you're pointing out, Jensen, of keeping tabs on Contracts and how he can affect these lanes. But kind of on that point, bringing so much pressure over to the bot side, it feels like something that we have seen time and time again is the attempt from Luger to go on forward on Sven, sidesteps the Aqua Prism, gets a slice into the fish's eye, taking down Sven, CLG out on top in the 2v2.
This is exactly what Jensen was talking about, wanting to stay ahead of the Zeri Lulu. The fact that they're able to get that all in. The early 6 from Luger, Berserker was still 5, Nami was still 5, so just seeing that they had that XP differential.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Lulu, Zeri winning lane, not a good look.
Where did that start? Because you say it, Sven says it all the time. Where did the not a good look originate?
Oh, that's a good question, actually. I'm not even sure where it came from. There's so much gamer lingo that you just don't know where it originated
It just came out of nowhere, yeah.
I feel like it's one of those things where you just all end up saying the same 5 phrases when you're around the same people all the time.
Pretty much.
Some of them were fun than others, but there's definitely a lot of fun to be had when you're picking up the Rift Herald over for Cloud9. Contracts and Palafox posturing with some presence from that bot lane starting to get unlocked from the CLG side.
Yeah, nice little window by C9 there. They've been very good about their neutral objectives setups this entire series and all year, really about finding these windows to sneak them away. After that all-in in the bot side, just felt like they got back on the map a little bit faster.
Yeah, so definitely not too bloody just yet. Kill postured for both of these teams. Dragon spawned up, but nobody ready for the taking, kind of because that bot lane being left to their own. If you are looking over on the side of Cloud9, though, in that bot lane and how they did just dish that kill over into Luger's pocket, how worried are you in your presence in the lane, and how much of a more tempered approach are you taking?
I mean, luckily it was Nami who died, so it's not the end of the world, but you always hate to see Sarah getting kills.
And you hate to see your mid laner fall. Now, if you're at Cloud9, the presence from Contracts being had for CLG. So really keeping up the plays that Contracts can make over on the CLG side.
Yeah, really nice play there by Contracts. You heard Coach Croissant talking about how he's done a good job on the Elise himself, as well as into C9, able to make a nice kill there. Gold lead even, hitting it into 10 minutes. It's still the Rift Herald, of course, for C9 side. Getting a little aggressive in the bot lane with Blabber wrapping around.
The culling thrown on out. Blabber gets the king onto Luger, and the bubble up and down into the grave he goes. Cloud9 kill off the CLG bot laner and make their movement over into the river.
Yeah, unfortunately a little too over-aggressive from Luger there. I think he knew Lee Sin was around as well, but he thought he had the backup of Elise, but Elise was a bit too far, unfortunately, and that's going to be costly because now C9 gets the dragon.
Yeah, they give the dragon up, lost his barrier as well, I think, thinking that he could bait it, like you said, with that extra bit of defense. Also, did get the TP out of M&S, so there will be a small TP advantage for the side of CLG in the coming minutes, but game lead a little bit in C9's favor. We haven't really talked about scaling because there's been so much focus on these lanes and matchups and junglers. Who do you actually favor going mid to late should the gold lead be even?
I think CLG scaling is a bit better, but it's hard to say exactly because I think they just have different win condition. C9 needs to be able to get a flank and get on the backline, and they have a lot of tools with the Lee Sin and the Kennen, so if they do get the right setup, they can definitely make something happen too.
I would 100%, if it was me, prefer to be on the C9 side because CLG's comp is so squishy. There's really no frontline that you have other than like Gwen is immune in a lot of ways, and whoever's there decides to ult. It does feel like C9 have more team fighting tools with like the Kennen lockdown. If he ever finds a good flank, you can just kind of blow a bunch of people up. But you're saying like if they find the flank, CLG has a lot more scaling potential to like 1v1 carry fights?
Yeah, if it's like front to back, but like you said, if the Kennen does get like on top of many people, he's gonna kind of destroy the whole game.
Yeah.
Where CLG are looking at a lot of the individual players and how they perform on these picks. I mean, Croissant was talking about having confidence in Dokla on this Gwen. You were looking for something of a CLG special, the Yone, for instance, which did get banned out. Do you hold some of that same confidence in the Gwen for Dokla?
Yeah, I think Gwen and Yone is played kind of similar with how you play the side lane and stuff, so I think this fits CLG style pretty well, and this is what Dokla is pretty good at usually.
I think the lane swap has obviously affected both the melee matchups. The fact that Gwen, 90-ish CS, Eminez at 95, both of them down 10 to 15 from their opponent laners. I feel like that probably favors the Castante, not as important to get far ahead. So this probably feels like pretty good from the C9 perspective that the Gwen is a little bit further behind than she would normally be.
Yeah, I agree, because it does feel like the Gwen needs to be ahead of the Kennen to be able to like create that threat on the side lane later on, but it's going to be tough this time.
Oh, Contract saw that Blabber was coming. The Wild Growth activated, culling over the wall. No lives lost just yet, but a big blast onto Blabber. Contract's first to fall, and now the Rift Herald getting dropped down by Cloud9 side. With 4 present, they hope to get this push up for a crash.
Yeah, that was a nice little pick off there. Contracts tried to jump the play, but the rest of C9 had an extra member coming in from behind. Palafox too slow to rotate. He actually came down here to defend the push rather than get the free shove on mid lane. I thought he was going to just try and answer with plates. A selfless player he is. I don't know if, Jensen, you're in that position, you roam? Yeah?
No, usually not, no. I'd rather just stay lane. Can get some plates, it's better, right?
Yeah, I think so, for sure. Yeah.
So now ended up losing out on a little bit of that time, but made it back to lane so Palafox can continue up the shove. And some of the poke onto Koom and Luger puts them in some danger against Berserker and Sven if they didn't have contracts here for the assist if needed.
Yeah, right now Berserker and Sven could probably kill them, but there's a bit of a jungle gap going on.
Oh, ult up top, Fudge in the 1v1 with Dokla. Needlework coming through, but Dokla losing out to Fudge, showing a new look on the Kennen.
Oh boy, just things starting to come off the wheels a little bit there. I'm not quite sure how Dokla got locked up underneath the turret with the Kennen ultimate. You know, he did have flash, maybe Fudge just came out of nowhere and surprised him, but gets that solo kill top side, gets that pressure. The bot side going in favor of C9 as well. This gold lead going to start ballooning pretty quickly here.
Yeah, this is definitely not a good look if you're CLG. They're kind of just falling behind everywhere, and they're going to start bleeding more and more slowly unless they can find a creative angle.
Oh, just greeted out for the demolish proc. No! Yeah. You hate to see it.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
So falling at the end there to Fudge, which means some time left alone to farm up and the like. But CLG, they are starting to fall behind across all the lanes. And you were mentioning, Jensen, that you felt that they did have some decent scaling options. Do you think they still have windows to be able to play into their advantages?
I mean, they obviously have the series scaling still, right? But when Gwen falls behind against the cannon, it's going to be very hard to play the side lane. And if they can't play the side lane, it's going to be really hard around the objectives because they're just going to get flanked. And if C9 can flank with this comp, it's going to be very hard for CLG to play team fights.
Now Cloud9 keeping their focus on the objective, start up the second Rift Herald of this game. But CLG look like they do want to get a bit of a contest. Some decent poke onto Zven on the Nami, going to be pretty squishy, but keeping connected.
Yeah, CLG actually contesting this a little bit, despite the fact that C9 should be stronger at this point in the game. The one-item power spikes completed for Lucian Nami at 15 minutes is when they're almost at their most deadly, when they can just Gale Force on top of you with the Imperial Mandate. But looks like CLG don't want to let this Rift Herald go for free.
Yeah, I think fighting this Herald is going to be very tough for CLG. Like you said, C9 have reached their spikes right now, so it's going to be very hard.
Already throwing out the damage, seeing Lucian's a lot with the calling to get a cut chunk onto Contract, so more difficult for him to step up to this Rift Herald tidal wave to zone off as well. So Cloud9, they don't need to get the kills, just using their ultimates to be able to zone off CLG.
Mission accomplished. I'm surprised that they were able to get that one. The fact that the Herald reset came at basically the worst possible time for C9 as they were trying to exit out. They end up losing that one. Dokla got the shove in the bot wave. Small win there for CLG.
Yeah, pretty much best case scenario for them.
So now Cloud9, since they couldn't make the play happen over on Rift Herald, bring their attention over towards this Dragon. They had previously stacked up the first, so this would be second for the red side. But I think you do have to commend CLG for, even at points in time when they are down in itemization and not as strong holding up against Cloud9, being able to push against them and really peel them off, and now grabbing this Rift Herald for themselves.
Yeah, they do end up trading the Herald for the Dragon, which is probably best case for them given the current situation of the game. I think right now they just need a bit more time, get some items going, and then maybe they can start fighting again.
Yeah, they also grabbed turret topside, so a small trade up in CLG's favor. They're able to get the gold lead back to neutral. Of course, the Dragon, like you said, did go down for C9. They're continuing that stacking, which they always seem to be doing quite well. Looking like they're pretty good, but CLG, I think, more resilient than a lot of people might have expected heading into this series. It's looking really close.
Do you feel, Jensen, just when interacting with the players of CLG, you know, they've kind of externally had this identity, they're scrappy, and when they're really on it, they really snowball with their energy. Is that a feeling that you get just when talking with them, kind of being this scrappy team that's often an underdog?
I mean, to be honest, I don't really talk to the CLG players much. Not for any particular reason.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Jensen hates CLG!
But, I mean, it is kind of like their style, right? They like to be very scrappy and just take fights whenever they can, and it's fun to watch.
Did you ever feel like that worked for you during your career? You know, you had a lot of times where you were the favorite in North America, obviously, but then when you went internationally, slept on a lot of times, but still able to punch above your weight in a lot of people's eyes. Like, did the underdog mindset ever, like, set you free, set you loose to just play crazy?
I think being the underdog is a nice feeling. You feel like there's less pressure, and even if you mess up or you lose, people kind of expected it. So it's definitely nicer than, you know, when everyone thinks like, oh yeah, they're gonna win for sure. Then there's like a lot more pressure.
Do you ever get like the invincible feeling though when you're on the other side of it? Like what you've had some dominant years during your Team Liquid years where it was like, oh, no one can stop us. Do you ever just, does that kind of feeling of being this juggernaut come through, or do you always prefer to kind of be underdog?
I think if you're definitely like way above the rest of the teams, it's like a very nice feeling, but there's not many teams that it happens for. But in 2019 until, we did kind of feel that way, I think. And
it kind of looked that way.
It was a nice feeling, but then next year, you know, reality hit and back to ninth place.
Don't talk about that split.
Yeah, we'll forget that one.
Put it in the history bank, that's all. I mean, Cloud9, while being the #1 seed going into playoffs, did have to play a tiebreaker for that. There were different teams that had kind of separate swings of when they were strong versus not strong. I know it does seem like you still do talk with the Cloud9 fellas that you were playing with previously. How do you feel that they are in terms of their sentiment of how they've been playing this year?
I mean, I haven't really asked them how, you know, they feel like they've been playing, but I think, strangely enough, I think the 4 players are playing better than they were last year. I'm a bit disappointed to see that.
Yeah, they didn't carry quite as hard with you.
I feel like they didn't play as good when I was on the team.
Did you ever watch back the season kickoff event, by the way?
No.
You should at some point look back at that. I don't know. They were trolling you really hard that whole time. Anytime Sven was on the mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Fudge. They were all trolling you. I don't know why.
That's why, Jensen, when we saw Fudge, we promised in the hallway that this was just going to be a trash on Fudge the whole time.
Oh, you're right.
This is your chance to get him back.
The thing is, this game I can't really say much about Fudge. He's playing a bit too well, and he got a solo kill, unfortunately. So
this is where you have the power of the caster.
Oh, I have the caster first. Okay,
So
Fudge is playing so good.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. We'll get him.
So good on the Ken, doing great, and will continue to do so expertly for the entirety of the game.
Of course, and the series.
There's no way C9 loses. Their comp's so much better. Their players are so much better.
But on a serious note, I would be very impressed if they managed to lose this game, but anything can happen, right?
You would be impressed if C9 managed to lose it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
But it's funny because that can work both ways. Does CLG impress you for winning, or does Cloud9 impress you for managing to lose?
C9.
Right.
If they manage to lose, it's impressive.
Insane calling out a Berserker there. Almost kills. Poom does get the heal out instead of the ultimate with the Dragon spawning 50 seconds. Should get the reset back up in time, but still utilizing first strike, grabbing a nice little chunk of gold. Anytime you can pull off a combo like that, you're scaling.
Exactly.
That gold's been pretty stable for some time since CLG ripping back some of the plays. Palafox over on the bot side getting poked out a bit, but we are a bit over 30 seconds until that next dragon spawns. Cloud9 having previously stacked 2 of them, looking for the aggressive play ahead of the objective, throws down the tidal wave to zone off contracts.
Yeah, a bit of miscoordination there on the side of C9. Not sure if they wanted to go all in on that play or not. It means that now their bot lane are going to be completely without ultimates. Blabber as well, no ult for this next fight that's coming up.
Yeah, we have Dragon coming up soon, so I guess we'll see if CLG chooses to fight it. I think if they do, they're probably just gonna get aced, but maybe they can find something.
Do you think it's just doomed at this point, or is there like some item power spikes you're waiting for CLG to hit before they're ready to contest objectives?
I mean, right now, actually, like if you look at the items, CLG are probably in the best spot they will get to. So they probably should fight it, but it's going to be very hard once C9 has to set up, and you know they have the river control, so it's very hard to walk into them. But maybe they can make something happen. Yeah, the Lucian hitting pretty hard.
Blabber sticking to the Dragon for now, and CLG look like they are in the midst of that decision making. How do we push in? Maybe a nice blast to chunk down Berserker and Sven is one way to do it, but the teleport, the immediate stun up from CLG as soon as MNS gets in here, gets polymorphed as well. There's the Dragon going down in Cloud9's favor. Flash away from MNS, the Wild Growth on top of Dokla throwing down the needlework. Does not connect for kills.
I think you can just feel how desperate CLG was to Jensen's point there about the fact that this was going to be one of their best windows. They were desperate to find a cleanup kill. Unfortunately, Dokla used his Q a little bit too soon as MNS came in, so even though Contracts went into the cocoon, he had already used all his snips up. They might have been timing out anyways, and so he waited as long as he could. I'm not quite sure, but not able to kill MNS. That teleport distracted them long enough to grab that Baron Dragon and get out of there.
Yeah, I thought it was a bit of a questionable TP, but it worked out. C9 got the Dragon and got out. It seemed like they didn't really want to fight them, and they just wanted to get the Dragon and dip, and that's what they did.
Drawing some of the attention off of that TP to secure the objective that they were looking for the whole time. So 3 of them stacked up for Cloud9, 22.5 minutes. Pulling throw now to get a decent amount of damage into Luger. You can see the work of the Immortal Shield Bolt coming into effect there. Cloud9 now get to have an opportunity to secure vision around this top side. I mean, also drawing attention to what Fudge was able to do prior, getting that bot lane turret down ahead of that Dragon. Feels like he's been very effective in his pressure.
Yeah, Fudge has looked really good. I think CLG doing their best to answer back. They get another turret. The gold lead's close. The fights have been close, but I think that if there's one thing that seems to be going C9's way over the course of the series, it is their neutral objectives and the setups around them. There were a couple fights that CLG has won around them, but for the most part, C9's there first. They're there with vision, and they're either able to pick a fight that they like or just focus down the objective and try and get out of there.
Yeah, and as we can see right now, Dokla is actually making this split pushing working quite a bit. He just took the tier 2 turret, so he's going to be picking up a lot of gold here and pick up his second item. So maybe he can make something happen soon.
I mean, I hope he can, but split pushing has felt doomed for the last couple of seasons. I know that there was the teleport into the middle of the base to end it there, but that's not quite the same as like sitting in a side lane and trying to win just through split push.
Yeah.
It's been rough for top laners for a little bit.
It has. It's all about the bot laners.
But I mean, looking at the game kind of from that general bird's eye lens again, CLG, they managed to swing a little bit of the gold. back. They're keeping up that turret pressure. Do you have more confidence in them now than you did maybe moments ago when they were just trying to hold off against those neutral objectives?
I mean, right now they're actually still pretty strong in the game if you look at the items. I think they can win a fight as long as they don't let Kennen hit like a massive ultimate on all of them.
Yeah, I mean, Kennen's pretty scary right now with Shadow Flame completed, Pen Boots as well. The fact that CLG is not a team comp that's going to be stacking any MR, they're all extremely squishy. If you ever clump up for and engage by Fudge, it's going to be lights out.
Yeah.
But if you can stay spaced away, you saw the poke that they were able to land on Berserker and Sven. That kind of made them think that they could take that Dragon fight as well. It is a situation where they can land the poke on C9's side. They are relatively short range if you can see where they're coming from on the flanks from C9.
Keep an eye out for those flanks in the future. But if you are Cloud9 right now trying to make a play across mid, another throwing out from the ult from Berserker, targeted onto Poom. Nothing quite found of it just yet.
Yeah, and if you look at Fudge, he's looking for TPs around the map pretty often, but Douglas just keeps being annoying, pushing in the side lane, so it's very difficult for Fudge to actually leave the lane without giving up too much.
Berserker with all those cullings in the mid lane, first strike up to 535 gold printed in the mid lane. So even though it's not necessarily getting a ton of kills, they are getting a lot of control off of it, able to farm up some of that gold.
Still getting put in a very good position to have an impact later on in the game. I mean, we talked so much about how bot lane has been a focus throughout this year, throughout a lot of these series. How do you feel about that from mid lane and the way it's been developing?
I mean, I think we need more mid lane buffs.
Oh yeah?
80k nerfs. Yeah.
Shocker, I can't believe that's the perspective.
Non-biased.
Who would you buff?
Who would I buff?
Anivia, Orianna, Zillion.
Yes, those and the mage items.
It is true that the mage items have felt a little lackluster for a while. Roa coming back was nice, but it doesn't feel like the champions that want to utilize it are very strong right now.
Yeah, it never feels fun that your best items are scaling items either, right? Like you want to be able to build the power and fight early, but right now the best mage items are scaling items.
And as you can see in this game, a very aggressive early game. Even though it hasn't been a ton of kills, it feels like they're fighting for every inch here. There's a lot of lane swaps, there's vision control, these kinds of things. CLG, as this Dragon's coming up, finally getting there first, it feels like, in this series, getting their vision control for this team comp that does have a lot of poke in it built up.
Teleport from Eminez, this time on the opposite bush, and CLG first to the party, but now trying to offset Cloud9 as they encroach upon the vicinity. Dokla going in first. The response to the ultimate from Sven, now creating the distance. Blabber shielding himself away from the pressure that CLG are offering. Look at that damage into the backline. CLG, it's very similar to what we saw prior, being able to dish out so much damage. Even if you don't execute the kill, you push them off enough. So now CLG feel the agency to be able to start up this Dragon. Berserker gets knocked down to 50% HP. Into stasis, Palafox goes, but they get so much damage onto Eminez in the process. Blabber taking away the Dragon, though it's sold for Cloud9. Can CLG get some more picks off the fight afterwards? Fudge, the subject of the attention of contracts, but popping his own watch stopped in his tracks. CLG picking up some scrap, but they lose the objective, and now more lives, and now their jungler at that. Luger keeping the blood running in his veins, keeping his eyes onto Blabber, but Berserker zoning off. Oh, Dragon coming and getting set off.
Blabber's still up, he has smite. It's not up actually.
Trying to land these shots onto Blabber and keeping him at bay. Can he step into it? The zoning is still good and strong from CLG.
Oh my god, that was a clencher of a fight right there, but CLG are able to battle C9 back. They stopped the soul point from going down. Absolutely crazy fight there.
Yeah, this game has turned into a complete banger now. I mean, honestly, I thought this game was going to be very tough for CLG, but they are landing some very crucial poke and making it happen somehow.
Yeah, I think the initial poke made it so that they had to go to the spot lane. Sven was chunked out. He couldn't really contribute. Palafox tried to assassinate Berserker. I kind of like the aggressive mindset, but left him out to dry a little bit. He ends up going down, but Luger was free hitting almost this entire fight and did a very good job of playing the ranges, making sure that stopwatch doesn't land on top of him. He's able to just sit outside of it. And then zoning kind of 1v3 after Contracts goes down while Dokla do-si-dos with the Dragon.
Yeah, and I think from a team fighting perspective, the way C9 needs it to happen is Kennen needs to be able to start the engage with like a flash ult or something. If CLG can just land their poke, then they can win these fights.
I also have to give a bit of a head tap to Dokla that started that, just popping the Ghost and kind of running C9 down and forcing them into that corridor for that poke to land. He was able to contribute quite a bit there, even though it seemed like the Luger show towards the tail end of it.
Ooh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that damage.
The Luger show.
The Zeri show, perhaps?
Yeah.
All right. That was a big major dance around from CLG and Cloud9, but CLG breaking that momentum from Cloud9 across the Dragon. And I mean, we were talking so much about Dokla and how he is able to be comfortable on this one pick and why it's difficult to have the impact on the side lanes, but here, starting that off nicely.
Yeah, and it's like Mark mentioned earlier, I think when it comes to team fighting, when Dokla plays these picks, he's very good at creating space and starting the fight, making it very difficult for the opponent to walk in.
Ooh, touch and go there for a second. Not sure if they were going to face check there. For CLG here, what's your game plan now that you've kind of gotten control of this game a little bit? Feels like they have managed to get the map control back in their favor, but they are a very squishy team. It's kind of hard to do this force onto Baron. They look like they're going to maybe try it, but how would you feel for them?
I guess they're just starting the Baron. I think they need to have the setup and just hit some poke, and then once the poke hits, they can start the fight.
Looking for that poke right now. Luger into it, ultimate aghast, and MNS now taking so much damage. Backs off under the turret. Cloud9 zoned out again by CLG.
Yeah, like Jensen was just saying, I guess you're just starting it to bait over and over and then land some poke when they finally contest. Able to kind of have really nice control around that. Did not get a kill, but still.
Yeah, but they did use the Seri ulti here, so now they have to wait for the next Seri ult. You don't want to fight without Seri ult, so I guess there's going to be a bit of dead time right now. Maybe C9 will try to force something, knowing they don't have Seri ult.
Trigger the Baron with the minion.
Yeah.
Looking for it for a moment. I mean, Blabber just trying to match there against Contracts. But yes, no Zeri ultimate for a little bit of time for the CLG side.
How do you feel in these positions as a CLG, where the enemy team's sitting on Soul Point? Do you feel pressed to make things happen outside the window of the Dragon, or are you okay kind of waiting for Dragon and just having to keep outplaying them time and time again?
It's very hard for them to accelerate the game without fighting over the objectives. They could try to start the Baron like they were doing, but it wasn't really possible, so you kind of just have to wait for the Dragon. But if you do have the setup and you're first at the Dragon, you don't really mind too much that they have the Soul Point. If they come in first, though, and they have the setup, then it's very difficult. But since they're in the driver's seat right now, they should be able to just set up around the next Dragon when it comes up here soon. And honestly, they're in a pretty good spot now.
Yeah, I always get a little concerned when one team's on Soul Point. It's like just one thing needs to go wrong, one flip, one smite steal, and suddenly they have just shields for the rest of the game. They have some people who actually do itemized defensive stuff, so MNS would be super happy if he got Soul out of nowhere. So it's something where I can see why CLG is starting this Baron. It initially, to me, seemed very risky, but from this perspective, I definitely see pushing. And then the poke has been underrated. They've been able to chunk people out consistently. Even MNS, who is the tankiest member in the game, got forced back in that last kind of standoff situation.
Now, 32 minutes into the game, 1.5k gold lead for CLG, ripping away the stacking of the Dragons and bringing some more control into their favor when it didn't seem like that long ago, Jensen, that seemed like there was a lot of pressure that was being put by Cloud9 when they just had the item advantage. Now you feel like it's a bit more evened out?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought it would be a lot harder for CLG, but they've been very good at starting these fights. And speaking of fighting, just a little
unstoppable bait, gets the face check brush as long as you start channeling that W beforehand. A-okay for MNS there. Does buy the space potentially for C9 to break the turret right before this Baron or Dragon fight, excuse me. So that's a huge win.
10 seconds on that spawn timer, so breaking into that mid to match that mid turret that was previously taken by CLG, seeing who can get the ward coverage here first. And I know, Jensen, you're looking at Fudge in this next fight, right? Seeing what Fudge can be able to do for Cloud9?
Yeah, I think it's very crucial that Fudge is able to find a flank here and get onto the back line, because it's going to be very tough for them if they just let CLG poke them out again.
Uh-oh, Blabber.
It's Blabber that's looking for the flank on this angle and gets zoned out, flashes away into the pit. He goes. Dokla ready to collapse as well as Luger. The culling coming out from Berserker and lands a lot of it onto Luger. So now, with less HP to his name, has to position a bit more safely. Palafox wanting to zone. Contracts has made his way with the rest of the CLG squad so that nobody can get picked out. The song and dance is at it again. The Dragon now below 4,000. Needlework slicing through Blabber, and MNS taking a lot of damage as well. Fudge coming on board with the slicing Maelstrom. There's the Dragon. CLG secures it with the wild growth upon Luger. CLG are in the driver's seat of the fight. Going on in team.
Luger is a madman going into the Dragon Pit by himself multiple times in a row. Baits C9 into a straight up engage. It's a 5-for-0 clean ace for CLG. They want to end the game.
They're going for it. They're hitting the go button onto the turret and more.
Honestly, I'm super surprised they were able to win that fight. Luger got poked down to like, what, 30-40% health? And they just managed to win it.
It was enough. CLG coming in the clutch in game number 2.
Absolutely incredible end to the game. It was a slow mid-game for a moment there, but when it came to the Dragon fight, CLG just super impressive how they executed them, going aggressive, baiting C9 in, and making sure that they never actually got fully engaged on.
Yeah, I mean, I was praising Fudge and saying he was playing very well, but they did end up losing, so I guess
the caster curse came through. There you go. I gotta say, this is a very interesting series from here because I think I predicted a C9 3-0. I think a lot of people were predicting a C9 3-0. What are you looking at now, the fact that CLG has bounced back and in the mid to late game has not looked like a complete pushover against this team?
I mean, I predicted C9 to 3-0 as well, but I know CLG, when they start fighting, it's going to be very scrappy and it's going to be some banger games. So, I mean, they show they're up for the task and they can definitely do it.
Do you see any similarities between this series you played against them in summer last split and now this one again where it's like, uh-oh, all of a sudden this game's getting scrappy?
Yeah, this is why I hate playing against CLG because you never really know what to expect. Like, you feel like, oh, it's going to be a free win, but they always show up with like these random things and they somehow always make it work.
Oh, man. I mean, that definitely gets me excited for the rest of the series. Jensen, you're hanging out with us for the rest of the day. So you thinking that you're going to be here for a long time?
I think I'm going to be here for all 5 games, yeah.
Oh, boy.
All 5 games. That's what we're all hoping for. Remember, everyone that's watching at home, though, the LCS team emotes are now live in the client. Look, I've got a nice little example here. This design right now from Cloud9 that you see on your screen. I'm going to put it as if you're in the game and I'm emoting above you. So grab yours now, spam in the chat whoever you think is going to win game 3, and we will see you later here on the desk. For now, it's time to head to the lounge as I look for this emote to break everything down.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We have twisted our view to be able to see the largest screen possible. How did you feel about that game? Spicy.
That was spicy.
It was interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, so from CLG, I think you saw a really interesting, this is the level 1 where Joko is actually going to make it out. It didn't have a massive impact on the game, but yeah, he almost gets caught out.
Biggest thing was it was 1 ghost.
For 2 flashes.
For
right?
2 flashes, Lee Sin and
there it is. And the fun thing too, from that point forward, they were swapping, human swapping between Gwen and Jace, like trying to find the Gwen versus Cassante matchup. So that was a pretty exciting part of it, but contracts getting picked on.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that M&S is first on rotation in the river coming up, and Blabber was able to respond to this super well, thinking that Contracts was going to try to make the most of that top lane.
Yeah, I mean, he's just getting read quite a bit. I think this was initially Contracts trying to hunt for the Rip Trail play that Blabber was going for, and he thought he had support here, but he just got completely chunked, not expecting the damage coming in from Fudge as well, even with an Lulu ultimate. And the top one, like looking for a dive, pretty typical for a Elise game, but Blabber being able to read that play as well was quite good.
Yeah, these Dragon fights ended up being incredibly close for pretty much the whole game, and it just felt like C9 could never quite get enough damage down onto the Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing from this is that Luger remains untouched, so even though Palafox goes in and it doesn't work out super well for him, you can kind of see how, if C9 is unable to get the Kennen flank, how a lot of these team fights are going to work.
Yeah, and I think the Gwen pick, it was banned in game 1. This game is just doing wonders. M&S is getting completely shredded, and I think this was the game-winning fight, if I remember correctly, because I didn't think that Luger even had a chance to take this fight. He just healed up with Shieldbow, VT, also Fudge getting completely knocked out, and so he just got blown away.
Yeah, can we go back to the start of that fight, actually,
Let's try,
to see it again?
Yeah. We should.
Let's rewind this and then probably pause right at the start.
Yeah, because he starts with less than half health, even before this.
Yeah, so they had gone back into the Dragon Pit to heal up because he was even lower than this, but you can see his health bar down at the bottom already. Very low.
God, M&S got chunked so much without any response and damage. So like that one is really tough for C9. They were already in a really bad spot positionally.
And here you really see the power of the Jace pick, not from him going in, but from that initial shock blast to kind of soften them up.
And also, if we pause again right here, and just look at the minimap, definitely a good read to understand that you can just take that bottom minion wave and go all the way to the end. Because a lot of teams would think, okay, you know, this long in, Baron just spawned, let's pop over to the Baron area. But this is the correct call. Don't need to prolong the game. Move it to a 1-1 and go game 3.
That's wild.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is probably the last highlight. Now we just have the
there it is.
Post-game breakdown.
Yep.
And look, I mean, there was a lot of damage from both AD carries.
Yeah.
But the thing is, most of this damage from Berserker wasn't really in teamfights. I feel like almost all of that was in mid lane, was he was landing cullings but never quite getting enough damage to kill.
And another huge thing, if you look at the mid lane pool, right?
Ooh.
Because this is not to call out M&S, obviously. This is something that I thought was actually pretty clever coming out of their draft, throwing the Kennen in there, putting the Cassante mid. It's something that we had seen previously in LCK. It's something that M&S had already played. And Croissant even said in your interview that he was expecting
Watch the stream.
it. But I think the big thing, to Raz's point, is that CLG did try to pay as much attention to possible as to their lane assignments to make sure that both Jace and Gwen had the lanes that they wanted versus what C9 had wanted to do in draft.
And it made a lot of sense in the IMT game that we saw M&S busted out because he was going up against Zoe.
Yep.
So you can't outburst him. But in this game, they have a lot of DPS from Zeri, Jace, and Gwen. And I love the fact that, as you mentioned, hunting the Cassante lane. And in team fights, the 2 team fights that we saw around Drake, he had no impact. The HP that was basically being chunked away from him, there was no way for the Lucian to respond and try to like trade DPS. So like for team fights, I think the Cassante is probably going to be benched. I don't think it works within this comp. I think that's probably going to be the biggest change.
Yeah, we do have one other replay from this past game, I've been told from the producers. So we're going to pull that up on the screen at the moment.
Oh, no!
Oh my God, no!
This was in waiting room. You, for some reason, decided to do the pepper. I think because
It's okay, Raz.
you just wanted to make sure that it was spicy.
She was handling it.
Consequence.
Honestly, shout out to you for solidarity. God, you're crying.
She was handling it like a champ. I thought I had a chance.
God,
Man,
and the tweet
I mean,
from
I
the
think it's important to notice the facial expression. That's not great. And I think you got to realize kind of where you are. Who has tile in the back? And also, are you in the, you're not in the normal stall. That's a little armbar to assist. So you really needed all the help you could get in there.
Oh my.
Illustrating.
I'm still feeling it in my gut. There may be a round 2.
There might be.
It might happen.
We might be here a while because the series is 1-1. C9 has selected blue side. Blue side has won all of the games so far. I think that's all the analysis we can do with that.
Yeah.
So as we go to break, ahead of game 3, some players are herbivores and some are carnivores. Sven definitely views himself as more of the latter. So let's check out why in today's Dining Together, delivered by Grubhub.
I tried a lot of things in LA. There's a lot of food. You can get anything you want from anywhere, really. And just 2 clicks from your fingers. But then I figured out you never go wrong with a nice burger. I didn't eat that many burgers in the EU, but now I do. NA showed me the way of the burger. Burger, got my fries. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. There's 2 kinds of guys. There's the lettuce, like tomato, onion kind of guy, and then there's the cheese, bacon kind of guy. I'm the cheese, bacon kind of guy. So after a nice day of scrims, like a good 6-0 day, celebrate with a nice burger, some fries, quick order, half an hour, it's there outside my door before I'm even home, and then I'll eat it, and I'll go right back into solo queue, ready for a nice gaming session.
you like those? Hey, you think I like this? Don't lie, Jesper. Yeah, I need word because being not too good, but better support, better jungle, Paulus, Virus, Matt.
오. 와. I really wanna win Worlds.
Why do you like playing Irelia? Because NA solo queue so boring to me, so I need more funny. Oh!
All right, welcome back.
You think this is good? As he's looking at images of fried chicken and fries. Love it.
Right now, series is 1-1. We have Jensen back in the lounge with us after casting, after cursing this into a longer series, I feel like.
Wow.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, congratulations on that. C9 back on the blue side, CLG back on the red side. Same band so far by C9 as in their first game. They did Sejuani, Tilia, Vi. CLG is the team that's mixing things up a little bit, possibly. They banned Draven, Elise, Annie in game 1, so actually currently all the bands staying the same, just a different order.
Yeah, man, I'm actually very surprised they're opting to ban Talia every game because Talia is kind of a weak laner, and I feel like that's something M&S would love to play against.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the prowess that CLG have had on that pick with Palafox being able to link up to CLG's side lanes. It's probably just something they saw in their previous games and were like, you know what, we just don't want to deal with Palafox in our side lanes constantly.
Yeah. The Gwen is an interesting one, being able to get played just the last game, and I thought it did wonders in teamfights, so maybe that's something that C9 wants to ban going in 4-5 if they get the opportunity. This time around, Jace, which is the constant flex between both these teams, is still available. Don't think it should be picked in first round, but maybe when it gets to 3-pick, we see probably C9 going for it.
What I'm most curious about here is if CLG is going to opt to take Sion again 1-2, or if they're going to go back to Dougla playing those more split push type of champions.
This would be wild if it's a first pick. So the only difference from the game 1 draft and bans was Draven is not banned, Heimerdinger is. Varus was the first pick the first time for C9.
A Pantheon hover, we're not going to see it. I've been wanting to see Pantheon from a specific LPL jungler who was spamming it, but I don't think we're going to see that pick.
Yeah. Instead, I like the Rakan hover. I think we're probably going to see Rakan Jace. Oh, Sion.
I mean, are they just going to slam Sion Silas here? Probably the jungler, they can take Silas later. If Palafox still thinks you just only need to see Maokai ult before you take Silas, which felt like the theory in the first game.
We've been seeing a lot of solo lanes being slammed early with Sion, like with mid and top. This is probably one of those examples. Is that something that you think is good? No, it's not actually being locked in here.
It's interesting to me because I think going into the series and looking at the All-Pro and just even tracking the year, people kind of expected C9 to just demolish CLG in laning phase if they're going to win. So you'd think blind picking solo lanes would be a disaster, but it actually hasn't been. Like, that's the biggest surprise of me so far this series, is that CLG is sticking with C9 in the early game.
Yeah, I think Sion is a pick we've been seeing picked 1-2 more and more often. I think people are finally starting to realize having a tank is good, really good, and it's very easy to play with. And then for mid lane, you can usually just pair it with a strong jungler. So if you see like a strong jungle pick like Lee Sin or Vi or something, you can usually like pair any mid pick with CC with it. That's usually pretty good.
This is an interesting pivot from C9 because typically, like we've talked about previously, and as we saw in their first 2 drafts, they went for more like, we want bot side prio always and forever. And then now they're defaulting to the Zeri, in turn taking it away from CLG.
Yeah.
And obviously, Luger Zeri looked pretty scary in the past game, but it was also, I mean, CLG were kind of winning out when the teams were going 5v5 a lot of times in that first game as well. So that's an interesting pick away.
And this is the Jace 3 pick that I was looking for. The one thing that I would love C9 to have, but they don't have the option for, is like getting Lulu on 4-5. It's going to be first pick from CLG when they get that, so it's either going to be banned or I think they're going to pick it away from them. Thresh is another option. I think the most common one that we saw in the 100 Thieves series is Jinx Thresh as a duo. It just makes it so much easier to reposition her in fights, especially in fights like this where C9 already has the Jace. They're probably going to go for another like flanking option in their top lane. So let's see what they end up going for. But support should be the focus.
Yeah, I mean,
Rush Band coming out.
It's really crazy how much Zeri is locked to Lulu.
Yeah.
Second most was Yuumi, which is obviously not pickable. And then the third most common support pairing with Zeri is actually Rakan.
Yeah, we've been seeing more Rakan.
Interesting.
But it's like 78 Rakan games to 485 Lulu games compared to for Games of Legends, so it's way down the list. You'd expect that last ban to be a Lulu ban by CLG.
Go, Jensen.
Yeah, oh, wow, I'm surprised they left Lulu open here, but I think another pick that could work very well for C9 is actually Soraka. I think Soraka is very underrated right now, especially with a hybrid carry.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. They can play fights front to back if they end up having that, too, with the Maokai.
Yeah, I actually really like that mention. Oh, and they're banning Liss, which means they could also be going for a Vigar pick as well.
Oh yeah, Jensen, give us your thoughts
on
Vigar. You gave him to us earlier. Is it good here or is not the play?
I think CLG probably don't want to pick it right here. I think for C9, it's not too bad to play Vigar, but it's not the best either. Oh, there it is.
And yeah, here's you called it.
I mean,
you called it. You got
CLG
it.
leaves the Lulu up because they can just take it with Jinx as a denial, and then for the 14th time in 1,000 Zeri games, we might be seeing a Soraka. Nope, not yet. Not yet. We'll see.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
About time.
Jensen, how did you know?
I actually carried Berserker in bot lane.
Nice.
So I'm sure he told Sven, he was like, wow, Jensen's so good at Soraka, we should play it.
Yes, Soraka's so
And now he's going to be like, wow, Sven, like, Jensen is much better at Soraka than you. What is this?
Yeah.
Gragas has been something that they've been hovering, but I know I'm thinking which it could just be a Gragas mid instead as a blind and put the Jace top lane. Both matchups versus Sion is a little tough. You usually pick Sion into Jace, and you're much better in a Sion matchup versus Gragas, so lane's just going to be pretty good for Dokka, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure where C9 is planning on putting this Gragas. I would assume mid, because I don't think you just pick Gragas into Sion. That doesn't sound like the best.
Oh!
There you go.
There it is.
This is super interesting because we pointed out how willing we thought CLG were able to swap between their solo laners, but that's kind of been a staple of C9 in these drafts as well, and it's just a matter of how teams are going to pay attention to their lane assignments to get the lanes they want.
Yeah. Which draft do you prefer here, Jensen?
I like C9's draft, but I think both teams have pretty good drafts this time. You know, they're both scaling really, really well. I'm just curious if Fudge is going to go for like more of a tanky build or if he's just going to slam full AP.
Yeah, well, we know the Veigar is going to be fairly tanky if he goes the Rod of Ages, Saris build, but that'll do it from us at the lounge. CLG with yet another Sion. Let's see who takes the lead in the series. Gabby and Mark, take it away.
Thanks, Jat. Back in the casting booth we go. And I want to know, Mark, what do you think of them going back towards the Sion over on the CLG side? We got the Gragas coming through for Fudge.
I like it. I think CLG has gone a little bit later game in some of their drafts and have been able to keep pace in the early game, so you get the scaling advantage. So they have a lot this time around. Vigar and Sion infinite scaling. Jinx, obviously a great late game champion. They looked pretty good in game one, even though they didn't win it. So I kind of like CLG going for this look. And C9 kind of opting off of the early game all-in approach that they've gone, this time with the Zeri. You know, they still have the Soraka, so trying to be a little bit lane dominant with it, but at least giving Berserker the 1v9 carry potential that a lot of people think that he has.
Something that he has executed primely, not just this season, but the previous in team fights. And we'll have to see how these adaptations go for both of these teams, Cloud9 and CLG, coming into it. There were so many predictions for a sweep, but here we are, 1-1 in the series.
1-1 in the series, in a dogfight. I made a tweet about it. It's the only team in playoffs with 5 All-Pro with C9, going up against the only team with 0 All-Pro votes in playoffs. Interesting that it has been so close, even game 1. 1-1.
You don't say.
I have my tongue firmly planted in cheek as I say this. It's funny because I think both teams think that I'm a hater or like fans of them. C9 because I've had more contentious All-Pro votes myself. CLG just because I never believe in this team. So I am enjoying this just from a competitive perspective. I have no dog in the fight, so to speak, but I have a lot of memes to make about no matter what happens this series.
But I feel like whenever we hear from members of CLG, they want to be the underdogs and they get mad if you start believing in them. You know, ThinkHard was tweeting out specifically before this about, oh, I would hate for all the analysts to pick C9 again to win against us. Definitely don't want this to happen, and kind of using that fuel as the underdogs in the matchup.
Yeah, but don't start believing too soon, CLG fans. We all know that you can start having faith too early in them, so don't do that quite yet. But I will say, like, if I'm going to make takes that might not age well, here's one for you. People always talk about late game teams being one-dimensional, that they can only play this late game style, blah, blah, blah. C9 has opted very heavily into an early game style, and in the games where they don't get early game leads, they fall apart sometimes. There's a question of, if this team doesn't snowball, how good are they going to be? We'll have to see. Maybe this take ages poorly, but CLG has done a good job hanging with them in these games. I think the game one, you remember, it ended with like a weird TP through the front door because they were about to get Elder for CLG. You know, C9 had to kind of out-scrap them in that really weird way, but game two was just, yeah, it was close, and you know, C9 got an early lead, but CLG was much better in the mid to late game fights there. So I think there's a case to be made that, you know, if CLG weathers these storms, they're actually maybe favored in the mid to late game, especially with the way that they're drafting as well.
And I think you have to think not just about expectations based on standings, performance throughout the split, but kind of where those windows are for a team to stand strong. Looking at CLG against Cloud9, multiple interviews, whether it's Dokla when talking to Travis, acknowledging where they can improve and that if they do clean these aspects up, they can really be a strong threat in playoffs. Contracts, same in his Degon interview, talking about that they have such faith in themselves to be that dog that can apply the pressure like they're doing in the mid lane right now onto MNS.
Nice last second sidestep by MNS there to not take the W damage or get stunned. Is the only reason he's alive. I'm pretty sure if they landed that W or he got stunned up, can probably find that kill, but still a really nice trade by Palafox and Contracts there to chunk him out. Didn't have to use any of their own resources either. Getting some pressure and breathing room for Palafox to start farming up on this Veigar.
And when speaking about the fact that Cloud9 have 5 members in All-Pro and CLG have no presence, Palafox is the first one to often come up in discussion as somebody that was put on a lot of people's ballots. So seeing him here on the Veigar and how he can perform on the pick against Cloud9 and have that pressure up in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're an insanely scrappy team. This, you know, the All-Pro voting doesn't tell the whole story, but it does give a semblance of a David versus Goliath here for CLG if they're able to take them down. They were very close in summer last year, which we hit on. They were the closest team to actually beating C9 in that entire playoff run. And they just seem to have something about how, you know, how much they're willing to fight while having their own unique approach on the game. I think last game, Luger as well, as we see a gank coming in from Blabber. Just gonna scare them off a little bit. But yeah, Luger in that last team fight just hopping in over and over again. You know, despite how dicey it looked, having the Bloodthirster to heal up, having the ultimate from Poom as well, who was on the same page about that aggressive playstyle, they're not gonna back down the way I think that when we were talking to Jensen about when teams are juggernauts, that sometimes people play scared and that can feel good. I think CLG is a team that never plays scared, and that can kind of hit them in the mouth a little bit against C9, who are not used to teams maybe fighting them every step of the way.
Contracts not looking scared in this attempted gank down bot, flashing away from the Cloud9 side, and first blood getting an advantage over to CLG.
Some big brain alcove gaming by Contracts. They're able to use the Fog of War plus the W stealth to end up just on top of Sven. So when he flashes away, he still has the E up from Wukong to follow. Red buff slow. You also have Ghost Flash from Luger, who could use his Ghost to get in range and not actually need to flash follow up.
Attempt by Cloud9 to make somewhat of an answer over on the mid side, but Palafox keeping hold of his flash.
Yeah, keeping hold of his flash, but also already TP back lane once. A little bit of a dicey setup there in lane. We'll take a look at that again in a second. But first, here's that alcove that we're talking about. They're also able to sweep this ward out, so while it's turned off, they don't see him coming in. There you go. Of course, also was stealthed up from the Wukong W. Just such a clean little execution there by CLG. Made it look easy.
The immediacy of the response from Cloud9 still not strong enough to offset that gank, and all the while on the top side, Fudge now seeing the anger that Contracts can bring through lane, and luckily steps close enough to the turret to keep safe.
Yeah, looking for maybe if there was any way where Fudge was going to overextend, they can find that kill. I think Dokla's Q was down. The thing that I was worried about in mid lane a little bit was the CS lead that's opening up, the fact that already Palafox has lost his flash, or excuse me, teleport, and then MNS had the wave kind of on his side of the map. But of course, you're expecting this to go in Jace's favor early on. Palafox no joke in the late game. He was well known for his Aurelian Soul in the regular season, but Veigar kind of fills that similar early on. You're just trying to get stacks of, you know, your Q farming, get that up and ready to go so you can start just blowing people up 1v1. I think yesterday was like a 980 AP Veigar in that series for Vikla. Like, it can be pretty gross.
And as soon as Veigar gets built up to that point where a lockdown by Event Horizon is all you need to know that you're getting bursted down as a member of Cloud9, that's something that they will be wary about onto the later stages of the game.
And you see CLG kind of respecting the fact that Palafox is the pressure point for the enemy team here for CLG. That first gank relieves one pressure point so that CLG has now control of the bot lane, and they're able to move up and kind of rotate and try and protect Palafox, who is, I think, the most exposed in this early game for C9 aggression.
Farm even over on a bot side, and then Palafox keeping himself in it in this matchup against Eminez, and the response from CLG to ensure he's able to do so. All the while, Fudge and Dokla left alone up top, and we know that Cloud9, when having Berserker on a pick like Zeri, you are hoping that regardless of what happens in the lane itself, this is a threat to be had later on in the game. So Contracts wanting to nullify that as much as possible with a second attempt down here on the bot side.
Yeah, looking back down here again, gonna drop a pink ward after his sweeper timed out. Gonna get spotted out. Blabber in here to cover, but just putting some pressure down the bot side, keep farming up. Instantly cleared out by C9 there. And to the Berserker point, like you're saying, he's been playing the more aggressive laning style recently, but actually when he debuted in the LCS, he was more of a late game ticking time bomb on things like Aphelios and Jinx and these kinds of things. So kind of reverting back to a little bit more with the Zeri. He's gotten a number of pentakills himself, if I'm not mistaken, in the LCS. Here we go, Drake fight though.
Sven and Blabber from the bot side. Eminez here in Pixel Brush, and Palafox going for that Event Horizon to completely get the burn down. Mid lane for Cloud9 blasted away. The Dragon looking to fall soon. Who's going to be the one to take it? Blabber going for it and gets it. Flashes out of the back of the pit to stay safe.
A nice steal by Blabber to salvage what was otherwise a bit of a disaster play for C9 there. The Eminez Jace losing his mind a little bit to walk forward for a shock blast on the Luger just sets him up for an easy cage by Palafox. Very nicely done by CLG, 2-0 in the league, up 500 gold already with what should be, I think, in my eyes, a scaling advantage in their draft. So they're chilling. They don't care if they lose one dragon. Of course, you would want that in your favor. It would be much better to have, but it's really not the end of the world and a bit of a just small, nice play by Blabber.
Ooh, Boom taking a decent amount of damage there. But that is one way for Cloud9 to try and pull back some of that pressure from CLG, getting these initial kills and ensuring that they don't get that dragon as a reward as well.
Yeah, so here you see it. I mean, there's no way that Eminez doesn't know that he's going to be in that brush. The fact that it's swept and turned off means that you're about to get caged, and just really over-aggressive by him to step forward to try and land some shock blast poke onto the bot lane there. Gets stunned up by Palafox. Boom with an aggressive flashing knight on top of it to finish him off. And then Blabber with just a nice W in, run out. Silence kind of comboed with Sven to make sure that they maybe didn't have some spells to kill him in the afterwards. C9 doing what they usually do, though, with really high tempo. Blabber off the reset getting that one. He's been up farm, I believe, all 3 games, so he's done a good job of kind of keeping his paths efficient. And I think Contracts is, as a player, a little bit less efficiency-minded. He wants to find ways to heavily impact the game early on. His Sejuani was disgusting in Week 9 versus C9 for that reason. Or excuse me, Week 8. And then again here, this series has been very proactive, usually trying to find kills immediately.
Multiple times spending attention on the bot side, even ventured over top in case Fudge had overextended. Very contrast to Blabber on the Maokai, once again setting up the saplings around these neutral objectives and often matching where Contracts is making his presence known, knowing very well how CLG often wants to try and play these early games is. Now on the top side, we've got Berserker and Sven into the eyes of Contracts with Blabber right through the riverside. Contracts retreating to his team of Luger and Boom.
Yeah, Contracts trying to sneak in there, but Blabber was tailing him right behind him, had to use his ultimate to get the knock up and speed up to get out of there. Does mean that C9 have control up in that top side of the map. We'll have to see where they end up choosing to use this Rift Herald. I assume accelerating Zeri is the play. Ooh, just barely spotted Eminez out there.
Palafox, you can see in the way he was venturing towards that wave. Now Explosive Cast utilized the flash response by Palafox.
I respect it, Palafox. He tried to waddle his way out of there. The cask was pretty far behind him. I think there might be a flash read coming in from Fudge trying to throw the ult at a maximum distance, and I was worried that Palafox was going to be able to scoot his way out of there, but still got the knockback and then ultimately forced the flash. Nice little roam play by Fudge there.
And you can see that attempt as Berserker coming through, laying the damage and the silence from the Soraka here for the blast down onto Boom. Blabber in the vicinity, Cloud9 ushering this wave over towards the turret. Luger having a difficult time offsetting this pressure. Coming through with the ult from the Maokai. The route is good. Blabber in pursuit, and the knockback to feed that kill through. Berserker taking it.
Nice little punish there by C9. The first off over aggression of CLG stepping up in the lane without having too much vision or control. The silence by Sven was great to get the initial kill, and then the sapling tag onto Luger for that one. Funneling the gold as well with the Rift Herald charge up to a 1,000 gold lead now for C9.
All right, Cloud9, we're already dominating the neutral objective game by taking that dragon and then making that way towards top for the Rift Herald, but now have swung the gold in their favor as well, pressing over 1,000 advantage at 11.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so here you see it, just the fact that they were able to just ghost, or ult on top of them with Berserker, the flash silence so that there's no ultimate from whom. Luger here just needs to back off the turret realistically. He tries to greed out to clear the minion waves. During that time, Dokla wanted to teleport back in. Looks like just a body slam interrupted it. Not the end of the world. There's Death Width already come through from Luger, so he couldn't have stopped anything from happening there. Just does lose his teleport, unfortunately. And heads up play by Fudge, but the bigger thing is the fact that Luger greeted out under the turret, got tagged by the slow from the sapling, which leads to the Maokai ultimate. Gives some more gold in Zeri's pockets now, who's absolutely monstrously ahead.
And Cloud9 having that agency to take some confidence in the strength that Berserker can have on this pick later on regardless. Now being ahead with the bounty on the head, 2 kills into the pocket, farm up as well. Cloud9 have a surefire threat that is forming for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, on the surface level, this game actually looks relatively similar to Game 1 and Game 2. If I'm not mistaken, both times, C9. Dokla has ult. He could go a little hamburgers if he wanted to, but he's being reserved. But yeah, both times C9 grabbed out, I believe, a 1 to 1.5k thousand gold lead for the first like 10, 20 minutes of the game before CLG started winning fights a little bit after that. And so in the sense, this is similar to that. The difference is, again, the scaling and where the gold is located for C9 on Berserker. But CLG has been very good in these dragon fights this series, and they're not afraid to take them.
And with that in mind, starting up on it right now, and you can see Sven and Blabber over from the bot side, ready to collapse. Teleport's coming in. Here's the unstoppable onslaught from downtown. Dokla making his presence known, gets a knock up onto 1, and it's the jungler at that, swinging it into the back line, and a death had by Blabber. CLG still on the rift. They back off into the jungle side, making sure that they just walk away with the victory over the jungler of the enemy.
All right, get the dragon here for CLG, get the kill as well. C9 setups have been looking a little sussy there, with the fact that you had teleport coming in from Fudge as Eminez was recalling, as the other rest of their team was split to the bot side of the map, so CLG just ult down there. I don't know. Oh, hold on, Luger.
Oh, the immediate flash away. Too much C9 on the bot side.
Ooh, that chunk out will get them more turret plates onto Berserker. Nice recovery after the dragon play, which was heavily in CLG's favor.
So Cloud9, continuous, not just throughout the series, but throughout the year thus far. Even if they lose out on an objective, they find somewhere else to apply that pressure, and that's on bot, making sure to rip that flash away from the enemy AD carry and continue to get some turrets as well. Eminez now, again, the subject of Palafox, as Poom is here for the assistance, offering that utility to Palafox, who has been trying its best to match up on this lane against Eminez.
Nice little chunk out, too, because Eminez did burn his teleport in that Drake situation. So getting some control, free farm for Palafox, some room for Poom as well to get some wards out. Nice little roam by him, who's done a good job, I think, kind of coordinating with Palafox this series, getting these little plays out, not all of them resulting in kills, but oftentimes helping get pressure and vision control out to contest C9 around objectives.
And if you really do want to have hope of walking away with the win, not just in this game, but the series, you do have to be as proactive as possible, even if it doesn't always result in a kill. Contract zoning off against Eminez here with Berserker on the horizon, but I mean, CLG, we're talking about their matchups in playoffs last year against Cloud9 specifically, going the distance of 5 games. And when you think about the fact that this roster is the same as last year, it often comes after a championship victory or some big major run. And even though they were losses in those series, there was enough of a belief in this team to be had to run it back and make their way here again into the playoffs, now trying to clear off some of the map.
Trying to clear up some of the map, trading out the Herald for their own dragon to funnel some more gold onto Luger, getting the Jinx ahead. Dokla doing his best to play this weak side, but there's a lot of C9 members here.
Yeah, backing off of it. Blabber is keeping that lockdown, and Cloud9, they've got the
Oh
Rift
my
Herald
God.
already popped. They know that this life is for them to claim. Dokla eliminated, passive popped, but the rest of the map, if you're taking a look, CLG trying to get a push there, so they don't have everybody here to be able to stand against a second Rift Herald charge if it is executed by Cloud9, and there's the crash.
Yep, they're able to find the kill. So sticky. Blabber just sitting on top of Dokla, body blocking the ultimate, multiple smashes to knock him back. But like you said, they continued to funnel gold onto Luger, so actually a 2-turret-for-1 trade in favor of CLG there. Accelerating Luger, who has fallen behind a fair amount in the farm, down about 30 CS after being shoved back multiple times in lane.
Oh, and thinking about the threat that Berserker is forming into for Cloud9, while Luger has not had as strong of a game thus far, still a threat that you will have to worry about eventually.
Yeah, but they do have the tools to deal with him. There's multiple engage threats with obviously Contracts and Dokla. If you're able to get on top of him, maybe Palafox can flash ult, you know, when he starts getting those insane AP ratios. We'll have to see how they want to deal with the Berserker problem. But to hop back to your point about CLG keeping their team together, I think it was especially interesting given the fact that I think Summer split last year in the LCS was a bit of a wonky split where teams failed to live up to some of their potential. I think, you know, Team Liquid and 100 Thieves, these guys were struggling in the regular season. CLG finishing 4th was a surprise, and I think a lot of people thought was a fluke. And then coming into this split, where people were more excited about a lot of teams assembled with the FlyQuest, the new 100 Thieves, with the GOATs coming back together and all this stuff. The fact that CLG got 4th again this split in the regular season, I think shows the fact that they actually leveled up to keep pace. It's not just because you went 4th to 4th, it's the exact same thing. I think you have to look at the competition around them, and this team to get 4th, to surge in week 8, to go 3-0 against very difficult opponents that a lot of people did not have faith in them to actually even make playoffs, get all the way back to 4th, speaks to how good this team can be when they're actually firing on all cylinders. And today, they have been an inconsistent team, but today, they look like they are in some of their top form.
And it's honestly a bit of an inverse narrative compared to what many were establishing at the start of the season, figuring, oh, this is the roster that's brought together, so that means they should perform very well in the first round robin and then fall off as everyone catches up. So the utmost importance on that squad to understand what it means to do well in week 8 and come into playoffs off of all of the improvements they have made, keep pace with teams like Cloud9.
And here we go, Drake set up again. This time they have Palafox with the cage. They have a lot of tools to try and zone C9 out, and they're here first for CLG. C9 trying to work their way in as we have a split push from M&S.
Seen again, a little bit of fish in the barrel with one lockdown, and Contracts going into the backline after a lot of damage thrown and the explosive cast for some separation. Teleport coming in through line bush. Contracts marked down. It still has a wild growth. And as Cloud9 decide to venture upon the rest of CLG, they are the ones surrounding the Dragon now, zoning off as much as possible with the damage output from Berserker with the ultimate activated. Dokla trying to make that face at him as the tank. Another Event Horizon doesn't quite get the lock, but does get some zoning. A big blast of power onto Contracts. So the jungler for CLG is kept at bay, and with that, Cloud9 take their second Drake of the game.
Touch and go there for C9, but they're able to absorb the initial engage by CLG. Palafox held his ultimate for a juicier target than Blabber, and the problem is if you're focusing down Blabber, not only does he get tank, not only does he have Radiant Virtue and the passive to heal up, but you also have the Soraka. The extra heals that come in from there made it so that even though they chunked him out very hard initially, they just couldn't quite punch through his health bar, and if you don't do that, then that buys space for Berserker to run forward. CLG were able to disengage, so it ends up being no kills, but the Dragon goes in favor of CLG, or C9, excuse me, and the gold lead also went in favor of them as M&S did finish off that turret in the top side.
Yeah, that first Dragon was a tricky pull away from Blabber to secure that second one off of that dance back from CLG and making sure that Contracts couldn't get in there. So 3.5k gold lead for Cloud9 as they approach 20 minutes with a Dragon up as well. And looking for some more engage over on this top side. Contracts going in onto Blabber, answers with the ultimate over the wall. Some laser comes through from Berserker, who's looking to land the damage where needed. Both teleports from both sides, but Blabber eliminated. Palafox with the first. M&S zoned off by the rest of CLG, but Cloud9 keep their focus onto Dokla. That is a big BP Scion with a wild growth upon him as well, channeling up the Q for the knockup onto Fudge on this Gragas. So now CLG rotating over into the back of the pit. The Polymorph onto one. Contracts into the back of the line, but look at all the low bars from CLG. Cloud9 venturing on backwards, losing 2 members, and CLG get their way in this fight.
CLG are doing it again. They are able to find individual members of C9 to focus down. This time, Palafox does commit the ultimate to finish off Blabber. And once he's down, it's a relatively easy split fight for them to choose someone. Almost got M&S, forced his flash, and then Berserker thinks most of their cooldowns are down. It's time to go, but Contracts had never ulted. And the polymorph by Poom was huge, the combo of the CC, and then the Jinx rocket to finish him off. CLG find that fight to cut that gold lead in half, basically, after what was looking like C9 starting to make some good plays in this game. It's another scrappy game, Gabby.
It really is, and you love to see it, especially if you're a Cloud9 fan.
Yeah, so here it is. Blabber's gotten just a little bit over ahead of himself. That time, Sven was not in range to give him all those extra heals to keep him topped up, so they actually finish off Blabber there this time around. And then Dokla zones 3 by himself, basically, while M&S has to wrap all the way back around to try and find an angle. And, Berserker thinks, okay, this is the time to go. They're all starting to get low, but they still had so many cooldowns available that, Berserker just ends up getting exploded so quickly from the side of CLG.
And you could see how much damage CLG was taking there in those final moments as well, but they just stuck to their guns, and I think Dokla doing a great job of playing that tank, sticking with the team, and absorbing so much of that aggro from Cloud9 and staying in it alongside what Poom is able to offer with his shielding and ultimate.
Yeah, it's such a crazy game to try and see how these team fights are going, who they want to focus down, how they're going to punch through. I was saying, how are you going to kill Berserker was the question I thought that CLG had to answer, but they're saying, well, we think we can actually just punch through front to back with our better front line and higher burst damage. If we can just blow somebody up at the start of a fight, it's hard for Berserker to actually start going resetting. Now they're going to use this pressure, grab mid turret, start cutting this lead back into their favor even more.
The level of control that members of CLG are able to execute with to keep themselves in this too. I mean, Contract's getting a lot of love from social media just because of the way he was able to hold that ultimate to get the proper target.
He's another person that people are talking about maybe getting snubbed on the All-Pro. I mean, when CLG looks their best, it's often because Contracts is at the helm, leading that charge with early game ganks. He had a couple good ones this time around. Some really great flanks in team fights in all these games, honestly. So he has been in top form today, and I think it's showing here. He's going to be the only one who has like easy access onto the Zeri, and I think it'll be really important for him to kind of save his guaranteed lockdown for her so the rest of the team can combo. If you ult Blabber early or you're ulting M&S, I'm not quite sure that that's as important. In that last fight, you saw, Contracts had the right idea, able to make sure that once Zeri commits, he can finish her off and knock her up.
And he had that idea in mind during Game 2 as well, and in some moments it worked out, but in latter fights where, Cloud9 could find a way to cut off Contract's access to Berserker, that's where it went the other way. So on the one hand, with CLG, yes, let's keep trying to get Berserker. Contract's doing a good job of it. Cloud9 is saying if we can make sure that Berserker stays up in one of these fights, he is known for his pop-off potential and being able to position expertly to output as much damage as possible in these games.
Dragon fight setup starting to come through. Good poke already landed onto Palafox by M&S, put him down to half HP. Not where they want to be in, also being forced out of the chokes here. Palafox with his cage is incredible if he's able to get there first, but being shoved out, it's a little bit harder for them to buy space through these Maokai saplings, through the poke of Jace. CLG trying to find their way in.
Cloud9 blocking off CLG upon the entry. So Dokla turned back and then into it. Blabber way into the back after throwing down his ultimate, gets exhausted on the entry. Cloud9, they want to burn down Dokla before they set their sights on the rest of the team. Even have the explosive cast to set the rest of CLG away. So Cloud9, they focus down the top laner at this fight.
Huge bait there by Berserker. Not 100% intentional, but stepping on the cage, getting tippered by it. Still had his cleanse up to get over the wall when CLG say, hey, we stunned the Zeri, just go. I think they lost track of the fact that the cleanse was back available. C9 punish that over engage, find the kill, get their third dragon. Consistent factor across all 3 games. C9's great control, able to get so many in their favor. Here you're gonna see it. Berserker caught in this like little choke point, trying to get damage out against Dokla, gets caged up, and they think, oh, we can actually go here. You can see them, try and all in on him, but Contracts and Dokla both end up too far forward, and the Maokai ultimate tags multiple members of the backline by CLG, making it hard for them to kind of cover for Dokla on the way out. The final cast by Fudge, making sure there's no way for Dokla to survive that one.
So it's a weird game in the sense of, as I'm sure, being the only sacrificed life there, where CLG have had such strong stands and they're finding these proper target selections, but in the end, they lost out 3 dragons, the gold lead swinging back over for C9, even though they cut it in half at one point. Do you have hope that CLG can pull off some more plays with that isolation of Berserker? Or are we in the territory where Cloud9 feel comfortable in how they have been able to set up their bot laner?
Oh boy, it just feels like whoever executes better in that situation is going to win it. I think in that situation, we talked about the overextension onto Berserker, too many resources committed, as well as the fact that they were shoved out of the river and had to go back mid. CLG has really struggled to break mid versus M&S in his aggressive playstyle and strong picks. So this is another time where it's hard for them to really shove a wave in to open up these new angles because the mid turret's always up.
At 26 minutes into the game, basically, still standing strong enough for Cloud9 to have more agency when rotating across the map. But now it's the top side where some of the warding is being thrown down, as we're still over 3 minutes until the next dragon spawns, and Cloud9 in the riverside to get some of these controls ushered.
Yep, C9, I think this is another one of those cases where we talk about baiting Baron without much of an intention to really start it and try and burn it down. I think they want to corral CLG again for 3 minutes and then go for their sole point. They have to be a little careful there. Almost found an engage on the Poom.
Almost a close one, and not everybody here on the top side just yet. We have Dokla and being matched there by M&S over on the bot side. Teleports at the ready. Lots of poke coming through as fighting over this vision.
Yep, C9 kind of defending their wards there. Still have pretty much complete control of the top side. Lots of wards out. CLG going to have to eventually face check that because this enemy team can do it very quickly. Jace and Zeri are going to melt Baron whenever they decide to focus it down. So the fact that C9 has this control means that CLG can't just fall asleep at the wheel.
It'll take some time before CLG can break back into that and clear out the warding that C9 has established without putting themselves at too much risk. Fudge pushing the wave over on the top side, but yeah, Cloud9 right now being very tempered in their movement so they don't get caught out by CLG's potential collapse now that there's less vision on them.
Here's this Baron. They're going to have to force CLG to face check it. Body block on the rock to stop any vision from coming through.
It's already been burned down past half at this point. Cloud9 committing to it. CLG making the play. Contract swinging away. Fudge out of golden on the opposite side of the pit, looking to throw it back. And with Baron, now Barrett for Cloud9. They're hitting the go button onto the fight. Boom, wild growth and all soon to fall. Palafox hits that stopwatch and it hits a gray screen as Cloud9 collapse upon CLG. Flash over the wall by Dokla, but the flash response mean that it is an ace coming through for Cloud9.
That's going to be game. Cloud9 able to show expert Baron control there, make it so difficult for CLG to fight their way into contest that the Baron's dead by the time CLG gets there, and then they're all scrambled around for C9 to pounce on top of, get the clean ace, answer back after dropping the previous game, gonna go up 2-1 in this series and be on match point.
Ooh, all of these games coming down to that single fight of dominance. Cloud9 finishing off another Nexus to pull ahead in the series.
Huge bounce back game for C9 there. Berserker on the Zeri, getting ahead early, being a force. M&S having a lot of pressure. Blabber as well on the Maokai, providing that great front line. Really, really nice game out of Cloud9 there. A little dicey with some of the initial kills that CLG was able to get, but again, the objective control being so consistently in their favor, the Rift Heralds, the Dragons, and the Barons.
Yeah, I think when looking at some of those early plays that you were saying a bit dicey, you have to give props to Contracts and his way of isolating some of the targets on Cloud9, but there's a reason so many talk about Cloud9's control over Dragons throughout the season and their neutral objectives, and a lot of that comes from the teamwork that they have formed so well and being so intuitive and in tune with one another.
Yeah, I think they're a team that knows, like we were talking about in game one, how to adapt to the situations that are going on, not getting isolated and blown up early on. So that was a situation where this game, they had that one bad fight kind of where Blabber got exploded at the start at the top. But other than that, most of them went in their favor when it was straight up 5v5 engages. They did a very good job of surviving any burst that could potentially come through from CLG. And Sven had a great game on the Soraka, continuing his Enchanter dominance. He's always looked so good on them. He's a bit of an unsung hero that game, keeping his front line topped off. They engaged in the top side where he silenced the Lulu. Like, there were a lot of plays by Sven that, if you go back and look at them, were actually pretty huge.
I know he loves when we talk about the Enchanter play and all the like for Sven, but for the CLG side, I mean, even looking at regathering their thoughts, regrouping ahead of the next game, it's game point mark for Cloud9. And that just puts a whole different mentality on it if you're on the CLG side. We're still in the upper bracket, so it's not elimination territory, but they've been there before when they feel like they've had really high highs in series but can't pull off the overall win.
No, I think CLG has been here a couple times before where the pressure's on. We'll see if they can bounce back. They'll be back on blue side. Blue side's 3-0 this series, if I'm not mistaken, so maybe that'll be their angle back in.
We'll have to see. We are also not just live with the match that we have going on right now. We are officially live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and 9th. April 8th being my dog's birthday, by the way. With playoffs here, we are opening up more tickets, so head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to get yours before they are gone. We're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break down that game number 3.
Oh, welcome back. I always forget that I'm the one. I was like, wait a second. This is right here, goldfish brain. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. That was a game. Like,
how about that Dokla shot at the end?
Yes.
Oh, God. He's crushed. This is a man that does not want to play Scion again.
At first I was like, oh, he's just clearing his mind, maybe a little bit of meditating. Oh, no.
And then he starts
and then he's like, guys, I don't want to play Scion again. Oh, man. That was rough. Just overall, what was like your guys' general thought process on like, could just be the draft, but just how the game played out?
I mean, I personally don't like the way CLG is drafting. They kind of did the same thing as they did the first game. They went for the 1-2 Scion. I think they need to go back to Dokla's split pushing type of champions. You know, why not just get the Scion and try to play Yone into it like you've been doing all season long, or just finding something else, because it's not looking too good, and I think Dokla's not too happy with it either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think they moved around the map really well. This is C9 to get Berserker a lot of gold. So you can see that double kill he got. Then they went bot, then they got hair, then they came top again, and they just sent everybody to get gold on Berserker. They all back off. He can get another last hit, please. Give it to him. Did he even get that last hit? I think he did.
Yeah, and like, my takeaway from that one as well, because like they started the game pretty well. Got a kill on towards Jinx, then they swapped top. The silence was so good. So like, not a lot of Soraka love from the community when it comes to like how well she played, but I thought the way she planted the silence so Lulu couldn't even ulti herself, like, and then the dive on the top side afterwards, like that was just an extremely accelerated Berserker that played fights really well. There was maybe one fight top side where I didn't like it too much. Actually, that was a point that you had mentioned, Jensen. But past that, it felt really difficult for CLG to fight into them with an extremely fed Zeri.
Yeah, and I also think you see in this game specifically the difference in terms of C9's actual objective focus and setups. I know Mark brought this up on cast several times, but to your point, Raz, like CLG actually got off to a good start. I actually thought Blabber was uncharacteristically inefficient in some of his early pathing. He actually wasted a lot of time very early down on bot side trying to get an early gank, where Contracts was able to get a gank off mid and then wrap around in the alcove around like 4 minutes. But C9's attention to detail when it comes to objective setups, when it came to getting money on Berserker, since they are swapping to this comp where we kind of said in draft, okay, now it's the Berserker show, right? And it ended up being the Berserker show.
Man, I love these camera shots. Because, like, but it just, you can see such different body language between the two teams. Because in my opinion, Cloud9 is actually not playing that well compared to what their level is. I feel like Blabber has been having a bit of an off game. I feel like, especially after Berserker died at that Baron fight, I was thinking maybe CLG goes up 2-1. Like, I did think it was a winnable game. But C9 hasn't been playing very well, is super relaxed. I think CLG has overperformed some of our expectations, but CLG looks defeated. Yeah. Right? It's going to take a lot to mentally bounce back after the body language that we're seeing.
I completely agree. It actually reminds me, there was one fight where M&S died on a Veigar cage, that he actually saw Veigar was walking up. So it's like, they are still performing so much better, even when they're making pretty glaring mistakes. So going into the next game, really going to be interesting to see what adaptations CLG make if they go back to something that has been more comfortable throughout the split. In fact, the game that they won was off the Gwen Jace, something like that. But that being said, that'll be it for us. We're going to be going to a break, and after that, we're going to be going straight into the next game. And apparently, CLG took blue side for this one, so we'll see you guys afterwards. Oh, actually, we'll see you guys afterwards.
Double-Lift taught me well. He was trying to teach me to trash talk. I guess it worked. Hello, this is Broxer here. I'm about to answer some questions from the Discord, and gotta be honest, I'm a little nervous, but let's see what's about to happen. This is gonna be very exciting. How well do you think C9 would do in the LEC? I think it's... You know, I actually think people have a tendency to underestimate NA teams. And like the 2 years that I played in NA myself, I thought that the top teams in the two regions were actually pretty similar in terms of skill level. It would usually be like smaller things separating them. And I think if C9 or FlyQuest or EG, that are also performing really well, came into the LEC with good structure and the hunger to win, they could definitely compete and possibly even win. You know, it seemed like C9 doesn't really have a weak spot in any position, so I could see them doing well and maybe even having, you know, a close battle with G2, who knows. How much do you lift, bro? Oh, this is pretty simple. So I would like to say on regular days where I play a lot of League of Legends, I lift pretty heavy actually. Whatever the weight of, you know, 4 average solo queue players is that I have on my back, that's what I lift. That might actually have been it. Let's see. No. There's more questions hiding down here. Okay. We got another one. Could you beat Lee Sin in a fist fight? Oh, I don't think I would want to go up against a blind monk in a fist fight. Like, this champion is pretty powerful. Yeah, no thanks. That wouldn't go very well, I think. Name 3 junglers in the LCS that you are better than currently. I mean, as a wise man once said, everyone else is trash, so there's not really any competition. Easy enough. double-elimination taught me well. He was trying to teach me to trash talk. I guess it worked. But yeah, that's it from here. Maybe next time we'll spice it up even more. We'll see what happens.
Contracts not looking scared in this attempted gank down bot, flashing away from the Cloud9 side. And first blood getting an advantage over to CLG. Baron, now Barrett for Cloud9. They're hitting the go button onto the fight. Boom, wild growth and all soon to fall. Palafox hits that stopwatch and it hits a gray screen as Cloud9 collapse upon CLG. Flash over the wall by Dokla, but the flash response mean that it is an ace coming through for Cloud9. Welcome back, everyone. It is game number 4, Cloud9 versus CLG. Cloud9 in the position to take it all.
Cloud9 looking good so far. It's been a little bit spicy in some of these games, but they've had really, really good objective control, being able to grab a lot of these dragons, heralds, barons, something that's been in their favor. CLG has been scrappy in the early games, some good team fights, but right now I think C9 is in a pretty good position. The question is, 3 blue side wins. Can they find a way to upset CLG on this side? Do they have something prepared in the tank on red?
CLG having pulled away one of those victories prior when on blue side, so now looking to do the same. I do wonder what adaptations they'll make as a team. We were kind of riding along with them during the prep in between and saw Dokla's reaction as well to the end result of that last game.
Definitely looked like the pressure was maybe getting him, or frustration. It's hard to know exactly what anyone's thinking at any given time, but they were talking about in the analyst desk, a lot of Scion duty for him. The Gwen game, he played quite well. Maybe he's like, guys, give me the rock, I can carry. But for C9, I think they're looking pretty good right now. You have to remember that with a win here, you're guaranteed to go to Raleigh, whether it's in the finals or the losers finals that they can potentially find their way in. And for C9, it's worth noting that this is the most accomplished organization in North America kind of at this point. There's not the most titles yet. That still belongs, I believe, to TSM. But they have made a finals every single year they have been in the LCS. That is an insane stat. If you look at their average placings in the regular season, they're head and shoulders above any other competition. Like, this org has something different in the water, it feels like, that their systems really do work. Jack never loses the offseason, no matter what you think. Jack never loses the offseason, and it's looking pretty good for them right now in this series to kind of keep that train going. They might find themselves back in finals again with how good they've looked in the second half of this split.
I was about to say, even the memes have some kind of truth behind them, right? The systems of Cloud9, but I see signs in the audience hoping for a best of 5. That Boomer, what was that? Boomer memes for 80-minute dreams. Okay, I do think we're in for an 80-minute game here today, Mark.
80-minute game I can do without. I could do with a game 5. That would be fun to see if CLG can bounce back. I hope for high pace of game. That's basically all I'm looking for in this series is to have fun.
Hey, I almost didn't get to be here today because I had jury duty this week, so it was a gamble. And last night I got the confirmation that I would get to be here to cast this match, and all I thought was, if we could not have a 3-0, make it an exciting series. We're coming on in, and I'm happy with that.
So here we talked about in the analyst desk about the repeat of some of the bans from game 1 to game 3. Here in game 2 to game 4, there is a repeat of some of the bans where the focus is on Berserker. He was heavily targeted in game 2. They neutralized him a little bit in that game through removing some of his carry potential. This time around, they might be trying to do the same thing. This time, there's a small change up with the Lee Sin being taken out. Last time, it was Lee Sin Elise was the matchup. CLG first picking the Elise. Here, they're actually banning that one out. Want to get it out of Blabber's hands.
And if CLG do still decide to go into the direction of having some early pressure and getting to put contracts in the pilot seat, they have the opening to do so while eliminating part of the matchup that did give them some difficulty in their attempts prior.
Yeah, I wonder what the decision that they're trying to make there is, because I think the Lee Sin ban might have thrown them for a loop. I think CLG smelled a jungle pinch coming with the Vi and Sejuani, though those have been pretty standard. So they go Lee Sin to set up an uncontested Elise pick. And here, C9 did not want to ban the Elise. They actually banned out the Annie, so they're going to give that one over. We'll see what Blabber has as his second option into this champ.
Yeah, I mean, Blabber being a very experienced jungler that's taken on a lot of different looks. We heard Jensen talking about it during the cast that while, yes, the Contracts and Blabber both have a lot of proactivity, Contracts very much in that kind of driver's seat positioning in a lot of CLG's victories around that, where Blabber can play some of that supportive style and bringing out the Maokai for a lot of setup.
Yeah, it's really cool to see Blabber after having a more carry-focused pick. Like, he was the one breaking out the Rengar and doing crazy stuff in the regular season. Here, he's actually going tank duty for his team. playing into CLG and looking quite good as he's done it. He's had monstrous CS leads every single game, still being there to influence lanes, getting a lot of good counter ganks in as Contracts decided to take them over. And I think C9 has kind of identified their preferred way of handling CLG now, giving Berserker some scaling options, some individual carry potential with the Zeri, a big front line with Blabber, and then kind of dealing with CLG in these team fights.
And now with those two parts secured in the Maokai and the Zeri, Cloud9 will try to piece together something that very much leans into that scaling possibility and the carry potential of Berserker. For CLG's side, we are wondering if there would be any shift in that top lane position, with Dokla being on Sion a couple games but having Gwen for another, but it does look like it's the Sion coming back.
Yeah, Jensen was calling for it, saying Dokla is a strong carry player, get him off the Sion. We were speculating if the Sion gameplay was putting his head in his hands in the cam between games, but not the case. Back on Sion for CLG. Obviously a Jace mid, most likely then, and C9 answering with the Cassante. Eminez has flexed that a couple times, so it's not guaranteed into the Sion, but that is the most likely option here.
So still some hidden pieces in the way that Cloud9 want to piece together this draft. But yeah, CLG giving a little bit of a preview into what their solo lanes are going to look like. And even when talking about that point with Dokla, how he is a top laner that can pilot these carry picks, we haven't necessarily seen a lot of overall success from teams that consistently lean into that way. So more of that bot lane focus and really trying to get those bot laners online. Curious to see how CLG try to set up other carries on the team.
I like C9 giving Luger's Jinx the kind of respect that it probably deserves, seeing him almost pop off that game. They take the matching scaling option of the Jinx away, so Zeri is kind of uncontested in scaling right now. There are other good team fighters if people want to go like a Felios Thresh or something like that, but for the most part, Zeri is the queen of mid and late game right now. So that one's taken off. We'll see what else they want to get rid of. Of course, supports not matched right now. 80 carries. Or excuse me, their team has a support right now, so they're focusing on banning out the 80 carries. There's the Aphelios, like I said, the other kind of late game team fighter that we've been seeing a little bit in the current meta, so really going to force them into this early game identity where you already have Elise and Jace.
A denial of that pick for Luger, and the Heimerdinger also banned away by CLG. Berserker and Sven were able to do a lot with their poke pressure and kind of bullying in that laning phase, but forcing him to open up in a different direction. As we've already seen in the series, he just came off of that Soraka play with a lot of good silences to set up the squad.
Showing that there's a lot of options in Sven's arsenal. Eating 2 bans here, I'm sure he'll be just fine. We'll see what he wants to go for. Actually going support last pick, wanting to see exactly what CLG are going to go. Make sure there's no cheesy bot lane. Also, given the fact that you already know that Jace is going mid, pretty easy to lock in the LeBlanc here. A bit of a weird draft to lead to this, but it makes a lot of sense in the context of what's going on. Just not many times in the current meta, or many metas, where you see support given last pick.
All doke, no choke signage.
That, I guess, is something that slipped through my radar here as another potential late game option, the Xayah Rakan. We saw how important that was yesterday in the series, where it was kept away from double F Busio's Rakan, banned out repeatedly to try and break this duo up. Goes through the CLG here. Poom has had a decent Rakan. I think it was game 1 he played it. Didn't win, but had some good flanks, some good engages. And it looks like Sven might be picking up another one here for his Enchanter pool. Renata, a little bit more aggressive than some of the other Enchanters, but still locking that one into pair up with the Zeri.
Yeah, the Renata lock in. We've started to see her come back in a little more as the season has went on, but now the entirety of the drafts lock in, not as much of that flexing across the solo lanes for C9 as they have had prior. What do you make of the draft?
I think it's a weird one. There's going to be a lot of scrapping mid, I would assume. Jace versus LeBlanc with Elise. That's the clear PowerPoint to me of where they would want to make some things happen. If you can kill Eminez, get Palafox unlocked, get some pressure in the mid lane, that's great. You can spill it over into the bot side, where obviously with 2 scaling options, you heard Jensen in game 2 talking about if you can accelerate your scaling, that's obviously fantastic. But it does feel like that's going to be the impetus with much better, I think, team fight on the side of C9, though it is close. I mean, Renata ultimate's really strong. Obviously, you have this Cassante in the front side. LeBlanc finding flanks. We'll have to see. It's so far come down to execution. It feels like a lot of the points I make end up just being like who actually did the thing better at the Dragon.
There's so many moments you can point to for that, whether it is some of the Dragon fights, and I mean CLG, sometimes Poom gets a really great engage, or they get that pick off on Blabber, but then on Cloud9's side, proving that consistency in their objective control, whether it's through Blabber or otherwise. So see which one ends up coming out with their best foot forward in this game.
I just hope both teams have fun. Life motto right there. I just hope everyone has fun.
Fun, the core of happiness.
The analysts, the players, the coaches, the teams.
Your sweater is fun.
Control room.
There's smiles all over your sweater. You're very much leaning into this fun, happy times vibe that I know so deep to your core.
That's me in a nutshell.
Always smiling.
Here we go.
One team's going to be smiling more at the end of this.
Definitely going to be more smiles. C9 is closer to smiling a lot more today because they only have to win one more time. And I think a lot of people have been very hot in this team, myself included, in the second round robin. Ever since MNS has joined, it was the same record, but the way that they looked in those games was absolutely incredible. They were blowing people out of the water. And I think this is a good series to push them and see how they react to a strong opponent in the early game, and seeing that they have more in their tank than just snowballing through Blabber ganks or MNS 1v1s or whatever it is. They've had such good objective control. They've been able to make plays. They've been able to adapt to team fights, different angles that come through. I think it's been a tough series for C9, but they've come out ahead. We'll have to see if CLG can push them one more time.
Which every team knows this to a degree, but kind of making sure that Cloud9, they always take that value out of every matchup. Palafox and Eminez running into it a little bit as Contracts and Dokla make their way through the jungle. See if they can get a deep ward. And all right, Palafox going for the clone, but cannot get this kill for the moment being.
This is such an interesting setup. Eminez took a very intelligent route there to go through the river, actually, because CLG has actually split the map, and they're doing this Scion all-in push for dive that we saw. I can't remember who busted that out, actually. It might have been C9 who used this one. Someone last weekend used this exact strategy of the Scion going to use this, get Elise to level 3, and then they're going to dive with the Scion tanking the turret. They're building up the wave. We have to see if the bot wave is actually synced correctly. Blabber is in range. They do have the vision to see that this one's coming.
The read is good for Cloud9. They've got Berserker and Sven with no access from Luger and Poom.
Oh boy, teleport's available for Cassante as well. This is such a brute force dive. They're gonna go for it.
Attempted teleport in to even the numbers here for Cloud9. Flash out by Berserker. Dokla has fallen. CLG seeing if they can scrap something else through. Fudge getting the slam onto Contracts, and Dokla in the passive mode, managing to get some pressure onto Blabber here. So it's the 1-for-1 thus far.
Oh boy, all right, not a disaster. I thought that was about to go so much worse for CLG. The fact that they were able to get the kill back for Dokla in his corpse form means that while he is behind right now, he can actually teleport back up to the top side, try and get this shove in before Fudge can get there and even out the wave a little bit. The danger with this is not only are you down a lot of farm, but you're down a lot of experience for the side of your top laner. So, you know, Fudge comes in at level 2, but that is a teleport. Whoa!
Oh, boom, go boom.
Poom went in there trying to find the knockup on Berserker, but he broke his ankle, step back, and then Sven lands the handshake to just obliterate Poom.
Oh, but looking back at this play, that almost went dire for CLG.
I was surprised that they did not call this play off when, you know, Blabber was already here. The fact that the teleport's coming in, they still try and brute force it down. Blabber, I think, just might have lost track of the fact that Dokla was on his head. No, just couldn't get him off last second to get that punch through. I was watching Fudge in the initial play where he was on top and trying to get that kill. Here you see Poom just gets exploded when he W's in here. They land a good chunk to half health him before he decides to go in and just, oh boy, destroyed.
Grand entrance not quite working in his favor. A quick exit at that afterwards. I feel like Scions, when dead and proccing that passes, sometimes it can be easy to forget. Oh, you're not going to forget a flat forward like that, though. Berserker soon to go down. The bailout can't get a kill off of it. So 2 for 2 right now in totality on the scoreboard.
CLG are just relentless. They're constantly going in there. This time, they're able to flash follow from, I think it was Poom who got the knock up there after the long-range cocoon landed. Some pressure still down the bot side.
Yeah, Blabber is the one eating a lot of that pressure from Luger throwing out the feathers, which forces Sven and Blabber to position very specifically to not be in line for that callback. So CLG definitely wanting to keep that killer instinct online.
I mean, this is a very, very aggressive game, which has led to some differences from some of the other ones. you know, this is the first time I think Blabber's been really set far behind. He died early. He had to kind of lose some of his bot camp due to the invade from CLG, so there wasn't that much for him to farm. He hasn't really been able to invade because a lot of the Palafox pressure has been up, so he's been trying to farm and catch up, but he keeps being needed to go bot lane and cover these kinds of plays. So obviously, the Elise is going to have the advantage in the early game, but this is the first time the farm has kind of come through in that way. And Dokla is the one who's like, quote unquote, hurt by it, but that's fine because he's kind of in a tank v tank matchup and still doing quite well.
Yeah, and getting that kill that you did over on the bot side to offset some of that early loss of farm and beyond. Contracts keeping up with the style of this jungler as you want to see on the Elise, making the plays across the map, now holding on.
Oh boy.
Fudge knows they're here. Dokla wants to get the slam down. Poom also on the top side. Fudge wants to bring down Dokla with him, but cannot do so. CLG with the play.
Nice brute force play there. They couldn't decide if they wanted to wait for the Waver Net. Contracts was tanking that, but they realized that there was just really no one there to cover the play, so they decided to go in for it. Boom with the nice roam to make that one happen. They might go again here.
Oh, they're trying for it. A little knock up on the extension of that Q, and Contracts and Boom here with the CC to try and make it happen. Oh, getting the kill onto Blabber, baby.
Why complicate it if you don't need to? They just hold the W from the Rakan, wait for Blabber to use his W, then just ignite Q him with Elise. They find that kill. During that time off screen, Sven and Blabber had roamed from bot to mid. They're trying to find something to do, but they're just not punishing Luger very much. He's actually still fine just chilling in this bot wave, even in farm right now.
Farming up a storm to keep that even, and I mean, Poom just now having so much more of an effect on the map compared to what you're pointing out, Mark, the way that Sven and Blabber have been rotating around but cannot make anything of it just yet.
Yeah, really nice stuff here out of CLG, not backing down. Like we said, they're a team that's never going to play scared, and I think justifying the third, was it second or third Scion game for Dokla, this time having their cheese level 1 strat. I don't think it's, I like cheese. I think when people say cheese and they take it as an offensive thing, I don't get it. It's like, yeah, you're doing something unique to try and get a lead in the game. I appreciate it. Here, it didn't lead to a massive play, but at least shows why they are trying on blue side to go for some of this riskier stuff.
No lactose intolerance on this desk.
No, absolutely not. During that time, C9, again, with the Dragon control, like we said, that stacking going in their favor. 45 seconds before Rift Herald's up, I assume they're going to base and reset potentially for that. They have been very aggressive about it, but I think this is the first time, as far as I can remember, that CLG have had a pretty substantial control of mid. It feels like Palafox has had a lot of the shove right now.
Yeah, and the gold lead in CLG's favor when looking at the junglers as well. That lead continuing to extend for Contracts versus Blabber. 2-0-2 on the KDA with the farm as well, and CLG now applying that pressure on that bot side even more.
Yeah, just so frustrating for the side of C9. Losing complete bot control, camps going in favor of C9, or CLG, excuse me, plates going in favor of CLG, bullying them off their own turret, just 3v3 while the rest of C9 is locked under their turrets.
Oh, there you go in with the grand entrance and the knock-up, and even with a bailout, Blabber will fall. CLG continuing with the kill pressure. Attempt from Sven for the lock, but cannot find.
Who is this team? Just 3v3 between turrets, finding a kill there. CLG are so aggressive, up to a 1.9k gold lead, and during that time, Fudge getting shoved in top wave. Eminez was kind of stuck mid lane. He's been so proactive this game series. Eminez multiple times has made like level 3 roams off the pressure that he's had, but he has not had the angle to really make anything happen this game. And Palafox is happy to stay locked in lane with him while Contracts runs all over the map.
The damage that Eminez is doing on Palafox means nothing when the play can be returned in such a fashion. Contracts goes for the lock and the flash for the flash onto Eminez. Can't find it in the end, but still applying that pressure.
Yeah, flash for flash there. Contracts is bloodthirsty right now. Eminez trying to make something happen. I appreciate the feeling that he probably has right now where the game's starting to slip away. You know, I don't think one team has a massive advantage in team fights. Of course, you know, Maokai arguably scales better than Elise, but at the end of the day, both these teams are going to be strong in team fights. So I think he's trying to make something happen. Eminez wanted to try and get that kill and getting out just fine, not in too rough of shape. Berserker from mid lane, though, might start setting up for this Rift Herald fight.
Yeah, you can see the rotation on the map over towards this Rift Herald from both sides with Luger and Poom in the vicinity. Control into the back of the pit from Cloud9, while the solo laners in Fudge and Dokla bring their presence to the opposite side. No teleport for Dokla, but a regular teleport at that for Fudge.
Interesting lane setups here. Eminez going topside to actually match Poom and Luger, while mid lane is for Berserker and Sven. We'll see if they end up swapping up here. They are rotating.
Jumping onto the back of this pit right now as CLG starts up this Herald. C9 do have intel on this. There's still a full 2 minutes before the next dragon spawns.
Nah, they're just sacking it. It feels too hard to play into the bot and jungle of CLG right now. They have control anywhere that lane's gonna go. They're gonna have pressure. C9, back off that play.
But I think even when you're comparing that to other points in this series, right? It's the right call. You're not going to be able to offset the advantages that contracts in the bot lane have afforded. But in all other times, Cloud9 have been able to make something happen. And here it is, a little more delay than usual, but they still find the angle to get this kill onto Dokla on the bot side.
Yeah, they are able to punish after committing those resources to the Rift Herald. They go weak side, they find that play, they get the kill onto Fudge, but it's the best that they can make of it, but they've committed those resources, so now CLG are free to just drop this Herald mid lane. Finally gonna break this turret in one of these games.
A much different look from the Rift Herald compared to game number 1 where CLG grabbed it and they weren't able to finish off, really. They just had to drop it down mid ahead of a dragon fight, and this time around,
The bonus resists from the plates getting taken, keeps the turret up. One of these times, they're gonna get that mid turret, damn it.
One day, one time. But still a little bit of time before those plates do come down here at 11 minutes, so 3 more to go. But CLG, 2.2k gold lead, very proactive across the map, have 45 seconds to set up for this next dragon. And Cloud9, difficult for them to find the angles, especially because of how much has happened over on that bot side, for instance. CLG continuing to pressure.
So despite the pressure that Berserker's been under, the fact that they've kind of kept him away from some of the fighting recently, and the fact that he got that kill down the bot side, he's actually not too far behind gold from Luger, and he's obviously substantially the richest person on his team. He's at 4,300 gold. Next closest is actually Fudge, not quite at 4k yet. So a little bit of trouble there. Looks like he'll be okay. But anyways, just saying that the Berserker late game win con, it hasn't been completely shut down. Oh, the cocoon landed.
Oh, gets it. Eminez on the retreat, though. Ooh, it was getting dicey.
Well, that will get them the turret finally. That jump cut on Eminez in the mid lane. CLG, the roaming death squad, it feels like, of Luger, Poom, and Contract. Doesn't get the kill, but finally finds that first turret of the game.
Which means that now they have their sights over towards the dragon side, cracking open that mid. And on top, Cloud9, they want to make the play happen. Flash and lockdown from the roof for Palafox under the turret, seeing if he can draw as much aggro for tower shots as possible. Does pull off the trade.
That was a very long-range turret shot there, able to find the trade back. Like you said, very nice for them as Dragon gets taken down there by CLG, their first of the game. A little bit of a trade themselves, and also going to be able to break this bot turret.
All right, putting work into these outers, and still a strong, hefty turret on the top side for Cloud9, but nonetheless.
But the Zeri funneling continues. She shows up at the tail end of that play. Everyone else leaves, and she says, my turret, please. And so the late game bomb of Berserker online, the surge that he had in the second half of the season, the dominance he's had, this X factor, it feels like, in these C9 games, I feel like it's all coming down to him right now. He's done a good job of, despite the, like we said, cheese in the early game trying to shut him down, he's done a good job staying relevant in this game. He'll have to punch through a Scion. He'll have to be able to survive this engage from Poom, this, you know, the cocoons from Contracts, but it's all on him, it feels like, right now, and the rest of C9 is about kind of setting him up. It's going to be a tall order for him, though.
And just on this back, was able to get the Mythic and the Immortal Shield bow, so thinking about how hard he does have to punch and be that force for Cloud9, getting closer and closer to that point. When comparing to CLG, who, of course, you have to worry about when Xayah has the Gale Force available for that go and that retreat button. And it's kind of going to be a bot matchup for the ages.
Yeah, Luger has had an incredible series so far himself a little bit. The game 2 on the Zeri, he looked really good, super aggressive. We'll have to see if he continues to play Xayah as aggressively. It's been that way so far, it feels like, this game. But on the Berserker show point, just like, it was kind of the battle between him and Prince 1-2 in the league, felt like a long gap towards third. So if there's anyone you want farmed up in this game, and the one that you're kind of relying on, it would be him.
And speaking of that battle between Berserker and Prince, when Berserker was speaking to D-Gun in their interview, kind of spoke to that, how, yeah, there was a lot of Prince talk, him having that domination, but I never felt like I wasn't the best bot laner. I still knew I was, and then clearly was able to show that in full force towards the end to secure that #1 All-Pro spot. but the contention that they have had throughout the split has been something to watch.
And it's been really cool to see the evolution of Berserker's game. When he first came into the league, paired up with Winsome, was just a scaler, didn't fight for everything. Sven, in an interview actually with the desk, talked about how like his mindset was a very like quote-unquote Korean AD carry mindset where you want to farm up, eat a lot of CS, and get strong for team fights, and working him into a more aggressive player. And seeing that evolution this split, they've been very good on like the double marksman bot lanes and actually winning a lot of early games for their team. Obviously not the case this time around. CLG has thrown a lot of wrenches in his way. And I think the other wrench that has happened was the Blabber not having much focus in the early game, not much control, meant that some of the Rift Heralds were finally able to go their way. Contracts has had a great series, and this was the first time he really shut Maokai down early. But Blabber's Blabber, and of course he's back in farm now.
But that is a good point to make and why it was looking so good for CLG early, because even when CLG was making plays in lanes, it always felt like, oh, Blabber was able to find a dragon here, there, was able to go and grab the Rift Herald, but having some of the desyncs in those neutral objective timers, as well as that presence, and being on a pick that has some more agency later on, he's just now shored back to it despite having a disadvantage over at the top.
Oh.
Speaking of going in, gets charmed up by Poom, but flashing out and disengaging with the ultimate. Sion coming on in for the insistence on CLG if Cloud9 decide to venture forward.
Yeah, Dokla showed up, said, "Is this fight over? I don't want it over." They're trying to make it still happen right now.
Want to get something for the resources that they poured into this engage. Cloud9 looking for the angle onto Poom and contracts. Poom getting that battle dance to join his friend in the Riverside, but no kills just yet. An attempt here, a route onto Dokla, but they know as soon as they see it's hit onto the Scion, there's not much to follow.
Yeah, both teams are just fishing for some kind of CC to lock anyone down to get a chunk out. No one actually ended up losing that much health despite the trade of ultimates, and so that means Rift Herald's still on the table right now. Neither team willing to back away. Teleport's available. Dokla gonna hang around, maybe will reset, not the case. Only Poom has taken it back so far.
Ward advantage for Cloud9 right now, so CLG wanting to find an angle in here to contest, get a decent amount of poke. Sven down to 50% HP. And Palafox still keeping this angle. Luger and all the friends trying to make the fight turn now. Eminez blasted on down and out of the fight. Elimination of Luger right off the back of it, and now Fudge. Can he get onto Contracts, who zips on out there? Blabber with the root. There's the disengage. Boom, now joining Palafox to try to retreat towards lane, but CLG, they lost out in numbers. The 2-for-1 trade thus far. Palafox slamming on down and into the ground. He goes Berserker, not able to get the last hits on to Boom here, but multiple kills into Cloud9's favor.
3-for-1 for Cloud9. It was looking a little dicey there for a second, but they successfully find the key targets. Like you said, the early kill onto Luger, who was one of the most fed members for CLG here. A lot of ultimates were down. They did not have the the Rakan combo ready to go to actually be their primary engage. And they have this kind of standoff here. I believe it was Blabber who won this, picks up the eye right after the fight. And then there, Luger just getting way too far forward. I think it was a handshake that might have tagged him and pulled him in. Gets blown up at the start of the fight, and without him, their primary DPS threat, CLG is very split. Boom is a little late to this fight. Dokla forced back, and it would have been a 3-for-0 if not for this last-second Contracts Q onto Fudge to assassinate him, and Blabber playing that Maokai so well this series, setting his team up for kill after kill after kill. And again, a lot of these ending up on Berserker, now 4-1-2 at the tail end of this fight.
And Cloud9 getting that Rift Herald from that fight. It was about 40 seconds on that timer for the Dragon when they started making that dance around Rift Herald, and then now able to rotate away as the Dragons are starting to really become split across these teams compared to previous times. But ooh, Blabber into some trouble. Rooted by himself though. Poom going for it, has the quickness activated.
Yeah, attempting to want to finish off Blabber there, who got pretty low from the chunk, but not enough members of CLG around to actually take that fight. It was still a 4v3, so can't get too eager there just because someone gets low. It would still be a mismatched fight. But yeah, on the tail end of that, huge for C9. The fact that they've killed kills even, only 1.2k gold down. They have the Rift Herald to drop eventually, presumably break mid-turret if they can. The Dragon stacking, we've seen this series, it's kind of a bait. Yeah. It does force fights, but at the end of the day, it's going to be about who wins those fights. And that was a really nice one there by C9. But I will say CLG was disjointed at the start of it. The fact that Poom wasn't there, didn't have his ultimate available. C9 going to have to keep executing well, making sure that Berserker is able to pop off now at 2 items.
feeling confident in the power that Berserker will be able to bring into these team fights to come. There's a moment for everyone to get to reset slightly, though. Almost about to be at 20 minutes into the game. And that threat, Berserker, being something that CLG is also very aware of as they continue to build on their own. And again, Poom, yes, not being able to impact as well by finding the targets at the beginning of those fights, but when he does find the angles, is very significant and crucial for what CLG is able to do.
It will be a lot on Poom, like you said, finds engages. Here's that Rift Herald push that we were expecting for C9 to come through on the mid lane.
Crashing on down, so in these moments, when you're looking at Luger too, and the positioning where over in the riverside was kind of left open to be able to be collapsed upon by C9, but here instead you have Dokla coming through with the ult of his own and getting a lot of damage from Berserker though. Can CLG follow up upon it? Dokla eliminated off of the Rift for now. CLG cannot make something of that engage.
Oh god, just CLG getting a little over eager there. Dokla come flying up the river, and C9 do a really good job disengaging and kind of like baiting that situation in. You can see the pop of Shirelia's by Sven getting Berserker out of there after they landed that shock blast. That's what made CLG think maybe they had an angle to go there. And Blabber just doing a good job kind of bisecting the fights where he has these saplings on the backline of CLG who are trying to get to Dokla while punching Dokla back to his own backline. So Blabber has done a really good job in these fights, understanding exactly where to position himself to stop damage from coming towards him while making sure his team can keep getting out DPS.
And multiple effective plays from Cloud9 in those fights to mitigate the damage as much as possible and bring the kills into their favor means that CLG's gold lead has shrunk significantly. Now, all of the advantages they were building up with that early game pressure don't feel as present since Cloud9 continue to push forward in these team fights.
Yeah, CLG not out of the game yet, but they're going to need to clean up their team fighting right now. Has gone the way of C9 a couple times recently.
But they both do have powerhouses for the team fights as well, between the engage tools and then the firepower of Luger and Berserker. When Luger can really get online in these fights and be protected by the squad, there's significant damage that CLG can do. But all the while, Cloud9, they've been chunking down on that mid-turret, had previously dropped the Rift Herald, so they're able to crack that open for themselves. 2-3 on the turret scoreboard currently for these teams.
Yep, pretty even game right now. Gold League goes to even. Only the Dragon advantage that CLG has right now. And I gotta say, this is turned to another close game. We've had a handful of these. All these games feel like it's either person's game until they win that kind of back-breaking team fight. It's been very hard to predict where it's gonna go. The momentum can flip on a dime too. You know, you think one side is looking so much better, then they lose a team fight. It can go either way. And I gotta say, it's made this a very, very fun series to watch. I think, you know, the scoreline, if C9 win this, it's 3-1. We'll not tell the full story of how close the series has been, how tight CLG has played them in each of these games. It's been a kind of continuation, it feels like, of last year. 9 of the same players in this game as the series from Summer Split, where it was a full 5 games.
That's what I was just thinking. It very much feels like the same story. If Cloud9 do win, then you have CLG in that position of, once again, pushing the limits, the score not telling the whole story. But if CLG do manage to pull a victory in this game, they can push it to Game 5 to keep themselves on this winner side of the bracket. Whoever is victorious in this series, securing a spot in North Carolina on the big stage.
All right, heading up into the Dragon fight. CLG in position first, but don't have a ton of crazy tools to stop you from face checking. Maokai is extremely strong for kind of buying that space in river. Palafox is the only one with substantial poke, and already C9 have started to bully them off their Dragon positioning.
And all the while, even though CLG have been pushed off, you're looking at Poom trying to find the right angle on the back of this pit. Blabber getting the shots onto the Dragon, teleport coming in from CLG, the root, the handshake onto Dokla, but it's the tank at that, wants to be in front of the rest of the squad. Gotta look to see where Luger is able to get a lock on with some of his damage. Blabber still on the Dragon, is brought down to 50. Contracts in the vicinity, stun up onto Blabber. Eminez over the back of the pit as well. Now the one with the flanking advantage. Fudge zoned off, root onto Dokla. There it is. It's over on the Cloud9 side. Getting the Dragon now falling up on the fight. Blabber does go down, but it's a jungle for jungler trade. Knock up onto multiple from Dokla. There's the blades coming in with a feather slice and oh so hot. Fudge eliminated. Double kill here for Palafox. CLG turning it up in the the fight, and the pursuit is good. The blast onto Sven, hitting oh so strong, but great use of the utility to back CLG away to keep Eminez and Sven at least alive.
Huge handshake there by Sven to disengage, keeps it 3-2 in favor of CLG. We've been hyping up these 280 carries, and man, did they live up to it in that fight. They traded their lives out at the last possible second. Oh, Palafox lands a nice poke, but yeah, crazy battle. End of the day, though, Blabber did win that smite contest, ends up taking it away. You saw Contracts have to repel in here because Eminez threatened to try and assassinate him. So he goes in the air, tries to come down. They both smite. I have no idea exactly what the last number they would have seen there was, but that kind of forces Blabber far forward to be getting 3 hit. Even though it's a nice berserk, there's a cleanse by Luger to make sure he doesn't blow up his own team. He's getting a lot of feathers down, able to focus each member down one at a time. Luger had a great team fight here. And when Berserker finally decides to go in, the last second pullback to go 1-for-1 there, finds that kill. Very touch and go. You can see how well Luger has to play these fights because he is such a focus of the actual DPS. 6,900. Oh my god.
Oh, these fights are so close, marking the closeness with which Eminez barely survives here ahead of this Baron play. Will have to back.
Yeah, huge chunk out there. They're going to force him to TP back in. This is going to get a small advantage. I'm not sure if they're going to go straight flip on it, but CLG are a very aggressive team. They're going to force C9 to walk into them, force Fudge to TP in as well.
Oh, they're sticking to it so far. Both teleports coming in from Cloud9's side, and another ultimate initiation from Blabber. They get the root and more onto Dokla, seeing if they can burn down the tank before setting their focus onto the rest of the team. But Poom going on in, the disengage, and a double knock-up and the burn down onto Blabber, who actually ends up getting with the bailout and coming back into it. Fudge now subject and keeps the eyes on 2 members of CLG, now eliminated. 2-for-2 trade thus far. Contracts zoned off by Eminez, who will be able to get the lock, and therefore the kill. Take that spider, pull her out of her web and into the grave. She goes with one more hit to go. Cloud9 swinging the gold back, getting the ace, and now claiming the Baron.
We'll see if they can get the Baron. It's 13 seconds on Dokla, who has TP. They have 3 members. They're doing it quick enough. This should go in the favor of C9. Crazy team fight there. A huge bailout by Sven to keep Blabber alive. Allows him to come back up. They're starting to get a little low. Baron gets the kill credit. No gold going over, unfortunately. That does mean 4 members get it. Eminez will be back up soon. Here's this huge bailout by Blabber, and I think just a little bit too slow for CLG to find their angle in. Blabber gets a nice route here to kind of trap Dokla in a position where they can hit him, and CLG are just not returning damage back. And so when Poom finally goes in, he's not really able to get onto anyone other than Blabber, and so while they finish him off, he's going to come right back up after this bailout. It means there's so many resources sunk in to finish him off that they're able to get Luger, yet again, another W from Berserker, kind of finalizing that final kill. And it's just about which AD carry is able to do more work in that fight, it feels like. Blabber had a really nice fight there. Same with Sven. The support players playing very well.
Props to Sven for making sure that bailout came through, keeping Blabber online, and that's the sacrifice here.
Eminez is a little frustrated, it looks like, to die there, but not the end of the world. I think he's still overall happy for his team, getting the Baron onto 4 members, getting a 3,000 gold lead off the tail end of that fight, as well as the objective taken, and now able to grab some more gold with the push that they have coming through.
Just, you know, doesn't get to be on theme with the rest of them in purple, but still they do have this working in their favor. A charm onto Fudge as the fight is once again initiated. Blabber burned down pretty effectively, and the Berserk comes through on the exit. What a blast from Boom, and the rest actually with Palafox getting that from downtown. So finish up from CLG to continue with the poke.
Of course, I cursed it. I talk about C9 going to be able to grab some turrets here to extend their gold lead. And next thing that happens, Blabber caught out in the jungle. It felt like a little bit of split focus from C9, where some people are scrapping out Poom. Blabber's maybe trying to get over there and gets caught out of position. Not able to use this Baron buff super effectively yet. Still 1,000 gold power play. Might be able to get a couple more in their favor.
1 more minute on that Red Bull Baron buff too for them to extend that a bit more.
That's a goal graph I like to see.
That's a fun one. Wasn't that our goal for this?
Yeah, both teams have fun.
Yeah. They all got fun for a chunk of that line, but Cloud9 having a bit more fun in recent times.
Having a bit more fun, having a bit more of a difficult time to contest this dragon though, because there's no Blabber there to smite, so we'll see if CLG just want to burn this one down and try and escape, get onto Soul Point.
trying to do so. Does anyone from Cloud9 one step up? It looks like they're looking to take the fight, even though giving over the Dragon itself. All the focus onto Dokla once more, so they can eliminate that front line. And
Blabber's here.
Dokla holding it as much as possible. Blabber loves to lead with the ultimate when they do want to follow up. Doesn't throw it out this time. Dokla instead ulting out.
I thought for sure Dokla was going to split in there between the two uprights, get the escape, but still got the range he needed to get out. Big win for CLG after what looked like a disastrous Baron situation. The fact that not only do they stop the Baron push without losing a single turret, they also are able to grab the third Dragon in their favor. You would expect, even if C9 didn't get a turret, they would use the Baron push to control and set up for Dragon, but that big mistake by Blabber ends up dropping here. 6 deaths for him. A player who is uncharacteristically, I don't want to say feeding because he's been playing the frontline role quite well, actually, but uncharacteristic amount of deaths for him. He's a super efficient player. He rarely dies in games. He usually leads league kills. He has an insane KDA every split because he does such a good job riding the line so well, but he's been getting picked on this game quite a bit.
And at least on that kind of efficiency of Blabber, it almost feels like the deaths are that as well, though. Still making sure to get down the engage before falling and having somewhat of a presence, so it's not like he's just giving his life over, but still, once that threat is taken out, especially around the neutral objectives, then CLG can make so much of it.
Yeah, and as someone who was previously being an Anathema's chain salesman, I don't know if this is the game for it. It's really good when there's a single threat, the 30% damage reduction against like Azaya, if it's a straight front-to-back team fight, or if there's only one other threat, makes a lot of sense. But here, Palafox is not a joke. You can't ignore him, and it's the same case with contracts.
You can't ignore anyone on this team at this point with the way they're able to hold that chain game. The chain into the root, into the laser, into it all. Contracts falls.
Huge play there by Eminez. I do not know why Contracts blew his repel right away. He was going to face check Eminez. I thought they were going to try and chunk him out, but he ends up going up in the air, and as soon as they see that, C9 pulled the trigger on Contracts. Big mistake there by him. Huge chain by Eminez to set that up, and Blabber with the ultimate follow-up. Gonna buy C9 some more room, extend that gold lead a little bit more, should be able to grab some more turrets for them.
Yeah, breaking down that tier 2 across mid lane, one of the most effective lanes just to be able to have that turret control for roaming priority across this map. And now Cloud9 gathering with 4 on this top side, a full wave ushered, and they love to push under the turret as fast as possible. Collapse upon CLG where needed, but at this point they had so much damage to be able to burn it down quickly, because we're at 32 minutes into the game mark, and they have extended that gold lead to 5.4.
Yeah, looking really good. And I gotta say, Eminez secretly having a good game. He was a little quiet in the lane phase, getting trapped in there with the Jace, but since then has been quietly making plays over and over again. Only 1 death, playing on the edge quite a bit, a few times, looking like he might drop, but not actually going down. Here, yet again.
You can see that power mounting. Everyone's getting these builds stronger and stronger into the late game, and that burst that much more threatening.
Yeah, you can see he's feeling himself, picking up a Magi Soul Stealer up to 10 stacks right now. Gonna do his best to not lose those, and the gold lead growing and growing for Cloud9. It's been a hard-fought gold lead, but in Game 4 of this series, looking quite good. We'll have to see if CLG can find a team fight, get back into this game.
And will that team fight be soon? There's 10 seconds to go for this next Baron to spawn, so the Vision fight has begun as CLG venture on forward to establish some of their own. But all the while, Fudge on that bot side to usher that wave down towards that tier 2 turret has the Unleashed teleport available to rejoin the rest of Cloud9 should CLG find and engage.
Yeah, let's see how C9 wants to play this one out. We do have the Dragon spawning in 1 minute. I think they're going to try and force this Baron down before then.
Starting it up at least. CLG are not unknown on this information, but having a difficult time venturing on through. Teleport in for the support from Pixel, and will Dokla make the opening play? There it is, the unstoppable onslaught, but all the while, Cloud9, they secure the Baron, now trying to throw it back. Poom, effectively brought out of the fight here to shield the backline. The knockback of multiple members of CLG, they cannot escape. Cloud9 take down 2, keep their eyes on Contracts, and as they wear purple one more time, they are feeling themselves in this late game.
Only 2 people left alive, none dead for C9. This could be the game-ending push. Huge zone control buys on the Baron, and a monstrous 3-man Cassante knockback. Found a number of kills now. We'll see if just the top end support can somehow save this game for CLG.
Oh, but C9, they don't want any saving grace for CLG to come through. They keep under this turret. They take down 1. Dokla keeping the focus onto Fudge, but Cloud9 push Boom back into the fountain. Here it is, the team coming in hot from that #1 spot of the regular season with a series win against CLG.
C9 punched their ticket to Raleigh in a 3-1 series versus CLG. Eminez and Sven with the most awkward celebration you'll see today. Excellent series, though, overall, out of the side of C9. Very hard fought. Back and forth. Berserker, absolute monstrous performance again here on the Zeri. The adaptation that came through to put more resources into his late game carry potential. He showed that he was worth the investment. Sven as well, great job supporting him despite all of the attention that he ate early on in the game, all the pressure that CLG threw down at them. They could not actually be held down.
After a season drawing so much attention to the early game of Cloud9, off of all of the aggression, but they still have Berserker ready to pop off in the late game. Multiple members of that squad that have created names for themselves for good reason across All Pro. But for CLG, by being 4th seed, they're in the top of the bracket. It's not the end of their run after this loss.
No, CLG will be playing one more time this weekend on Sunday versus Evil Geniuses, another tough opponent. They've been struggling more recently, but there's a question of Jojo with COVID, the question of playing at home. EG is a hard team to get a read on, but CLG going to have to bounce back quickly, reset, find a game plan for that matchup.
A smaller window for them to do so, but I'm sure they will go right to the grind.
Definitely the case. For C9, though, it's a rematch. Them versus FlyQuest.
Yes.
They have played 3 times already. They had the tiebreaker. It was somewhat of a close series. It is that match that I think cemented Berserker in a lot of people's minds, myself included, as the best AD carry in the LCS. That Draven game, the fact that he can eat 3 bans. Remember, both games on blue side, Berserker ate 3 bans before popping off later. You know, you see how good Blabber is about trying to set him up. The team fighting on the Maokai, like this team is so well balanced. It's very scary. And I think, you know, if you're FlyQuest watching this, you're going to start needing to think about what you're going to do.
And the internal narratives of that matchup are just so strong because, yes, there is obviously that bot lane matchup of Prince and Berserker and what put him over the edge. But the junglers always, too.
Spica versus Blabber.
Spica versus Blabber. It's been a story of the entirety of their career. They've both been MVPs in the past. They are both junglers that throughout the season have showed both looks, where Spica early on, right, it was on the Maokai, on the Amumu, but then was able to carry later on. We know Blabber can carry, but was doing the Maokai and all of that jazz during this series.
Fudge versus Impact. Vikla versus M&S, another crazy matchup. Like, that series is going to be insane. I expect it to be very fun to watch no matter what the outcome is.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what C9 is going to pull away from this game, though, as one of the most internally hypercritical anytime after speaking to any of them after the matchups, because Cloud9, or CLG rather, did give them a run for their money in certain points. But at the same time, now collectively looking at it in all the matches, it's not in a way that has me worried for Cloud9 moving forward.
No, I think Cloud9, they're the #1 seed for a good reason. You saw it in this series. Yes, they got tested a little bit, but that speaks more to CLG than them. And they bounced back multiple times, even when they fell behind. Like in this game, they slowly chipped away at CLG, winning critical fights, getting back into the game and taking control of it. And I think Blabber got set behind for once in his life, it felt like. And he was still just absolutely fine, still able to play the frontline role quite well.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that he is able to play that role well also comes off of some of the play of some of his teammates. Sven having a great bailout in that one fight that really enabled him to move forward. But I don't know, Cloud9 looking pretty hot, pretty spicy. And remember, we're going to have Cloud9 over there in Raleigh, North Carolina, and we are officially live with those tickets for the LCS Spring Finals on April 8th and 9th. So by winning here, definitely know what one team is going to be in Cloud9. We'll have to see who else will be playing with them on the big stage. Don't forget to go to Ticketmaster.com to get your tickets before they are gone. All right, everyone. As far as what we got going on right now, Fudge, Blabber, and Sven will be joining the lounge in a few minutes. But until then, let's send it back over to Jat and Jensen to break down this game's decisive fight.
Thank you very much. It's a party in here. We're going to be having Sven, Fudge, and Blabber joining the lounge in a second. First, Jensen and I are going to break down what the decisive fight of the final game was. And just to set the context here, CLG is starting Baron. It's at about 4,000 health. It's because the LeBlanc had been chunked out and C9 is basically trying to move in and stop this Baron. How are you feeling at this point in the fight, Jensen?
I mean, at this point, it looks like they're just trying to rush down the Baron. And then when they realize they're coming in and LeBlanc is tipping back in, they're like, okay, we need to turn.
Yeah,
so they're looking
flip
to turn, and Maokai comes in, so they're like, okay, we gotta hit Maokai. But I think Poom going in here, if you can play the clip.
Yep.
I think this is a pretty crucial mistake by CLG, because now Poom goes in on the Maokai, he just dies. Fine, they get the Maokai, but I think Maokai will probably like have to flash out or lose a lot of HP to the other players anyways. And then, as you can see, Tina is kind of just cleaning up.
Yeah.
There was a few small things that happened.
Exactly.
That was actually
We're gonna go over them. Basically, watch the Q3 from the Cassante. Right there, knocks Luger into the Berserk.
Yeah, because actually what Luger was trying to do is he wanted to ulti from the Renata ult, but because of the timing of everything that happened, Fudge's Q3 hits him right before he wants to ult the Renata ult, and then he gets hit. And I think that changes a lot of the fight outcome.
Yeah, so that was basically, if that doesn't happen, a lot could be different. The other thing we wanted to talk about a little bit was if Poom could have approached from a different angle, because at the very start of the fight, we can see Poom down here at the bottom, and oftentimes the Rakan does want to flank, but you mentioned something about how he doesn't know where the Blanc is whatsoever.
Yeah, so normally like as Rakan, you want to flank, look for the back lane, but it's pretty hard because they don't see the LeBlanc, and he's probably thinking the LeBlanc's gonna mark him, so then he moves up over here instead, which makes sense, but it is very hard for him to find a good flank, so he kind of just has to like go in from the front and just wait for the right opportunity. I think he did go a bit too early, so he just ended up dying and not really having any threat on the back line, but happens.
What's your review on the LeBlanc chase down?
Oh, clean, hits the chain, back-to-back chain, MVP.
Yeah, player of the series. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to reveal the player of the series during the Verizon post-game interview. Now we're going to send it to Sven, Fudge, and Blabber with Emily and Raz. Thanks, Jensen.
Player of the series, Berserker.
Berserker did absolutely nothing and auto-attacked them.
The post-game interview where these three were trying their hardest not to commentate through watching that entire team fight back about 3 times. Congratulations.
I mean, it's hard not to VOD review like right after your game. We also felt like I felt like all our team comms were so depressing after we won. We were like,
I mean, it feels like I lost, to be fair.
Yeah, I really felt like I lost.
What do you
Why,
think
man?
Yeah.
We won!
Dude, I don't know.
If you lost, we wouldn't be here.
That's a good point.
What do you think a lot of the, like, because I remember specifically the Scion swap game. Like that one, I felt you guys actually played out initially really well. Scion, Cassante pushed out topside, and then you guys not only TP'd, but you actually mirrored the dive specifically. So like this looked like CLG completely lost based off the initial play. So like, first of all, just kind of running through it. Were you guys prepared of it going into it?
Yeah, so we practiced a bunch of Scion lane swaps, like playing against it and playing as it in scrims this week against our academy team.
Yeah.
So so that no one would know that was practicing it as well, in case of scrim leaks. And then we were prepared for it. Usually the jungler doesn't actually defend the dive, it's just the top lane that TPs, and then you die like 1 for 2. This game, Blabber decided he just wanted to come. It should have been a lot better, but then he entered to Scion, so good job.
Scion is
Gave him a Ruby Crystal, level 1, so I couldn't get ahead in lane. Good job. I also died to Elise and Rakan. Jungle stopgap once again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when Scion died for free, I was like, oh, it's over.
Yeah.
And then Scion one-shots Blabber, 1v1 under our tower, and Flush runs it down. I'm like, oh, never mind, it's losable.
Something I noticed, like, you guys generally, last week of the regular season, played pretty cleanly. And then just like, generally in the LCS, you guys have been doing quite well. But when it goes up against CLG, something happens.
I don't know, man. I think Contracts is just gapping Blabber.
It's just Contracts. He's
Contract does play pretty well in a lot of these games. Then, like, for example, in the third game, like early game, we were trying to like gank bot lane, like cheese bot lane with Maokai gank.
Yeah.
And then they respected it, and then they're just really good. They're just really good. And then they gank bot, and then we die.
The moment Blabber leaves, we die bot. Sorry, guys.
I was actually wondering about that because I thought you were there for an uncharacteristically long amount of time for you. Because usually you'll give up if you don't see like an angle. So what was going on there?
Is Ven crying for a gank? What's happening here?
Well, I said they used their only ward in the River Rouge, which we saw. So Maokai could have flashed over the wall and just W'd the no cleanse Jinx. I was racking E on top of him. He'll get booted for like 3-4 seconds and he'll just die, right?
Yeah.
But he was like just 1 inch out of range. He was like blue balling us a little bit.
Yeah, I thought that
we had an angle, you know, but then we didn't have an angle. And then I was like triggered. I always wasted time. So now it's like sunk cost fallacy.
Yes.
So
no, it's just
unlucky.
okay. It's better for me to stay there and try to get the bot crab I think, then after I wasted all that time, then just run back top. Because if I go back top side and he runs to my chickens, I'm going to lose them anyways, and then it's fine. Like, it's better for me to stay bot side, I thought, at least anyways. But in general, like, I do play a little different when I'm playing Maokai, usually, because I feel like I don't need, like, as many resources, but I do like farming on Maokai, too.
Yeah.
I feel like I need to die on Maokai for some reason. I just like dying.
Also, the entire week of scrims, Berserker keeps complaining that the enemy jungle is ganking and he's not getting ganked.
Yes.
So.
Oh, there it is.
He's not here to defend himself, so you know,
I mean,
throw
it's
him
just
under the
facts.
bus.
It's just facts.
Oh
Ferris
my
Bauer is
God.
my favorite
Player of the-
interaction in the team.
Why?
What are you gonna say, huh? What are you gonna say?
Seriously,
What?
Berserker!
I'm
spoiling it!
Bring it
I'm
up!
spoiling it!
Bring it up!
Berserker's the player of the series! The GOAT!
Why did he get it?
I mean, to be fair, he played like consistently decent.
He did?
I mean, last game he played well.
That's true.
The two Zeri games. I mean, Zeri's just broken.
Yeah.
This guy like doesn't
Good
want to play
job.
Zeri for some reason. He's playing for fun.
There it is. Like, the conversation throughout was between you and Berserker, just like consistency throughout the series. And yeah, Berserker just edged it out. Do you think he deserved it? Do you think he should have taken it?
He played well, but like the thing is all of our comps are like so irrelevant what our ADC does, because we're just playing tanks with Zeri, so that we just tank them all, and then Zeri just cleans up at the end. And it's always a winning fight. Or this like Varus game. I mean, this Varus game I think he played pretty well, obviously. I think this Varus game he actually played probably the best on our team, but I also think Maokai is just the MVP, honestly.
Yes, I agree. Like, I should have won MVP for my performances.
I don't think you should have won MVP. I think Maokai should have.
I was gonna say, in fairness, I actually really love that you, and then we also saw the Maokai yesterday from FlyQuest, because I felt like, yes, obviously Demonic got nerfed. You didn't even go Demonic in your games.
Yeah.
But like Maokai is something that I see all the time in China and South Korea, where they still spam the heck out of it just because his zone control is insane.
Yeah.
So I'm actually so happy you guys keep picking Maokai.
I'm also very happy we keep picking Maokai. Please keep picking Maokai. My mid laner isn't though, because he doesn't get jungle ganks.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, we have Maokai, I need Lee Sin.
Lost the one Lee Sin game.
Oh, there it is.
Lost the Lee Sin game.
True. There it means something.
Back to Maokai.
Something I noticed from the early portions of the series was you specifically was actually tracing contracts quite well. There's the one time when he was on Elise, he tried to go for a top lane dive, got completely pushed out of that. There's a second time, I think 12 minutes into that game, you were looking for bot lane play with Herald, and I mean he was looking for a play for you. It felt like you guys were reading him quite well, especially after the last game of the regular season.
Yeah.
Where they were trying for a lot of stuff, like 3 camp ganks and stuff, and that it was working.
Us.
Yes.
Mid, bot, a little world tour, kill everyone.
Yes.
I was 0-8 that game too, so.
I mean, yeah, what happened is we reviewed that game. We're like, this guy loves to gank at level 3. If he knows where your wards are, he will gank and he will try to punish it.
Yep.
So the first game, for example, I was playing Jace. They knew where I warded. It was very heavy trading. And then I just told Blabla, you have to skip camps, you have to come here, otherwise I can't play, because I have no ward for myself. So he came, it worked out. Same thing happened in the Kennen game. They were like, they're going to try to dive top, and Jace was trying to trade aggressively. We came top, they died. So I think we did pretty well to like tracking him. A lot better than that first game. You know. We don't have to talk
the first
about
game
it.
we saw him.
We don't have to talk about that first game anymore.
Yeah, we can leave that to reviews.
Moving on.
A reminder that you guys are now qualified for Raleigh. So
Hey. We're going to North Carolina!
Woo! All right. And you're going up against FlyQuest.
Oh, nice, proven.
Oh, no.
I don't know, because obviously, whenever you ask players, like, how excited are you to go up against this team? The answer is usually trash, honestly. But
my bad, man.
You know, no, it's a question that like you feel like you have to ask, right? And obviously, you guys can't give me much because you're going up against them. It makes sense. I'm not calling you out.
Give us something interesting,
I was gonna
basically.
say, is there
Give us something interesting?
anything you saw from them yesterday besides the Maokai that we already mentioned?
Sure.
Obviously, Maokai's gonna be high prio in the series.
Okay, you got it?
He's not from FlyQuest.
All right.
Here's the thing. We have the better agency, so we'll just win.
All right.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah,
There's MSI.
Prince. Proven.
There you go.
That's all you need to say.
That's also what the All Pro said.
Speaker,
Exactly.
Blabber.
Dude.
I agree with.
Impact, Fudge.
Also agree.
But ADC is broken,
But
so we win.
Sven, Ayla.
No, I mean, it's like Sven, Ayla or
Yeah,
something.
it's like
Agree.
Sorry, Ayla.
Agree.
Sorry, Ayla.
He's your countryman.
I know you're an OC boy. I don't care. I hate OC people. I'm against all of them.
Yep.
I'm the best OC player.
What about mid? Does it not matter or what?
No, mid doesn't matter. Just pick Maokai and pick Zeri and just win.
I feel like Victor was kind of smurfing.
Yeah, he was smurfing.
Oh, his Veigar.
Yeah, the Veigar was pretty rough.
I think we might be banning Veigar.
Yeah, time to ban it.
We're
All right.
banning Veigar.
That is it for us. Thank you, C9, for joining us here.
No, thank you.
Chime will be joining us on the broadcast tomorrow for 100 Thieves versus Golden Guardians at 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
The only way.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Enemy top lane has teleport. Be careful.
80. Yep.
Bruno, can you stop saying yeah
80?
and just say something?
Yep.
I'm bad, man.
M&S looking for the angle, looking to collapse. The root onto one from Blabber. M&S slinging on in there, hitting away with the Q, and what it do? First blood for Fudge.
Fudge going in!
He's going in for the end of the game. That's one turn, that's two. Who cares about Elder when you got the Nexus in your sights for Cloud9? Cutting into the scrap of CLG. Palafox, can you make the stand against Fudge? What he's got coming for you in the Nexus? A stand from Cloud9! Game one!
I don't think you saw us. Go. Bubble in there?
He can study.
Flash. I'm flashing on him. I don't care.
You hit.
Oh my god. I'll be in 2 seconds. He's out.
Oh. It's okay.
It's fine.
It's okay. No ghost.
CLG are in the driver's seat of the fight. Going on in, getting the shutdown. The action of Palafox zone up and all the way on the wayside. C9 falling 1-5-1. CLG, a triple for Palafox and the ace for the team. Contract's not looking scared in this attempted gank down bot, flashing away from the Cloud9 side. And first blood getting an advantage over to CLG.
They're going on flash?
I'm fine.
Flash is fine.
I flash.
We'll go.
I have ulti for you, Flash.
Can we
I'm
finish?
fine. Trust me. I'm fine.
Okay, nice.
We don't have to fight here, guys.
I'm falling.
We win. Fight.
Keep going.
I'm ulti now, guys.
No flash Veigar.
Look AD.
No flash.
No
stop at Veigar.
Go top. Win.
Yes, I can TP on top.
They're setting their focus onto the rest of the team, but Boom going on in, the disengage, and a double knock-up and the burn down onto Blabber, who actually ends up getting with the bailout and coming back into it. But now subject and keeps the eyes on 2 members of CLG, now eliminated 2-for-2 trade thus far. Here it is, the team coming in hot from that #1 spot of the regular season with a series win against CLG. Bye.